Good afternoon, everybody. It is the final day of Conference 1 fall competition, and it is going to be a doozy for sure because we have ourselves the semifinals and the finals of the CF1 Immortal and Radiant division here in fall competition. I'm Beanies, joined alongside a friendly face you may recognize from yesterday's broadcast, Pausable, and we are going to be kicking off today's action with a semifinal matchup between one team we saw on stream yesterday, but it may be a new face to some of you other fans.
I mean, these semifinals are going to be so dope, dude. We got Carleton, we got Northwood, and a couple surprises with Western University and Alberta coming out of the woodwork. These aren't teams that everybody had on their radar, but they've certainly performed, and nobody has had an easy road to the semifinals. So all four of our contenders today are looking to put up.
Yeah, and if we're talking about performance, I mean, the best performance I've ever seen is getting these Manscaped products that we're talking about here. You can see it at the bottom of your screen. Manscaped has been so friendly and so generous, helping sponsor CF1 competition, making sure that myself and Pausable are going to be looking fine and dandy here as we got ourselves quite a few bit of pieces of apparel from Manscaped here. I have myself the Weed Whacker here. I'm just getting some last touches in on my lovely nostrils, but you know the Weed Whacker helps get the job done. And if you want to get yourself a nice little bit of Manscaped action, you just have to head on over to manscaped.com and type in the code at the bottom of your screen below, CF121, and you get 20% off on a Weed Whacker or any other needs you may have for your friendly orbs down below.
Beanies, I'm gonna be real with you, dude. I was completely unprepared for that bit. You did not prep me for how hard you were gonna go on that bit, dude. I was not ready for that. But regardless, what I am ready for is for us to just hit the bracket and get this started because, like we said before, 4 sick teams. And, you know, coming into today, we just have to recap how yesterday went, right? Some of the results to be expected, right? Top half of the bracket, UW-Madison getting pretty far as our first seed. Carleton and SJSU ended up matching up against each other. That was such a good match. One of my favorite matches of all of collegiate Valorant. And then the bottom side, we really had just Northwood and Alberta not struggling to take down much of anyone. Alberta did have to work their way through UC Irvine, who we know is a good team. They won spring, admittedly with a pretty different roster, but still, they had Nibbler and Platinum returning, so a 2-1 win. That definitely gets you in my good graces as a team that I am largely unfamiliar with. Northwood probably had the hardest total bracket, having to go through both UW Gold and TAMU. Those are two very solid teams. I wouldn't have been surprised if either one of them had somehow made it into the top 4, but Northwood slapping them both down 2-0. I am so excited for all 4 of our teams in the semis here, Beanies.
Well, I mean, to that point, Paul, you said that Northwood had the hardest road, but if you were looking at the bracket and keeping up with the games, it didn't seem like they had the hardest road. They were making quick work of these teams, putting them away in extremely dominant fashion. I mean, specifically the UW Gold game, they did absolutely phenomenal in game 1, and game 2, I mean, you could write a textbook on how well they played that out. So honestly, I'm excited to see this Northwood squad come into action. But University of Alberta, that we're also going to get a chance to look at, is no slouch themselves. They have quite the star-studded roster, but they do like being the underdogs. They have been picked against time and time again, myself included, picking them to lose to Cal earlier in the split, and they took them down 2-0 off the back of immensely poppin' plays from Shimmy, and YEG Nick, one of the leading voices in the team, keeps them calm, cool, collected as they try to take down these likes of Norwood.
For sure, and I mean, I've got good news and greater news for Alberta. The good news is they've already made it to our top 4, and that means they get at least a piece of our $7,000 prize pool. $500 going home with whoever ends up in 4th place. Maybe you can even fight for a bit more if you're Alberta. The other good news is there's, as far as I'm concerned, they're still the underdog. So they straight up asked us in the lobby, hey, can you guys pret against us again? I will pret against you again. Well, I guess not again for me, but you know, you guys get what you desire, because it's hard for me not to imagine Northwood as the favorites. Not only have they been making waves in CF1, but in all of collegiate, period, full stop. Yeah. Not just through Valorant, but Northwood has come out of nowhere this semester, pumping a ton of money in, getting a ton of great players. And Northwood Valorant specifically, they've already taken several other major collegiate tournaments this fall. So I think they should be considered the favorite here, but Alberta, underdogs as they want to be, may yet surprise us.
Well, that's going to be the beauty of these semifinals. It's going to be a best of 3, folks, and we have our maps ready for you. If we can get that up on your screen, we have the 3 maps we'll be loading in here. First and foremost, we're going to be starting out on Breeze, where we will get to see the likes of Alberta on defense and Northwood starting out on that attack. Game number 2, going to head on over to Icebox, and if we make it over to that map number 3, uncharted territory for this Northwood squad, we'll be heading on over to Bind. But Paul, let's head back over to Breeze and talk about this, because we got Alberta starting out on the defense, Northwood starting out on the offense, and I mean, my first thought instantly is going to be that operator duel, that jet versus jet potential that we have from the duelists here on both squads.
Certainly, and I mean, just looking at this entire map pool for one quick second, it's hard for me not to think that Northwood are feeling very confident. These are 3 of their best maps. Northwood is a team that play pretty much every map. They'll instaban split, and they don't like playing fracture, but in best of 3s, they can avoid both of those without any issues, right? Yeah, nobody likes playing fracture. It's just you new. But regardless, right, Northwood is a hard team to play a best of 3 against because they're good at every map except those 2. Breeze, one of their best maps, no doubt they pick it first just to get off to a strong start. You know, you talked about the off duel. Dip is going to be the one picking that up for Northwood. One of the best jets in collegiate Valorant. He just took it to Toph yesterday. Toph, one of the players who went to Spain, by the way.
Yep.
Played in the international collegiate tournament. So beating Toph in a 1v1 in op duels, that should speak for itself, right? Although you were talking to me, Beanies, before the show about how you think the jet from Alberta should not be slept on.
No, I mean, I will say that when Shimmy was going up and helping the Alberta squad take down Cal a couple weeks ago, it did not go in Shimmy's favor. Maybe 60% of the time. It was a tough day in the operator duel for Shimmy, but one of the things I love to see and one of the things that really helped Alberta continue to stay hot through those rounds they lost a player was the constant confidence that Shimmy had, the willingness to keep taking these duels. Some people are going to see such a difficult obstacle, maybe losing 2 straight trades and not wanting to peak that a 3rd time, but Shimmy had the confidence and was able to pick up key frags for his team, even though more often than not they weren't winning out in that ego 1 versus 1. And that's just a testament to how Alberta is going to be playing as a squad, and really just that underdog mentality where if you want to be able to survive, if you want to be able to defy these expectations, it doesn't start with a single person. It starts with the 5 people competing as a unit.
Well, and you know, we're talking about the Jets, but I actually want to deviate to an unorthodox pick that we saw yesterday from Northwood here on Breeze. The KO came out for them instead of something like the Sky or the Reyna
exciting
that a lot of players were going for. Tyler1 picking that one up. And I mean, Tyler1 is one of the most, actually probably the most flexible collegiate player, full stop. I've seen him play Sky, Reyna, Omen, Phoenix, right?
Oh my.
The guy just goes everywhere across the board when it comes to agents. The dude is an absolute gamer. And he's also their captain, right? So, I mean, he's not their primary IGL, but he is their captain. So the driving force in morale, in practice, a lot of the time, most likely. So the KO pick yesterday was an interesting wrench in the gears of UW Gold. There has been some time, of course, Alberta, maybe they hit the VODs after their long day of games yesterday. They were like, all right, prep time. We got
God
Northwood.
Bless them if they did.
There is no shortage of footage on Northwood, right?
Yeah, so, there is not.
Alberta should, if they've had the time to actually go through and try to counter strat against Northwood, that is going to be a huge leg up for them because Northwood's not going to have the same sort of advantage on Alberta. There's one match from several weeks ago that they played against Cal and they 2-0. So great, you have 2 maps of footage to try and get a read on this team. But Northwood, generally speaking, if anyone can adapt, I do think it's them.
Well, I'd hope so. They're going to be coming in as powerhouse favorites, and they got to keep that momentum riding high. I mean, another 2-0 isn't out of the question here for the Northwood squad, especially with the performance they put up yesterday. And as we just give ourselves a few more moments, I think everyone's loading into lobby. One of the things we want to make sure with the competition is that everyone's getting a nice fair playing field and making sure that, you know, servers connected and server choices are the most optimal for everybody, because at the end of the day, CF1 is a national competition stretching up into Canada as well. So we got quite the large demographic of students competing here.
A continental competition, if you will. I almost said that right.
Ooh.
I almost said something really cool, Beanies. And then
I can like I can Men in Black myself with this, and I'll just forget it, and you can run it back, and it'll be fine.
But does it have that capability?
I mean,
that's
Manscaped
impressive technology right there.
You'd be surprised. Let me tell you, you would be surprised.
All right. Well, while we have a second, while we're making sure all the players are in game and we have everything technical sorted out, I kind of just want to jump around the rest of the maps, right? And talk maybe a little bit about Icebox and Bind, because no surprises, these are also two very good Northwood maps. Again, I'm not the most familiar with Alberta. You'll have to get me up to speed on what maps they did well against Cal on. But Icebox is a very good map. That's where Ferbsa picks up the... I mean, Breeze Icebox is literally the two maps we saw Northwood 2-0 clap UW Gold on yesterday, right? So we know how good those are. And then we move over into Bind, and this is still a very strong map for Northwood. I haven't seen them lose Northwood. They do move some composition around in terms of like agent select. Dip, generally their jet player. Last time I saw them on Bind, he was playing the Sova. Everybody kind of played agent roulette the last time I saw Northwood on Bind, so I'm hoping they've solidified that a little bit more. But that's not something uncommon to Northwood in general. They're often flexing around roles. I mean, we're gonna see on this first map, Ferbsa's probably gonna be picking up the Cypher, and then he'll go on to the Reyna on Icebox. So it's just a very flexible team, a difficult team to pin down and get a read of. I hate to just wax poetic about Northwood. I know we got two teams in the lobby, guys, but Northwood are just so good.
And I mean, that's the thing is Northwood has earned the right and the respect to be talked about in such a fashion because of how they perform. And this is the moment where Alberta is able to do much of the same. Alberta, even though they do like coming in as these underdogs, there's going to be a time when people are going to realize that Alberta is here to stay. They are here to compete at a top level. And it's just a matter of securing the right wins at the right time. And this feels like that moment for Alberta. If they can pull out a win against Northwood on stream in the semifinals, book their ticket to the finals later today, and book their spot at our sweet $7,000 prize pool. Whoo! Whoo!
I
could be massive for them going forward.
Statement wins than beating Northwood, right? It's like if you beat Northwood, if you beat Carleton, or if you beat SJSU, that's a statement win for collegiate Valorant in general, right? Like those are our three heavy hitter teams in this bracket, and they've proven that. Really only thus far competing against each other. Although, you know, maybe we can take this time to actually jump over to the other side of the bracket and talk a little bit about Carleton versus Western.
Give them some love, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Western, I don't think is a team that should be slept on, because Western and Northwood actually come out of the same group. It's why Northwood is so far down in our seedings at number 10, despite being one of the best teams in collegiate Valorant, is because Western actually took a series off of them in group stage. Both of these teams ended up being 4-1, but Western had the head-to-head, so they come out as that first seed, which makes for a very interesting matchup against Carleton.
It does, and Carleton, they have proven to be quite an impressive squad there. They have come out of the North this year. They weren't really on too many radars last CF1 split. There was a lot more Canadian flavor going over to the UW Gold side, but now that we've seen them take a step back and already be eliminated here, this is a prime time for Carleton to step up and do much the same that we mentioned for Alberta and really cement themselves. I would even argue as a beast in Canada. I mean, if we see, I'm thinking now, if we see Alberta and the likes of Carleton take it to the finals, that would be a battle for Canada and that'd be a battle for North America. That would just be the competition for North America.
Bro, if two Canadian teams make it into the finals, I'm never gonna hear the end of it from LaFawn. My good buddy, my good casting buddy, he's Canadian. He coaches, right? He coaches Carleton. So yeah, I'm definitely never going to hear the end of it from him if it's only Canadians in the finals there. Oh boy. What? Northwood, you got to get up there, man. Northwood or I'll take Western at this point too. Either one of you. Just make sure we got Americans in the finals, guys.
Start throwing your money down. Just be like, anything, please. Just please, sir.
Oh boy. Well, and you know, you talked a little bit about how it's Carleton's debut, and I want to expand on that because I think Carleton and Northwood are actually in similar... Actually, I think all four of these teams are in a similar boat where in spring, we didn't really talk about them at all, but they come into fall. They all revamp their rosters or just completely overhaul them, right?
Yep.
I'm pretty sure Carlton and Northwood are working with a completely different set of 5 players. Oh, here we go, guys. We're getting into the match now. But no matter who makes it to the finals, no matter who makes it out of our top 4 teams, that's a statement. That's a, hey, we're here to play. And in spring, we're coming back for more.
Ooh, Paul, okay, I love the point you were making, but I think we should take a look at the compositions, because already locked in. Zero hesitation from both of these squads, instantly knowing what they want to load into. And I'm excited to see, because we already have some curious picks coming out. My eyes, Paul, went straight to that KO on the side of Northwood coming in.
Yeah, and this was a little bit expected just because we saw it yesterday, but it's still a very unorthodox pick compared to what most teams are running on Breeze, right? In terms of a flashing agent, teams will take the Sky, teams will take the Reyna, as we see U Alberta pick up, but KO on an open map like Breeze has somewhat been unheard of. The way Tyler won yesterday was able to use the 0 point, though, to shut down the executes on A and B was phenomenal, because although it's a very wide open map, if you catch the timings on the 0 point properly in the choke points, then you just completely ruin an execute, right? The A and B takes are very standardized this point. You know, you throw up the Viper wall, you get a first flash out, you get a second flash past the wall, and then you plant. That's how it goes on both sites. But if you time the 0 point right, they don't have utility. They don't have flashes. You stop an entire push and buy time for a rotate, and you can actually take that contested. So let's get into it. See how Tyler 1 and the rest of Northwood fares. Already the 0 point is out. We're getting information on that double doors. It will be Northwood attacking first.
Yeah, and you mentioned the time needed to rotate here on a map like Breeze, as we all know too well. Those rotations can definitely feel like they take an eternity and a half, so it's going to very much be necessary to extend those and allow as much time as possible for your team to safely cross the map. But speaking about safety, we have a potential breach of safety for this defense. Alberta is looking to defend on this B site. They don't know that Symbiotic was lying in wait. The Viper here from Northwood is gonna get out alive. Look at that health. It's going to be dang near close to 0, but a brief chance to breathe for this offense, and B-site's going to be quickly taken over here. Northwood may be losing 1, but they are not going to be losing any time getting the spike down. Sova going to be dropping that. Oh my god! I can't believe I did that to them! I'm so sorry again, Alberta. You are dominating from round 1.
Instant caster curse. Instant. That was sick from Jello. That was sick.
Pull the replay up.
I was about to talk about how good Northwood had it here. Like, Ferbza had a really nice cross, it was lurking all the way up through halls, got there without any kind of issue, right? He had a sick lurk that was cutting off rotations, but sometimes Jello just hits every single headshot necessary, I suppose.
I mean, that's one clip of the Ghost right there, getting 3 eliminations. That is aim labs at its finest. You just know that target practice
were unable to plant or force or pull out any kind of shenanigans. Northwood have had an interesting amount of pressure on door for these first 2 rounds. I'm expecting that to pivot a little bit because they haven't actually gotten anything. Alberta haven't been playing aggressive. They've just been holding back and trying to catch people on timings more than anything else. Toxic Screen being committed toward this B site. It's just for holding the left side, but that's not where anyone is playing. This is a time stalling Toxic Screen on B. But it means that if Northwood eventually end up toward A, that creates some difficulties for Alberta on a retake, in theory.
Yeah, but Northwood's not going to be doing too much of that deciding right now. It's more feeling out, gathering the information. Maybe they'll be able to sniff out the Viper wall and make that decision, but For the time being, they don't want to cross that imaginary line, the equator of the map, so you might call it. But it's going to be slowly but surely encroached as they look at how they're moving as a unit. Beautiful map movement from Northwood. I just got to say, the aesthetic of watching them come across that median. Oh,
Burbs just got past the alarm bot. Oh, we see contact here.
That's a massive bit of stealth right there, getting past the alarm bot, and that's the opening that Alberta needed to keep their lead rolling downhill. They have themselves 4 members they have to take down from Northwood, and the spike has yet to even be claimed by the Northwood squad. They still can't make a decision on where they want to plant the spike, and they only have 30 seconds left here, Paul.
It's going to end up toward A just because that's the side of the map that is controlled here. Dip needs to win this fight, though. Yikes. Nice work from Dip, and now he's going to be able to pinch in onto the A site. Witter, good for 1, but this is going to be the spike planted at A.
Yeah, and that's going to be a 3-on-3 here left out in the open. You got to assume Northwood is going to have the advantage just because of the purchases available to them, but Yeg heard that and wanted to take it personally, taking down Dip, giving the defense a numbers advantage to retake the site. But it's all about Northwood playing the mind games right now. They have to try and read their opponents. They have to try and understand how much they can really take without giving up their lives here, as Drakius is going to try to get a little bit of information, going to get the drone shot out of the sky. And look at the spike wide in the open. Tyler going to be taking down YEG Nick. That's going to be 1 member eliminated from the defense. Jello takes down 1 in tandem with the Sova, and Tyler left in the 1 versus 1. Alberta, they have to go to the defuse. They have to try and get it halfway. They can't get there in time. Tyler with a 4K. Northwood with their first round on the board. And Alberta going to have to fight back after that one.
This is why Tyler is one of the most impressive collegiate Valorant players. The way he jiggle peeks that angle at the very end. I was actually very impressed with Alberta, though, and I gotta be honest, although it's a point on the board for Northwood, Alberta's feeling way better about that round. They stole 4 guns away. Northwood's economy is still ever so broken. They don't even have armor on Drakius coming into this round. That is rough.
It is quite rough. I mean, it's not good when 4 out of 5 members of your team add up to 200 total credits left. So that is definitely going to be a conversation they have with their bank and maybe their accountant, but that's for another day. Northwood going to have to work with what they got. Going to have to try and create some of that magic again, Paul, because I was talking a lot about the top of that round, how they were moving so well as a unit, and they did actually go down in numbers during that round, but the fact that they were able to deal with the post plant so immensely well really played into their favor, and I think should be a key point going forward of just getting themselves that post plant down as soon as possible, or getting to that post plant as soon as possible, excuse me.
Well, that's not what Northwood's been doing, though. What they've been doing is just playing slowly and trying to feel out the map, get total control of one side through this mid play. Nice pick there on the Sabs, too.
As you say it.
It does cost Tyler a lot of his health bar, and he is stuck in this corner. He doesn't feel comfortable rotating, so Tyler's actually going to be the sacrificial lamb. Although, actually, yeah, he's going to pop the null command and just fake this site while the actual hit goes on to A.
Yeah, I love that. I love the zoning ultimate, no meme intended. Truly a zoning ultimate, and it's securing Northwood that A site spike plant. Same exact location that we just saw. Going to be setting up the same exact post plant, telling Alberta you couldn't be this once. Let's see you try and do it this time. And the spike goes down. Ooh, but that's going to be a good start there for Alberta, getting 1 member down. Drakius is out, and that's no Sova left here on the site. Northwood losing another member. Ferbsa going to be dropped as well, and this is not good, as Whiter is going to have the Empress, is going to have the overheal, and has the ability to carry this round for the squad. But the post plant, the Viper, the Mollies, they're coming in. They're causing too much of a delay here, and Dip is going to take advantage of the chaos. The flank is going to be massive from the Jet here on Northwood, and Tyler finishes off the round. Northwood ties us up at 2 apiece.
What a great flank there from Dip. I was worried about that watching it on the minimap, because going up through halls when the spike isn't planted for you, if his buddies die in cave, Dip's position is completely useless. But Symbiotic and Tyler do a fantastic job of using the snake bite and the 0 point just to harass Alberta, so they can't defuse the spike and they can't take the gunfights that they actually want to. I mean, it wasn't bad by any stretch of the imagination from Alberta. I thought, in particular, Reyna was doing a fantastic job on that contact. Witter spotting out Ferbsa early was really solid for the timing, but regardless, now it's Northwood with the actual money. Symbiotic is just going to take over B site. And Northwood are starting to figure out where these players set up now too, right? They spotted the Killjoy a couple times on A. They've seen the Viper and the Sova twice on B. So Symbiotic, knowing he's got the better firepower, he's got the read on their positions, he's just going to walk onto the B site uncontested.
And the spike's going to be dropped by Tyler. You see 3 members left of the defense here. Going to try and use Sheriffs to their highest potential, but the flash is a perfect counter to that. Going to be taken down 1. Northwood, though, going to lose a member as well. So Alberta trying to take as many down with them as they can. And picking up in the AR, gonna get that Vandal, gonna help quite a bit, but not enough to get any kills. No eliminations to be found. Northwood take their first lead of the semifinals, and they are feeling themselves, Paul.
Now we go into an important gun round here for you, Alberta, because if they lose this round, Northwood's gonna take over the game. Shimmy, yeah, exactly. Has that operator? No armor on the operator, though, right? So if he misses that shot, he has to use the dash to get out. If he greeds even slightly, 3 body shots from a Vandal at range is going to take him down. You don't even need to get the headshot.
Heck, I mean, you can pull out a Phantom and get a headshot kill.
Yeah, exactly, right? It's a bit of an adaptation with Shimmy actually holding at Hall's position early. Hall's has been a bit of an issue for Alberta. They've been letting that slide, especially later into the rounds, and Northwood are constantly pushing that up. Hunter's Fury here.
I love this. I love it. Pulling out the Hunter's Fury, even though it doesn't find any eliminations, tried to just take advantage of the recon arrow. Even though no return on that investment, you do see that that does bring a lot of Alberta's attention towards that A site. They have Jet, they have Killjoy, they have Reyna, all committed to that line of sight. And now we do see Shimmy break off and try to take a new challenge. Does spot the Viper. Symbiotic going to be taken down. Shimmy stepping up big here, but look out. It's going to be that Northwood squad bringing it up close and personal. Shimmy isn't going to give them the opportunity. 1 shot, 1 kill. And Shimmy pulling out the operator with no armor in the back pocket is getting a massive return on that investment. Northwood, though, they are making the decision. They're going back to A, where they found so much success before. But I don't know if they're going to find the same success this time around. It's 2 in control of Alberta. Too many members alive, and Alberta bounced back with a flawless round to tie us up.
Crucial comms issue there from Northwood, right? I mean, Symbiotic dying, not really his fault. He got timinged. Unlucky. It happens to the best. But Drakius swinging past the double doors there when he knew that the operator was just in window? I'm not sure what he was thinking. I'm going to be honest. I am not sure what he was thinking swinging into a gun and the operator. 2v1. Recon Bolt dead. Didn't give him any info. Definitely ambitious from Drakius, and then they only had 3 players. They had to use the cyber cages to try and get on A because their Viper was dead. They couldn't put the toxic screen up. It was just doomed from that point on for Northwood.
Enemy marked.
You know, maybe you could frame it as the bravado, the confidence, and the fact that he thought that 2v1 was going to be easy, no worries. And you know, maybe the next time he takes it, he gets it. We'll have a chance to see it because we're 6 rounds into this, and I got a funny feeling it's going to stay neck and neck the whole way through this game. And I mean, we can take a look. This round going nice and slow. Good call. Yeah,
He's going to get spotted by this turret. I like the positions here, the passive positions from Witter and Nick. Toxic screen is going to go up, and I mean, these nano swarms have been anticipated. They've been in the same spot every time. The plant's going to go down just to the side of them anyways. But Witter spamming the spot! That's what the nano swarms are for, to set him up for that!
God. That was massive, and then Shimmy takes out Dip, getting op supremacy over the entire map. And now Alberta is going to also find Ferbsa. The anchor, the sneaky flank that Northwood tried to pull out of their back pocket was actually cut out and taken from them, getting Alberta a massive advantage in this round here. 4 against 2, and neither of these members of Northwood have much HP to share. Woo! Symbiotic. You can't even say they're living on the hope and the prayer.
It's just going to be a save. They're just going to try and hide. Mid is an interesting place to try and hide for a save, but Alberta aren't going out for it.
Hide in plain sight, Paul.
These 2 weapons. These 2 weapons are going to be saved here for Northwood. I think that's a great call economically, but Alberta will take a lead. And I want to shout out, again, the coordination from Nick and Witter on this A site has been fantastic. I'm starting to get a little bit concerned for Northwood because even though those nanostorms have been in the same place every time, they're an issue every single time. Northwood are unable to clear it. They're not using the shock darts to clear it or things like the fragment, the zero, you know, anything to their disposal. They're not even just walking up and shooting them, right? The proactive popping of them that round definitely didn't help for Northwood. Nick trying to get on the forefront of the timing. He did a good job of it. But still, we've got like one more gun round here for Northwood. They're starting to run dry on cash.
Yeah, Northwood gonna have to get as much value as they can out of this round. And I bet they would love to get that one back there. Symbiotic getting sniffed out by a beautiful recon dart. Gonna get Alberta the advantage. One of the reasons why Sova is a must pick on this incredibly large map.
Well, and the strange thing for Northwood is Symbiotic keeps dying first. He's taking contact a lot of the time. It's not Dip, it's not Tyler, it's not these heavy A executes that a lot of teams lead toward on, you know, the A site, the B site. They're just playing slow. They're playing spread out across the map every single round. And most of the time, it's costing them Symbiotic. You need your Viper alive for executes on Breeze. It's too wide open of a map. You need those toxic screens available. And I mean, I guess, you know, the toxic screen was already down through mid anyways, but regardless, this is a difficult take now.
Yeah, they have the Viper's Pit available to them. If Symbiotic is able to stay alive, that Viper's Pit, heck, if you don't want to save it for the post plan, you can use it to just secure the last 30 meters or so of your way onto a site. And now Dip is going to try and pull Northwood back from that early deficit, getting Jello down and getting out alive. Incredible job there by the Jet here on the Northwood side. We have a Hunter's Fury actually coming out from that. Beautiful job there. Drakius, though, is able to keep themselves planting the spike, is able to get it down. So Alberta with the numbers lead, but Northwood now set up for the post plant. And they just have to try and hold these angles, hold these sites. And oh no, that's going to be a big ultimate thrown out there. Ferbsa, though, going to be dropping wider. A nice elimination. Shimmy is going to try and get return on investment with these blades, but YEG Nick is not going to give him an opportunity to do so because the kills are going in their favor. I say that, but Shimmy,
it's not planted for those players.
Defuse. It's not. It's a bad sight. Shimmy steps out, takes the trade, left with just a 1 versus 1. Dip for Shimmy, Jet for Shimmy. Gets the elimination, keeping the round alive, keeping Northwood in it, and getting them tied up.
There is a world where Shimmy sticks that and Northwood walk out of that round with egg on their face, dude. Valiant effort from Shimmy. The timing is always hard to pick up there, especially since it's like the weird pillar, like the circular pillar in the middle. You're never quite sure about when somebody is going to get an angle on you, depending on like the wide angle that they can swing at you from. So I understand not wanting to stick that and trying to actually take that fight, especially since it was half stuck. But Northwood are able to get the defuse. The flanks from Ferbsa and Dip do pan out for them this time. Nice contact here from Drakius. Is being held by the op, though.
That's a very bold swing there by White. They're going to be getting one. Oh, Shimmy drops Ferbsa in the middle of the ultimate. It does go down, so intel is received by Northwood. But my God, shooting in the dark right there. It's a big elimination for Alberta.
Symbiotic's just inched on the beat. How? Bro, he went straight past the Viper wall. He used their Viper wall for his advantage. It won't work out in the long term, but traded back eventually. Okay, Sab's forced out into the open.
Yeah, that Hunter's Fury going to give away their location and take away about 75 hit points off of them. And now Northwood is going to give us a moment of reprieve, give us a chance to breathe here, and they're going to be looking for where they can put the spike down. There's a lot of Killjoy util still on the A site, and all of that is in the realm of Northwood's preferred plants. So you're gonna have to keep an eye out. A jet shot will give away the location, so they do get rid of a good chunk of that util there. But now they're gonna have to deal with the 3 members of the defense as spike is planted. Watch out for Nick. The spike goes down.
Okay, Drakius is able to get out of there. An owl drone. Gets so much info. He's going to spot the op. He's going to spot the Reyna. That is so good for Dip. That's so well done. Great teamwork there from Northwood. That's what we've been waiting to see.
Oh, my Lord. But can they finish this? Oh,
beautiful.
Three-piece, throw him in a side of biscuits as well for dip. That's a massive round there. Northwood taking the momentum back, and you can take a look at their economy. They are getting back in the swing of things, but you know, all things considered, Alberta's not too shabby themselves either.
Yeah, it's been pretty consistently back and forth, so Alberta doesn't have too shabby of a bye. And now we're kind of starting to see why Northwood are playing so slow in these early rounds and just playing for those first few picks. Because even though they lost, right? They lost the initial trades on B. It was 2v3. Fact of the matter is, Breeze is a massive map, and covering it with 3 defenders is pretty much impossible. Ooh, okay. Drakius, no thank you, just gets the heck out of that.
That's so unfortunate. Shimmy just barely ends up hitting into an object there. And peaked with a aggressive swing with the judge right there. Shimmy really trying to force the point and not going to get a kill in return, actually giving one over to Northwood. And now the defense feels like they're really pressing themselves to create an advantage. Oh, you were talking about it, Paul. You were just talking about it. That cylinder is so hard to read the angles that you can get peeked from. And Northwood is just having a field day with this round here. They are eyeing that 6th round win here in the first half.
This is a nice flank from Nick, but I mean, the second that positioning is given away, Northwood just hightail it to B, right? They've got Drakius taking a little bit of contact here, stalling out the defenders at the very least. Oh, he even gets the timing on the bow! Nice work from Drakius there. I mean, Nick will get that one, but he's left in a 1v3. I doubt he expects Symbiotic to come over and fight him, but regardless, he's gonna lose. That might come back to bite Symbiotic. Okay. It is Tyler and Dip.
Oh, Paul, I'm hyped. I'm feeling it. I've doubted Nick long enough. I've said Alberta, they are the underdogs time and time again. The first round, I doubted them, but Nick is at full HP, 25 shield to take this. He baits the op shot. 2 versus 1. It's going to be a tough task for Nick to take anybody down, and, you know, you could dream. I could dream, but unfortunately, Northwood, they're more stationed in reality, and they're gonna take that round. 6-4 now. Northwood, a nice, comfortable lead.
And you can see that Northwood has really downloaded the positions of these defenders. Alberta haven't changed up their defensive spots that much, right? I mean, you still got the Viper B, you've still got the Sova B holding relatively close to tunnel most rounds. Shimmy will be hanging around the middle of the map, just rotating as need be, and then Reyna and or Witter and Nick rather, always on that A site. So Northwood are able to dissect these last few rounds pretty effectively. Now it seems they're just going to go for a hard B hit.
Yeah, you said a hard B hit. They are not wasting their time. They are hitting that Goba, and Drakius escorting the team in with the recon drone. KO gonna drop the ultimate as well. Just suppress Shimmy, just scare them off. All you need is to secure the site, force Alberta into bad angles, just like that. Fergsa gonna take down Shimmy, and Northwood getting themselves a very nice start to this round. The post plan is in effect, and Whiter is gonna have to try and get themselves the Empress a few kills. 1, 2, maybe even 3. Heck, go for the ace if you want to hear. But you gotta go in the Viper's pit to find it. You gotta take it into melee range. And that's gonna be... Oh my god! Wither actually gets it! They actually find elimination! Oh, they got the second dismiss! They can have it! The third dismiss! They can't find the fourth! But Drakius is gonna get taken down! And YEG Nick secures the round here, and Alberta fight back to take their 5th of the half.
It's all about that fight versus Symbiotic for Witter. If that fight goes the wrong way, if the crosshair placement is a pixel to the right for Symbiotic, that is a Northwood round, but a good clear from Witter. Knew that the first thing had to be that Viper's pit. If you dealt with the Viper later into the round, right? If Symbiotic's the last person standing, he's going to have snake bites and poison orbs, and it's going to be impossible to defuse. But Witter on that close contact, then he's good for 3. Nice shot there onto Tyler, too, predicting the movement. Beautiful work, and then the lurk from Nick really pans out, too. Excellent round from Alberta, and they're just 1 round down now.
We very well could be going into halftime at a 6-6 score. Ooh, Wither's not going to be wasting any time continuing the momentum from last round. It's going to be Alberta striking first blood, but we know all too well Northwood incredible at rubber banding this aggression. They may have lost the first trade, but they bounce back, take one in response. And that's going to give both teams a chance to step back and have a moment to reassess their situation. Northwood, they don't even have the spike in their hand yet.
Northwood don't worry about the spike for the first minute on Breeze, it seems. Although they should be worried about that. Symbiotic's stuck here, too. He hasn't recovered his poison orb. If he wants to try and cross that, he's going to have to use the toxic screen, and that would be massively detrimental. He's just going to hope to wait out Shimmy and find a timing on that cross. Meanwhile, the spike will get planted at A. I don't know if Witter's going to expect this close angle from Drakius.
That's going to be melee range. Oh, but he may have seen... Oh, he stepped back. Why? It's actually going to get back.
Nice.
Shimmy, though, is the one waiting to secure the elimination. And Northwood, they have 2 members left to defend this. They have 2 members ready for the post play. Make that one. Bionic gets brought. Oh, that's going to be 1, but oh, that's a hell of a player to be left alive. Dip with 2 eliminations off the Blade Storm. It's going to be 2 members for him to try and finish off. It's a headshot. No way. Jet versus Jet. Off versus Blade Storm. It's going to be Dip taking on Shimmy. And it's a matter of, are you going to stick it? Missing the op shot.
It's just time.
The defuse, but there's not enough time. There's not enough time. There's not enough time. Dip does it. Oh, my Lord. Dip pulls off the clutch. And that's Northwood going into halftime, a 7-5 lead.
That's Dip, man. That is Dip in a nutshell. What a crazy Blade Storm from him. He was toying with the idea of going up through halls too, but Symbiotic dies with overwhelming force pushing onto him. Dip doubles back into cave, and he takes those fights while all four Alberta members were looking straight at Symbiotic. So Dip is able to find those first 2 picks, then uses his utility so beautifully. I mean, it's Jet, right? The Jet utility of all things. The cloud bursts isolating one fight at a time. He finds just the narrowest angle to take down Jello, and then just playing around, using the updraft, using the dash, just trying to keep Shimmy on his toes. There was no way Shimmy was going to be able to defuse that one. There wasn't enough time even if you won that fight at the very end. Now Northwood, they'll have a slight lead, and a lead that might even snowball a bit. Drakius with the first pick, but he'll give up B for it.
Yeah, gonna be trading out that first blood there.
Oh.
Alberta, though, swinging back. They're not expecting Tyler and Symbiotic, excuse me.
Ooh.
Tyler gonna be taken down. A 2-for-1 trade. The flank is not going to be finding that return on investment unless Ferbza is able to pull off the miracle alongside Dip. Oh, it's target practice. It was target practice. They were just sitting in aim labs right there, and Northwood gets their 8th round and take the first of the half.
Bro, Dip. I don't want to see Dip with an automatic weapon ever again. Give him semi-auto.
Why would
Every
he
time
need
he
it?
clicks, he hits the head. Look at this. Bop,
oh,
bop.
my.
Beautiful timing on those shots, too, for that range. Like, he resets the accuracy perfectly on the Sheriff. Just an excellent round. I mean, already up 18-6, dude. He's having a nuts day. He's hardly going to buy here, too. Northwood do this a lot, where they'll have 1 to 2 players generally not buy after they win a pistol round so that they can pad their economy and go for even more deadly bonuses. Just shatter the enemy team's economy. The 3rd round op is not uncommon for Northwood.
And oh, Wither's gonna be caught out. Unfortunate for the Reyna, but Symbiotic, his Christmas come early, gonna get 2 gifts with the Bulldog, and that's a nice start to this round for Northwood. Another elimination coming in from this Northwood squad. And as Alberta was hoping, maybe they could take 1 or 2 members of this Northwood squad down. They're having a tough time doing that in this round. Is all they have strapped are classics. All they have is a little bit of hope, and maybe that grit will get them this elimination. Look, okay. That's what I'm saying. That's some grit right there. Jello gonna be taking down 1.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, you got 4 other members that are not too happy you hurt their friend, and Northwood getting that 9th round.
I don't think there's enough grit in the known universe that that pulls Jello back there. In the
Professor of Grit, plausible.
Yeah, read my book coming out next month. It's all about grit quantum multi-theory. I don't know what I just said. None of that means anything.
Say, two of those 3 words went in one ear and out the other, but you know.
just toss the whole phrase out. It was nonsense. What's not nonsense is the 3rd round up, actually. Dip is picking that up, and it makes for a very deadly bonus as long as Dip gets solid contact. He's holding cave. He's holding a nice tight angle with Tyler there to bail him out if somebody tries to rush him hard. As long as Northwood can somehow get Alberta onto A, Alberta are done for. That being said, Northwood have left B pretty much open season.
It feels like a challenge almost, Paul. Like they are so
Take
confident.
B. I
with their
dare
defense.
you.
Yeah, they're saying, I dare you to even look at B. I dare you to even look at B. Just think about it for a second. And I think Alberta, they may have gotten that memo here. They're going to be sending 4 members of the offense over this B site, leaving their Killjoy as a little bit of an anchor to possibly sniff out that symbiotic flank we may see coming. But and again, Paul, nobody on B.
Alberta should know. He used the toxic screen, right? That does give away Symbiotic's position. Alberta now know that Symbiotic will be out mid. They're still going to try for this take. The dash used just to plant deep sight here. But there's not really much control for Alberta.
There isn't. They're going to have to take this control. And this beautiful Viper wall that you mentioned from Symbiotic is playing a massive role in that lack of control. A nice bit of shock dart geometry coming in from Northwood. Going to give them an advantage. But Jello saying hello, my friend. 2 going down there for the price of 1. And that's what I call a Jello shot. As Northwood has 3 members left to try and take back this B site. And they're going to be starting off with a beautiful flash there. Shimmy, though. Putting the lights out on that one, sniffing it out. And Alberta, with 3 members left, they have Ferb, so they can try to get past. But it's going to be Shimmy possibly giving up their life here for the site. Yes, that will be Shimmy doing so, Ferbsa as well. But Alberta getting a very much needed round win off that.
But it was a costly one, right? Considering it was Northwood's bonus, and Dip just hung out on the A site the entire time, so he still got that operator in his pocket without any sort of issue. That's actually, I think, the reason that Northwood were fine with B being the play, right? Like, we want to overstack A, we want to be able to have this operator no matter what happens, because we've spent a lot of our economy on it in this quote-unquote bonus round. So they retake B, they get a few guns out. It's a little bit of economic damage, but not enough to stop Alberta from buying. And I loved Alberta's post plant there. They knew they didn't have sight control, so they set up a crossfire very effectively back in like elbow, right? You had Jello on that close contact, and then Nick was ready to swing if he got into any sort of danger. Symbiotic once again losing out on that first fight. That's like the 3rd or 4th time that's happened this map.
I was going to say, we see Symbiotic in that area of middle map time and time again. The wall was already put down, so that wasn't even a potential for why they were there. So Symbiotic is really just pushing those bounds and trying to get some sneaky flanks off as the offense progresses throughout the round, but gets sniffed out there, as you said. And Alberta, they have an advantage here. They're pulling a page out of Northwood's book with how they're treating this round and not wanting to do too much here, not wanting to overstep their bounds, but they're going to have to get past these Cypher utils you have over on A site, along with the KO and the Jet. And look at the Jet. Yeah, look at where Jet's holding. Dip's op is perfectly lined up. The first sad soul to peek here, and it's looking like it's going to be Nick, is going to have a rude awakening. Oh my God, the wall. Oh my God. I would put that wall in a montage just because of how perfect that was to save Nick's life. Oh my Lord. Northwood forced off the site. And Jimmy gonna be dropping Dip. A key point you talked about here, possible, with that previous round was Dip keeping the op. Now Dip's down without getting any value from that operator in this round. So that could very well be 2 rounds lost here for Northwood. If Alberta can keep this up, I say could. I mean, it's flawless. It's already done with Paul. Alberta get their 7th round.
That's just an incredibly classic A take, right? That's just clean. That's excellent execution from Alberta. The wall goes up, the flashes go out, Empress comes to play. Witter doesn't struggle at all. I mean, Nick applying so much pressure to Dip at that very first swing, right? The toxic screen. Toxic screen, if you get a little bit of info, but don't take the shot before the wall goes up, then 1 shot on the operator, not very likely you hit. However, Nick had a fully automatic weapon. He can just spam that, and he took away most of Dip's health bar. Then the recon dart pinned him behind the box. Jimmy didn't have any issue wall banging that.
An aggressive KO util coming out here, getting some early info. You can tell Northwood is really starting to figure out the early movements of Alberta, as time and time again, they have gone up into that B corridor area, and that's exactly where KO predicted them to be.
Certainly a different setup on the defense now for Northwood. But, I mean, they're just running with marshals. It's an eco round for Northwood here. They're hoping that these long angles can provide them with some tasty headshots and they can do some economic damage. It's only a 2-round lead and it's presumably going to be a run round lead. As long as they have Dip, yeah. I mean, Dip is... Actually, I think Ferbsa might be the nastiest with the marshal specifically. I've seen him do some crazy plays with that Marshall.
Good to know. Good to know.
Of course, it is
Asa
just about
looking
trades
like
for
the
Northwood.
target.
Yeah, it is going to be an A-take here, and there's not much that Tyler's going to be able to do to stop this. Maybe he can get a well-timed 0 point to get a single swing out. Maybe he pop flashes through the toxic screen, but... Ooh. Okay, he does even get seen by the Owl drone, so good luck, buddy. You're going to need it.
Oh, yeah, and then Wither's going to be getting that spike down. A recon bolt, or excuse me, a shot bolt comes out. Ferbsa gonna, I mean, you talked about him. Ferbsa delivers one elimination. Dip backing me up as well, getting an elimination as well. These marshals coming in are not looking too bad. Oh no! Oh,
nice.
No. Oh no, that is heartbreak on 34th Street, my friend. Oh my lord. And Ferbsa with the spray. Beautiful job there by Northwood. That was just time and time again, individual outplays we saw from Northwood to secure that round.
Yeah, and a little bit of greed from some Alberta players, right? Like, Shimmy was so far up when that wall dropped. I don't know what he thought he was going to accomplish. There was always going to be 2, 3, 5 players behind that toxic screen. He didn't even use the... I'm not sure he had the dash, but at the very least, he didn't use it to get out of the way there. He was trying to jump behind the pyramid still. So definitely more far forward than he needed to be. And once Shimmy falls... No, that didn't work. You tried too hard for that.
Dang
joke.
it. Dang it.
But once Shimmy falls, it's just domino effect after that, right? Shimmy was the contact on site. Then Northwood got complete control. Great reads from Drakeus in mid there. Locked down the site. I mean, Alberta's going to be kicking themselves for that one. They could have tied us up here. Now they're fighting back from a pretty decent deficit.
Yeah, and it's only going to get wider from here. 7 to 10. It's getting to that point where it's really starting to feel like Northwood can run away with this. If, as you mentioned, Alberta at a key point in this game, if we see Northwood take this next round, go up 11 to 7, that's going to be a tough hit for Alberta to come back from. So they really need to put a lot of stock and value into this round and what they choose to do. And interesting enough to point out is Symbiotic really taking a step back here, learning from their mistakes. As I take a look at that central area, and we are not seeing Symbiotic go really near that at this point. They are comfortable on B, putting down that wall, and look at this choice here from Alberta. Interesting to say the least. Sab's going to be picking up 2 as we see Dip take a beautiful op shot to the counter jet on the other side. And with the Sova from Alberta really carrying the brunt of this round here, Perps are gonna have to fight their way out of this. Takes down Nick, giving away their location. The tripwire is beautiful. It's all about pressing that trigger. Jello actually gonna win that out. And this is a big Viper's Pit here, a big commit coming out from this. As Jello's gonna have to try and get the plant, but misses a key opportunity for an elimination, Paul.
While he's planning the spike, there's so little time. Northwood take more space. Down to this swing, and both players were there. So unlucky for Jello, dude. He was hoping to find them, just like tiptoeing around the Viper's Pit. That round's not Jello's fault, dude. He did his best right there. Actually, that round is all about Ferbsa. I'm gonna be honest. Ferbsa was in a very difficult spot. 3 players collapsing in on his position. He was always going to die there, but with Nick running through cave full speed, Ferbsa had the info. Nick did not. All they knew was that Ferbsa was going to be somewhere around A, based on the camera that he had and the fact that he's generally anchoring that site. But Nick didn't particularly know. That little bit of confidence made all the difference in that first fight. And once Nick goes down, there's no control, right? Sabs has to be the one watching for spawn. He's got to watch 2 different angles. Then, you know, you got the awkward fight that Jello has to take against Ferbsa. He wins it, but he's left in a 1v2 that was always going to be very difficult.
Oh, look at this A site. The Viper wall goes down, not leaving much to the imagination here. Northwood is going to respond in tow, but look at that. They only leave one. They only leave Wither, who gets sniffed out there by Tyler. But now Tyler's going to be left wondering where the rest of the squad is. I say that, but does in fact suppress out Jello. So Alberta losing one, losing their Reyna. But yeah, Northwood doing an incredible job to take what they're given and not overstep too much. They take what was given, the one elimination, and now they step back and they can reassess, spread back out. You see that they're sending 2 members back to B site, and this Northwood defense is going to be a brick wall that Alberta has to try to get through.
Oh, and Northwood set that up beautifully, right? The cyber cage to deny visuals, and then the fragment to stop the push entirely. It split off Witter. He was stuck on site, and then Tyler pushed it up, expecting one to be in that cubby. This is a nice little work, but Tyler does spot it. Unfortunately, he spots more than one gun.
Yeah, and can't take down either. Shimmy is going to actually get dropped. I thought Shimmy would get out. Dip though, gets two. Looking for a third, cannot find it. But Sabs is going to be taking down one. Jello also responding in tow. And Alberta, they got some fight left in them here, along with a beautiful shock dart. Honestly, the Sova Sabs from Alberta has been incredibly impressive in this game. Getting crucial eliminations, getting the most out of that Sova util from the recon arrows to the shock darts. And now Northwood, with this Blade Storm active,
another dip
going for a flank. But Sabs, are you going to sniff this out? Are you going to get the timing? No, it's just playing with this food. It's going to get one. Oh my lord! Incredible trigger discipline right there. And Dips gets the 2-piece and gets the 12th round on the board for Northwood. One away from taking a first game in this semifinal.
Only Dip, dude, only Dip is able to position that so perfectly. And these first two shots, too, how could you ever expect Dip to be behind you when he was all the way at bridge with the operator, right? In what world do you expect a Jet to circumnavigate the map and with the Blade Storm and run up on you? Just so well done. Dip is one of the most interesting players to watch positionally because he's so weird. He always pushes just a little bit further, just a little bit weirder than most collegiate Jets do, and it gets him plays like that.
It gets him plays like that, and it gets Northwood to their game point here, as they have themselves one more round they have to play defense on, and play successful defense on. But Alberta not looking to go down without firing. Going to be taking B site incredibly quickly, leaving not much to the defense. Nice. Shimmy not playing around anymore. Going to be taking down 2 members, securing the site for a spike plant, and Jello going to be doing just that, along with the safety of the Viper util. Oh my god, that op shot, I swear, that op shot looked like a Manscaped razor with the trim it just gave him.
Code CF121, folks, get 20% off your own. Oh, that's more than 20% off Ferbs' life. I'll tell you that much for free, though. And now, with just 2 players standing, Northwood, I think they're going to... Yeah, at the very least, Dip is going to save this op. Drakeys is sticking around to see if he can do economic damage, but it will be Alberta staying on Breeze for one more round at the very least.
Oh, my lord. Nice. Even just to take one with you is massive for Drakeus, because even though this is a round win, sorry to cut you off, but even though it's a round win for Alberta, they're going to feel that economy hit right there. They're going to feel that one loss, because even if they take this round, they have to worry about the next round, and the next round, and the next round. They can't drop one more round.
Players. Yeah, they do have 4 players standing, right? So they'll be able to buy up for their buddies without much of an issue. That round is all Shimmy. I gotta be honest. A couple rounds ago, I was saying, hey, he was greeting. That was a phenomenal round, though. When he takes that early contact and he spots out Symbiotic, he uses the cloud bursts to just isolate it, right? And because those cloud bursts are up, he's not worried about Symbiotic for a fraction of a second, knows vaguely where Tyler is holding, takes that first gunfight, then goes in to clean up Symbiotic, who tries to trade it out, but Shimmy had the read. Great round, and that keeps Alberta in the game.
And now not going to be doing the same strat twice, going to be giving themselves a chance to gather information and leave Northwood guessing. Sab's going to head out with the recon drone. Sniff out one, doesn't see the multiple members left on site, but you got to assume. And that's a Guardian coming out there from Tyler, going to be taking a few pot shots, trying to find
nice.
One. Oh, Shimmy dashes into a tripwire, gets stopped. A beautiful flash there is going to keep that play. Excuse me, I couldn't even blank the name, but that's going to be Cypher kept alive. And that's another member taken down on the defense here. As Alberta, they're trying to get themselves a little bit of a sliver of hope, a little bit of a miracle, but Northwood, 4 members of Viper's Pit, and all the time in the world, this defense is not looking worse for wear. But hey, stranger things have happened, and if anyone's going to do it, it's going to be Sabs.
Is it going to be Sabs? I don't know about that one. Underdogs they may be, but
Alberta anymore.
Bro, last time I doubted them, they lost the round. So I was right that time, and I'm gonna be right this time. This is a 1v4. Sabs is good for the first one, of course, but he's down to 66 health now, Beanies.
Yeah, he needs to get some clean eliminations here, and it's gonna be hard when Dip is still alive.
Okay.
But finds one, gives away their location though, and that's half the battle, is just finding out where Sabs is. Dip doesn't land the op shot. Gonna have to find Drakeys. Get Drakeys. Sabs, you have one more. You gotta get the ace. Pull this out for your team, Sabs. Get the fifth. Drop Dip. Sabs can do it, but doesn't find the elimination. No more bullets. Can't get the kill. The Vandal was dry. The classic wasn't ready, and Dip.
He doesn't have time.
It's time. It's time. It's time. Oh! It goes off. It goes off. It goes off. What?
Fantastic work there from Sabs. Just fantastic work from Sabs. Northwood letting him isolate individual gunfights. They try to send Symbiotic on that flank to throw away to throw off the positioning and distract Sabs from defender spawn, from the archway, but he finds the perfect timing. Then he sees where Dip is, knows that he's heading around the pillar due to the sound bite, and then Drakeus is low. All Sabs has to do is play for time. Dip, not able to land the right click. The nerfed right click, right? He tried to go for left clicks instead. Oh my. Oh, we're already on B. Okay. Whew. Yeah. I mean, it is eco for Northwood, right? So unlikely that Northwood is going to pull out this round, even in a 5v5 retake. All right, fine. I doubted him one time and it went wrong. I will eat the bullet on that one.
Oh, what a great man. He takes it on the chin when he's wrong, but more often than not, he's right, and that's why we have Paul on these casts. But Shimmy gonna be taken down
more
first.
More often than not, it's generous.
You know what? I'll say I want to give you the benefit of the doubt, my friend. You are smart, man. But Shimmy Wither gonna be taken down too. Symbiotic with the Sheriff tries to get back a little bit of fight here for Northwood. But yeah, they invest the Empress here. So Alberta, they do get this 10th round. They are working this comeback. And they have the ultimates to do so. They got Killjoy, they got Viper, they got Jet. They have these, and they have Sabs coming up on the horizon.
And this is the last comfortable gun round for Northwood, right? And it's not even that comfortable. They got light armor on a couple players. I'm not even sure Dip will have full utility. Northwood, if they lose this round, they're going to be force buying for the last, and then we're going to overtime on the very first map. On Northwood's map pick, keep in mind.
That's big. That's a very key point. Northwood chose this map. Next map is going to be, I believe, Icebox, where we will have Alberta's pick, but Symbiotic wants to get us there a little bit faster, taking down Wither. Nick, though, is not going to let that phase them too much. The Killjoy ultimate gonna get dropped, and now the Viper Pit, along with the Bladestormer, the two ultimates Alberta has in their back pocket. So how are they going to be using these? They need to get through this round and the next.
Accomplish much though. The lockdown goes out, but nobody's there to actually hit the site, and that lockdown doesn't cover most of A. So Ferb said Tyler, they're able to hang around, and the timing doesn't even work out as a fake. Alberta aren't able to get onto the B site. Dip's back, Symbiotic's back, and that's a beautiful op shot, and we expect that much from Dip.
Yeah, I mean, if there's one constant, it's going to be Dip's landing these op shots here. Northwood can fall back on their Jet player to be the anchor they need when times are getting a little bit tough. I mean, there it is again. Dip picking up the second elimination of the round. Sabs, do you have it? Do you have a second one in you? Do you have a second one in you?
What's he doing?
Symbiotic really just going for the melee kill. But
there
that's
gonna
be Ferbs grabbing Sabs, bringing us back down to reality. And after that heck of a game one, Northwood is able to stand tall and take it at a score of 13-10.
Ferb says, or not Ferb says, Symbiotic's got something going on, dude. He's got something going on today. I mean, after that clutch from Sabs, I wouldn't have my knife out. I would have been terrified, dude, but he has confidence in his team that they're going to clean this up. He's trying to go for style points. I respect it. 13-10, certainly. I mean, that was a closer scoreline than I expected on Northwood's own map pick, so a great first map. I think from both teams. Dip obviously took over the game, right? Dude's just nasty. Woo! But I was certainly impressed by Shimmy, by Wither, and I think the fact that Wither leans into the Reyna already on a map like Breeze, that is going to look good for him when we move over into Icebox. So yes, Northwood are up a map now, but this series ain't over.
Not by a long shot. If that first match told us anything, is we very well could see Northwood being taken to 3 maps. But Alberta, they got to do it on their map first, as we head to Icebox after this brief break.
Not only track on your everyday workouts, but we travel a lot. So while we're traveling, we can kind of pinpoint how our players are doing, how our managers are doing. They can report what their sleep is like, they report the nutrition, and it gives us the ability to catch patterns that are not good early and address them and fix them. And our training routines, training up along both, has resulted in us lifting trophies at the end of the day. And for me, that's what actually matters.
When I grow up, I want to be a nurse. But I want to be a policeman.
A lawyer.
I want to be an actress.
My dream is to be a vet.
My dream is to be an engineer.
My dream is to be a Navy SEAL.
To be on Broadway.
I want to be an athletic trainer.
I want to work with Doctors Without Borders.
My dream is to cure cancer.
One day, I'd like to dance at my daughter's wedding.
Be a hero. Be a designated driver. Take the pledge today at herocampaign.org.
You know, you're really getting better. I'm like this newly made dude. Hey, even my USB port back there is brand new. Yay! You're amazing! Well, not like me amazing, but a pretty darn good amazing. Attaboy! Watch out for that! Ow! Anyway, you want to hear my alien story?
Yes.
So, aliens.
How has FitGamer changed and impacted Cloud9? I mean, honestly,
Cloud9, North America's best international team, are headed back to Worlds.
the difference between the teams that actually win or lose are the teams that are going to actually have the stamina and still have a sharp mind through that event. Prior to having FitGamer's exercise routines that we've been doing, my players around Game 5 would get tired and lose. What's happened with the training we've been doing here now, when we get to this Game 5 situations, we're the team on stage that has energy, we're the team on stage actually is sharp, and we're the team that's raising fitness. FitGamer app helps you not only track on your everyday workouts, but we travel a lot. So while we're traveling, we can kind of pinpoint how our players are doing, how our managers are doing. They can report what their sleep is like, they report the nutrition, and it gives us the ability to catch patterns that are not good early and address them and fix them. And our training routines, training up along both, has resulted in us lifting trophies at the end of the day. And for me, that's what actually matters.
When I grow up, I want to be a nurse. But I want to be a policeman.
A lawyer.
I want to be an actress.
My dream is to be a vet.
My dream is to be an engineer.
My dream is to be a Navy SEAL.
To be on Broadway.
I want to be an athletic trainer.
I want to work with Doctors Without Borders.
My dream is to cure cancer.
One day, I'd like to dance at my daughter's wedding.
Be a hero. Be a designated driver. Take the pledge today at herocampaign.org.
You know, you're really getting better. I'm like this newly made dude. Hey, even my USB port back there is brand new. Yay! You're amazing! Well, not like me amazing, but a pretty...
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Beanies Implausible here. After that game one, we had to take a step away, get some water, recollect ourselves, because that 13-10 game felt a lot closer than a 13-10 game usually should. But Northwood able to get themselves that first game win in our semifinals. And now, Paul, we got to look ahead to that map number 2 here, because this is going to be Alberta's map choice, and we're going to be heading on over to Icebox.
And I'm hoping that it being Alberta's map choice speaks for their ability on it, because it's not a counter pick against Northwood, right? This isn't some read on what maps Northwood likes or doesn't like to play. It's still a really good map for Northwood. I am not giving Northwood a large disadvantage because we're going to Icebox second, right? They do switch up some roles. Tyler, I think, goes over to the Sova, and Ferbs will pick up the Reyna instead, but it's still a really good Northwood map. But I think the fact that Alberta was able to play Northwood so close on Breeze, which obviously Northwood consider to be their best map. That's the one they picked. I think that bodes well for Alberta, right? There's a very significant chance that we go to 3 maps here today.
Yeah, and I feel like for Alberta, there's quite a few rounds that we can think back to where Alberta really, I don't want to say shot themselves in the foot, but they had advantages going in, and we commended Northwood's ability to fight back from disadvantaged numbers early on. But on the other side of that coin, you got to look at the fact that Alberta threw away, 2-3-man advantages a handful of times to the post plants of Northwood.
I think there was only one round I would argue Alberta quote unquote threw it away. The other rounds I would give to Northwood outplaying Alberta, right? There is a subtle distinction.
A glass half full kind of guy.
Well, not generally, but there is a distinction between the two. Alberta didn't do anything wrong in a lot of rounds, but Northwood, with just slight adaptations, prepared for the standard on a lot of the retakes and post plants, right? Sending dip on weird flanks, managing to have Tyler distract the entire team while a plant goes down at A, and then you can set up and find individual gunfights. Those things are places where Northwood excelled, rather than just being good, right? And there were some excellent moments, some moments where Alberta excelled as well. Shimmy and Sabs, obviously, with the 1v5 clutch he had.
Oh, man.
You got to give it to him, right?
Yeah.
It is not that Alberta can't play to Northwood's level. It's that Northwood plays to a level beyond that.
And when we have the chance to look at these agents, because as you were talking there, Paul, the agent select screen came and went at the snap of a finger because everyone knew exactly what they were going to be picking. And for the most part, we are seeing some consistent picks from the team, but we're also seeing, as you mentioned, Tyler hopping over onto that Sova, also seeing Nick go over to the Sage, a must pick here on Icebox, and we're getting underway here in the first round of game number 2 of the semifinals, and Drakius going to be starting us off with the first blood, responded by Wither, and B-site's going to be moved towards as the first location of Spike Plant, but you can't forget about that anchor from Viper.
Oh, a mid plant. This is interesting. That's going to be a decent amount of damage taken out of Nick's health bar. Nice cover from Witter, though. Symbiotic not able to punish. We're in a 2v3. Tyler is around. He's spotted the positions of several of them, and he can get on top of this wall. He'll be heard jumping there, though. Nice angle, but he can't quite find the shot.
Oh, and now Dip is going to be caught in a really bad spot. Multiple lines of sight there as Dip got sniffed out and taken down. And Tyler going to be the only one left, and they are well aware of his location. It's just going to be,
I mean, with only 26 health, Tyler's not going to be able to swing this, unfortunately. Yeah, nice right click there from Nick.
Tyler could do it.
Not on a pistol round. The time to kill is just too high, right? It takes too long for you to eliminate all 3 of those players. But really interesting setup, actually, from Alberta. I'm generally a big... What's the word I'm looking for? I'm not a fan. I'm never a fan of mid to B. I'll be honest. You lack map control. You can't get control of long, and then you get surrounded from a lot of different angles. But that wall and a very cheeky post plant actually playing off primarily Witter's contact, right? He gets contact both over the wall and out to mid, and then you have the two other members that he was alive with ready to swing off of that and help him trade. So really nice setup from Alberta. Now it's going to be a little bit more standard as they just hightail it B.
Yeah, and that's the matter for both teams, honestly. You can see the defense trying to respond to just as quickly. Northwood, though, going to be losing Drakius here. Gets caught in a very bad spot, really do or die kind of location. Wither doing the same with Symbiotic, honestly, and the wall's going to come down. The spike's going to be planted, and now Alberta set themselves up beautifully to take the second round.
I mean, it is the anti-eco, right? Northwood not able to force or anything. They're on defense. They wouldn't be forcing anyways. It's just about how many of these Spectres can Alberta carry to the next round. So the Sheriff not able to find that shot. And that'll be more or less the last chance that Northwood had to do real economic damage. Dip's just got a classic going on. So very solid. Okay, well, we'll pick up a Sheriff. Still a very solid bonus round no matter how this goes for Dip.
Take what you can get, honestly. If you're gonna find a Sheriff on the ground, you might as well pick it up and try to put it to use. But yeah, no such luck going to be found, as Alberta is just gonna step away and...
Yep.
Boom.
They're out of there. Nice work from Alberta. And a solid take. And that's one of the things about Icebox, right? Somewhat like Breeze, but in a very different manner. The A and B executes are very standardized at this point, right? Everybody understands what angles you need to clear to make a B take happen, what you need to be doing. Everybody understands what you need to be doing to make an A take happen, how the early round has to go. Alberta doing a good job of demonstrating some of that knowledge in that anti-eco. Of course, it is still very early onto Icebox, and now we move into the bonus round. Going up through mid again. Alberta, this is bold.
It is bold indeed, but I dare say Tyler was a bit bolder as Shimmy takes them down. Evened up though, Drakius going to be getting one in return, and that's going to force this mid push to be taken back a step. And A-Site looking nice and clear for a fast take, and maybe Reyna will respond, but that wall is going to cause a little bit of a distraction and line of sight break, and A-Site is going to be the location of an intense battle that breaks out with Dip getting the first kill off the board. Ferps are going to be taking down one, taking out second. Ferps are doing immaculate work here with the Reyna on site, and that's a third kill for Ferps in the first round on the board for Northwood.
I was so worried about Ferbs' position there. I thought it was actually kind of a mistake for him to overstep through that toxic screen when it was just him and Dip around. But Dip taking the contact drew a lot of the attention, so Ferbs is able to one by one find those gunfights individually. That first fight onto Nick is so important because then he can get the heal, he can turn and then fight Shimmy, and it's not too much of an issue from there. It does cost Northwood a couple guns, so not a completely full buy. Tyler will be working with a Guardian in this fourth round.
Ooh,
nice shot. Ferbsa gets up clean.
Yeah, didn't get sniffed out by any of the offense, and they're gonna have a rude awakening. Finds one, but Nick is able to return fire. No Reyna's left on the map for this round here. It's gonna be left to the remaining 4 members of each squad. And again, A-Site is looking like a prime bit of real estate here for the offense, and they won't have the miracle of Reyna getting a 3-piece on site again. Dip, yeah, Dip finding that flank, a good call there, but cannot find the headshot, is going to get out of tow, retreat, take the little bit of HP that they lost, and just try and recover on site. And that's going to be the go button here for Alberta, it looks like, because they understand with one flanking, no matter what, they're going to have a numbers advantage on this A-Site.
Well, and when one flanks out of B, it's likely one is mid. So at most, there'd be 1 to 2 players on the A site. Shock Dart's going to go a little bit wide. Second one lands for a small tag on Nick, but he'll heal that one up mostly. 4v4 rather, for this retake. You do still have Dip on that flank. It's being watched by Jello. It all comes down to that gunfight. If Dip wins the gunfight, it's going to go so well here for Northwood.
Yeah, but not going to have much of a chance for Dip to actually do that with Shimmy and Jello getting an elimination each of their own. Symbiotic going to try and pull out some heroics here and actually doing a nice job at it, getting a few eliminations. Now just has to deal with the remaining 2 members on this post plan. But God, dealing with the Sage and a Sova is going to be hard. Almost pulls it off, almost gets the job done, but Jello is able to sniff that out. And Alberta stop the bleeding before it can really get going, get their 3rd round.
Yeah, the time just ran a bit low there on that flank for Dip. Northwood had to go in and start taking control of site. They couldn't rely on the timing from Dip to actually get them an advantage. And with Drakius and I believe not Symbiotic, with Drakius and Tyler losing out a few of those gunfights, it just was too high of a hill to climb. Nice work, attempt at least from Dip and Symbiotic, with Dip spotting the contact onto Nick and Symbiotic trading that very effectively. But at the end of the day, it's Alberta with the win. It's Alberta with the money. You're going to use the Owl Drone to clear this out. Ooh. They don't spot Dip with the shorty. That can be good for at least one pick.
Yeah, this is a risky bit of approachment here, and there you go, Paul. You talked about it. Found Dip at what cost? Ooh, but Nick going to have the resurrect there to negate that pick, but keep an eye on these two flankers. One going to be taken down. Ferbsa, the only one left standing, and this is a full 5-on-1 fight here. Going to be taken down one, taken down two. Oh my God, gets the orb and gets out. That's what I call taking care of your orb, my friend. Gets the third. Ferbsa putting on an absolute clinic with the sheriff there, making his flank look like it was an army taking on Alberta.
I mean, that's a gun. Symbiotic's got a gun now. I don't think that Drakius will have one. He wasn't able to actually get all the way through, so he's still working with just a sheriff. But it comes down to this flank again. I mean, are they even going to expect a second player here? The answer is no. Symbiotic won for free.
Oh, but Nick gets taken down. Gonna be responded by Shimmy. You gotta play hero, Shimmy.
Nice.
It's gonna be a headshot. Beautiful job right there by Shimmy, picking up the 4-piece, securing the round for Alberta. And we should say, that's a big round. Alberta getting the W. But Paul, that was a thrifty round for Northwoods. They got a lot of value out of that.
I mean, Ferbsa doing Ferbsa things, right? Definitely threw a wrench in Alberta's plans, but I'm liking Alberta's attack in general. They're doing soft hits for a bit of control toward one side of the map, and then anticipating the flank, heavy flank from Northwood at that. If that's anybody but Ferbsa, they just run over the flankers and go back to A, and it becomes a much more solid round. Not quite gonna hit that first shot. Nice jiggle peek there from Witter.
Yeah, and you love to see Wither not being a little too cocky, a little overzealous. They're up 4-1, but Wither still understanding you can change the entire game with just one shot, and that could have been that shot right there, but no such luck.
Look at this. Like, they go toward A, and then they spend about 20 seconds there, and then they just go to the other side of the map. It's every round that Alberta is doing this now.
And Jello is going to be the lone member left here to anchor down middle and isn't going to get any kills in return. Jello gets taken down, and that's going to cause a little bit of hesitation here from the offense. You can see they want to step onto this site. They had to make sure they were ready to go. They get the wall down. But keep an eye out for, that Hunter's Fury is coming out, and that's going to be a tough task to get. Oh my God, is that a little bit of footloose being played there by Nick? Symbiotic is going to take advantage of the dancing toes, takes down two. Ferbsa getting in on the action as well, and only one member of this Alberta squad left standing. Sav's going to have to pull off the 1v4 clutch against a heck of a return fire from this Northwood squad.
Done it once.
Yeah.
Twice is going to be too much for this series, it seems, though. Yeah, not going to happen for him. And great read from Northwood. They got that early rotation in, right? The second that Alberta left the A site, Alberta hasn't just like cut noise and re-hit a site yet. So Northwood were very confident that it was ending up all toward B. So they just completely abandoned the A site. They overstack mid and B, getting that pick in mid onto Jello means that there's not going to be a toxic screen to secure a B plant, right? So you're going to have a lot of vision once the cloud bursts initially thrown out from Shimmy expire, and the Hunter's Fury denying the plant, setting up Symbiotic for a swing. Excellent round from Northwood.
Get out of my way.
A much needed excellent round from them as well. You don't want to be going down 5-1 no matter what kind of team you are or how good you're feeling about yourselves. But Northwood stems that bleeding, stops it for now. And look at this. Look how fast the flankers are going to be moving into position. They're boxing in this Alberta squad. If they can just keep them from getting out of this A site area, it's going to be a heck of a hard road. And look at that. Drake is going to be taken down one. And even though Alberta is going to return fire, they can't cross over safely. It's 2 for 2 taken here. And now B site's being the target.
2 for 2 is so much better for Alberta, though. They're going to recover a gun. They're going to get toward B. They've got the toxic screen up because Jello was alive this time. Maybe Tyler can find something cheeky on a timing here. He's going on top of the box, but, I mean, that's a Viper's Pit. He's just going to spam that to the best of his ability, and he actually will take down Jello. The pick drops.
Wow, an amazing job right there. You love to see it. I mean, if you're Northwood, you love to see it. Alberta, you know, have some other thoughts, but stabs the headshot, going to be finding one. The spike is going to get halfway.
Wait, he can't get there.
He can't. There's wall there. There's too much in his way. And even though Dip keeps getting off the site, it's going to eventually be defused. And Dip was very patient, very hesitant with that, but not going to be
nervous about it. I mean, he didn't. I don't think he saw where the first shock dart went. So he was worried about like a shock dart combo, probably, right? It's hard to track every single bit of utility at the very end there, but ultimately, Northwood do a good job. I was a little bit worried about how that flank went for Symbiotic and Drakius, considering they were just up against Sheriffs. I'm not sure they're going to be taking that in gun rounds anymore, though, with how much focus Alberta have had on watching and doubling back to cover their flank. I think that was just a one-off thing for Northwood, for the most part at least, against an eco round.
A top-down view coming in from that recon drone, just getting the the tabletop strategy kind of POV there. You know, it's like you're playing a game of Risk and just analyzing all the squares, the hexagons. But Symbiotic's gonna be stepping into somebody else's personal space. Gets one and stealthily able to do so at that, but it's not too much for Northwood to handle. Each team getting 2 eliminations off of that. And looking over at A site just briefly, the spike is on B, but A site is where we see Reyna just lying in wait, and Alberta gonna take down 2 there, Paul, and they got B site clear.
Yeah, I mean, Ferbs is in a very weird spot now. I liked the idea from Northwood, right? Playing very disruptive on that initial B take with Symbiotic moving up, and I think Drakius even had a good couple of shots, but it just seemed like an overcommittal. 4 players died around, or I'm sorry, 3 players died around yellow, and then Dip was taken out in the 1v1. Ooh! 30 seconds left. That's unfortunate angle there for Ferbsa. Well, at least now he knows they're going A.
Yeah, now the intel is gained. This is where Ferbsa flips the switch. This is where the A site's going to be taken back by Northwood's Reyna. It's going to start by taking this quick engage. No, never mind. I thought the Reyna was going to be challenging that, but the spike goes down. They secure the spike plant, and now it's just going to be a matter of holding back the long sights. You have a great spike plan here, and honest to God, just play the patience game, and this is your round.
Ferbsa has gone up pretty far, though, because nobody's hanging around on site, so he's inside here. He would have heard the one up top. But Jello. I actually don't think he did hear that.
Yeah, I don't know if he did either.
I think Jello actually did the jump perfectly. You can do that jump without making any sort of noise. It just looked like it was a little bit far, but I think sound cue-wise, Jello was actually clear there. So good work from Jello. And I mean, Alberta in that post plan, that's just clinical. You don't want to take early fights. You don't want to let the Reyna get online. You want to group up as far away as can, especially when you have your Viper and your Sova alive. That post plan is so strong. If Ferbsa just decides to try and like stick it, then you just chuck utility at him and you don't even have to take gunfights. Not going to be many gunfights this round either, Beanies, as Northwood once again they're broke. They'll afford 1 hero Vandal, but
ooh, Bladestorm.
Outside of that, it's pretty rough. I mean, Bladestorm as well, obviously. We've seen what Dip can do with that.
Oh yeah. And Symbiotic.
The Vipers pick committal.
Interesting. There's a lot they're throwing into this thrifty round here, Paul, and it's an early Viper's Pit, which is just going to afford Alberta the chance to just back off and wait it out or set their sights on A site.
The Owl Drone is going to get the info, but it feels too little too late. Like, Dip's doing his best to rotate over, same with Tyler, but Alberta's already here. They're just going fast.
Yeah, and Dip's really the only one who has a consistent threat here.
Oh my.
And I mean, honestly, that might be all that they need with how Dip's playing. The first shot's going to be taking down the Sage, a big elimination. Wither's going to be taking down 1. It won't matter at the end of the day because Drakius gets that res. So Alberta's going to have to fight an uphill battle here, and they are doing just that, getting 2 off Wither, and then a beautiful dismiss gets them away. This round is not ending up as Northwood may have hoped with all the investments they've thrown into this here, Paul. As at this point, Alberta, they just have to back off the site and kind of play these angles, maybe take the trades that are given to them. Diffusing is going to get halfway, but attackers secure the round here.
Yeah, good work there from Alberta. I like how confidently Witter was able to challenge. Going across the rope and finding Ferbsa up top really made the difference in that round, because Ferbsa is just playing like, he's playing like a little gremlin on top of that sign, right? The Vandal, he's hoping that they don't check all of their boxes. They don't cross their T's or dot their I's, but Witter going through the necessary steps to secure the entire site, even with Dip stabbing in for the 1 kill, doing things only Dip can, it still doesn't go very well for Northwood. And despite that being a save, they don't have the best buy. They got light armor, they got a Spectre. And I mean, Drakius is probably just dead here. No, he manages to get away.
Just barely, just saying hi, getting out. Nothing too overzealous, I guess. Just limit testing, we'll call it. Limit testing.
Sure, yeah, limit testing. That's
in the semifinals. Oh, but Ferbsa.
Another risky angle here for Ferbsa. That Widow's gonna check, but Ferbsa quicker on the trigger this time around.
You say risky, Paul, but the only one that's risky for is whoever peeks that angle, because Ferbsa does not miss. I say that Sabs doesn't get the memo, unfortunately for them. Gets a 2-piece for Alberta, and a Sage Wall comes up as well. Symbiotic again trying to pull off a flank, is not able to do so, but the second flank, are they gonna sniff out Dip? They do, but Dip is able to get one. Jello has minimal HP to take this trade.
1 enemy remaining.
No way.
1 enemy remaining.
Oh, wait. Those are big. These are big. These are big. Health. 6 HP. It's going to be a game of chicken here. Drakius gets it to halfway, though. That's massive. Gets it to halfway. Just have to finish the job. But Drakius is not going to be able to do so. Rear on the Rosie! And Jello is the one to win today's little exchange. Alberta gets a 7-3 round score here in the first half, and we still got 2 rounds to go till halftime.
Jello playing defused chicken here. I mean, if Drakius just sticks that, Jello loses it, but there's no way that Drakius is actually going to stick it. Nobody is that confident, right?
Yeah.
Because Drakius is worried, hey, if Jello pushes me quick, then I'm dead. So he gets it to half, pulls off. That's the expected play. Jello expects it, and so he works his way through Maze and takes a deeper angle than Drakius is prepared for. Great clutch from Jello, keeping Alberta with a massive lead.
And Sabs, I love that. Checking the corners, not getting caught out by Jet a second time there with a shorty. But where they're going to be taking down Symbiotic, and that's going to get a nice opening here for the Alberta squad to do what we all know Sages love to do, put down that wall and just secure a safe spike plant. That's a interesting little grenade thrown out there.
That just bounced off the top of the wall. The
Yeah.
poison whip just bounced off the top of the wall. The timing actually didn't work out at all for Alberta, so that poison whip doesn't end up where they want it. I mean, they still have far superior firepower here. Alberta and a strong post plant. It's hard to imagine they don't walk away with this.
I mean, Tyler does get one, just a little bit of scraps to feed on there from Northwood. They'll be happy with any eliminations they can take here. But that's going to be the only one they get as Alberta secures this round, the 8th for them. And we head into our final round of the half.
And final round, exactly. It's late enough to where economic damage didn't even matter. Northwood, if they wanted to recover this half, they would have had to have pulled off a Thrifty. It is Icebox, so we expect the attacking side to excel, but an 8-4 scoreline, Alberta's happy. 9-3, Alberta is cruising potentially. One last chance for Northwood to put up a decent defense here on Icebox. Dip's got the op. Always expect Dip to at least get one with the operator. Otherwise, Northwood's not in the best of spots. Herbs is even gonna get tagged. Oh my word. This jig is up.
Oh my god, the orb came out and it was beautifully done. The Lear is going to secure it. Wither and Sabs both getting eliminations there after the fact as well. And look at this, Sabs just incredibly aggressive location, taking the challenges against Symbiotic in their spawn and nearly coming away with it. Oh, but Paul, as long as Dip has this operator, I feel like Northwood has a chance.
What's an op retaking into the Viper's pit, right? I don't know if he does have a chance. Dip's one hell of a player. I'm not one to doubt it normally, but yeah, Shimmy's going to take his head off immediately, and now Symbiotic with just 46 HP. There's just no world in which that happens. 9-3 half, an excellent response from Alberta after losing the first map.
Incredible response from Alberta. The beginning of this game actually started exactly the same. The first 3 rounds going 2-1 in favor of Alberta, but then the difference is they got that 4th round, the 5th round, and then they just snowballed the later half of this half as a whole. So now going into our second half, they're going to be looking at the defense, and to your point that you made just before halftime, offense is a little more inclined here on this map, and it's a little more favored towards them, so maybe Northwood can use that to run away with. But before they can even think about running that marathon, they got to stretch and just get their legs right for this first pistol round we have. And by the way, before I let you talk, don't forget, CF121 for 20% off at manscaped.com. If you want to be like Reyna and take care of your orbs, head on over to Manscaped.
I hated that, thanks. I hated that a lot, thanks. That was awful. Alrighty here, typical B take here for Northwood. They're just gonna run right through. Sage Wall's gonna go up, plant, and 5v5.
And look at that, just honestly, it feels like we were playing a game of D&D almost. It was like, you know, you do this, I do that. You do this.
Turn-based.
Yeah, you make your move, I make my move. You make your move, then I make mine. But Alberta, they're done with these games. They're bringing the fight to Northwood, and Northwood are ready for this. Going to be trading out evenly. Jello going to be the one that actually brings the difference here, but Tyler brings it right back. And it's just constant back and forth. The chaos between these teams is going to lend itself to the defense, it seems. Symbiotic stepping out, peeking. They get the halfway mark, and now it's going to be a game of chicken. We've seen it once. We've seen it twice, but Sabs is not going to be caught off guard this time and is going to secure the pistol round here for Alberta, getting them into double digits, Paul. 10-3.
And Alberta have figured out these flanks at this point, right? They know. They know. Every single round, Northwood has been sending somebody on the flank for both of the last 2 maps. This time, it was Symbiotic going all the way around through mid onto B and ends up on that flank. I mean, Witter does die to the first, but then Sabs does a good job of not getting baited out by the fake little rotation that Symbiotic was baiting at the end there through the tube underneath, right? He was making a lot of noise, making it seem like he would come from the different angle, and Sabs does a good job just locking that down with the right click on the classic. Now, once again, I mean, Alberta have won another pistol round. They're up to 10 rounds already. Northwood on just 3 here on Icebox, which is a map they're generally pretty good at. I mean, it is, of course, Alberta's map pick, but we expect Northwood to be performing a decent bit better than this on Icebox. I mean, it's an anti-eco beanie.
Yeah, no, okay, it's an anti-eco. We let slide, Paul. We let
yeah,
slide.
Dude. Like, they got the spike plant. That's all Northwood care about at that point.
But yeah, the spikes planted and the spikes diffused. Alberta getting their 11th round here. And now after moving past that thrifty round, the necessary thrifty for Northwood, this is where they have to start making their comeback. This round is going to be the catalyst for where the rest of this game goes. If Northwood's able to take this round, we could very well see them start clawing their way back up the mountain.
But it's not just taking this round. Northwood have to get away clean. Right?
True,
they need
incredibly
their economy stacking for the next 3-4 rounds to even consider this being a comeback, and it's just bonus for Alberta. They took away 2 guns here and break armor on a 3rd. They're fine. They took away 3+ guns. That is phenomenal considering how massive this lead is. Nice pick from Dip, admittedly, to start off as Witter, maybe getting a bit ambitious.
Look at that. It's going to be Dip getting a 2nd elimination here. I mean, Dip should change their name to Diff at this point, because they're the one making the difference for Northwood, getting the spike planted onto A site. And Alberta, 3 against 4 in this retake. Not going to be an easy road to travel.
On the flank. Nick has made his way over here. He's just got the sheriff in hand, though, Beanies. He knows where Drakeus is. Catches him with the knife out! Eventually going to be able to land that headshot. And that's a rifle he can recover.
That's huge. The rifle to recover and the even number. Oh, but Nick cannot get the spray under control. Still, Jello picking up one on the backside, leaving us with a 1 versus 1. It's going to be Silva going up against Dip. It's going to be Sabs trying to keep the clutch gene alive and well, but Sabs cannot get the elimination. It's a 4K for Dip. I feel like that's what, the 3rd, 4th 4K I've called out for Dip in this series already. Absolute phenomenal performance from the Jet here on Northwood.
But the problem is, it's so expensive for Northwood, man. They dropped 4 guns. Dip was down to 4 health. There is no money for Northwood to start stacking in their economy. They're barely going to be buying into this round. And Dip even had to use the Blade Storm there. So you don't have an economic buffer going into further rounds to try and stabilize. Now, admittedly, there's enough to at least piece together a decent buy. But Alberta, they have actual guns this time.
Symbiotic's going to be sending themselves up through. It looks like it's going to be heading towards kitchen there, maybe. No, just dropping the deep Viper wall. Look at what that wall is going to cut off as Drakeus is able to actually get a first blood. But that wall makes it so hard to get any kind of re-entry onto the site, Paul.
And I mean, with Ferbsa dispensing of Jello, the Viper's Pit goes down 3v5. This looks clean for Northwood, especially with that pickup from Symbiotic in mid. Now, I mean, there's not much of a chance that Alberta can actually turn this round into their favor because they have to be constantly watching their flank. They've only got 2 to make it 1 players.
Oh.
And that was actually an Odin buy from Sabs.
Yeah,
that was expensive.
That feels a little bit greedy there, Paul, because you were mentioning when they were down to 2 members, the round felt lost. At that point, why not step back, save your eco, don't get too overzealous. I know you're doing great, but an Odin's a hefty purchase.
I think Tyler, or I'm sorry, I think Sabs was maybe considering that he could find a timing onto Symbiotic and deny Symbiotic a rifle that was dropped by Nick in mid. Unfortunately, it doesn't work out for him that time around. And now Northwood getting out of that with so many players alive, this is the economy that they're going to have for the rest of the game, right? There is a floating chance, not a good one. There's still 6 rounds down, Beanies, but it's an eco here for Alberta. A hard hit coming toward B already. And a nice mid play. Symbiotic always does this. It's either tube or it's mid. Every single round, Symbiotic is going to find value on this attacking side over there. Oh, that's not great, though.
Beautiful lineup there by Sabs. Going to be met with the same fate, though. Headshot. And Dip, actually a 2-for-1 sale. Dip taking what they want. And Alberta, again, going to be left at quite the disadvantage here on the site retake. Shimmy.
Nice.
Going to be given over as yet another bit of kill score for Dip. And Nick with this Sheriff going to try and maybe sneak out one, but no, Dip again. What? Another 4K for Dip? Unreal performance. This Jet is feasting on the Alberta squad. It doesn't matter if they're up or down at this point. Dip will constantly be securing these frags.
I think Dip's gotten more kills in the first 5 rounds on their attack than he got all throughout their defense. Like, by a significant margin. By a very significant margin. And we're going into a gun round now. It was just an eco for Alberta, but it's a gun round Northwood feels confident about. They've got the Empress if Ferbsa feels like he's getting pressured. They've got the Hunter's Fury, the Res. They can play aggressive and then look to trade that for the Resurrect, right? Northwood, they're starting to feel it.
Oh, Shimmy! Shimmy seeing through the leer right there, and actually Wither's going to be getting themselves an elimination as well onto Drakeus, dropping the Sage there. A massive elimination when you consider she had Resurrect available. But Symbiotic, the stealthy solid snake type agent on this lineup, is going to be getting 1 elimination. Doesn't sniff out Nick. And that's Alberta with a 4-2 advantage here in the second half of this round.
And all those kills get Alberta the ults that they were in a deficit for, too. With the Sage falling first for Northwood, with it being Drakeus that died to that operator.
I think Viper has it, too. She's just dead, but I think they have 5 ultimates almost.
Yeah, very, very possibly. Either way, because it was Drakeus who died first, the aggression that Northwood wanted to play around and try to go for the res, you can't do that. Your res is dead, right? So, doesn't quite work out. And I mean, Symbiotic does change up his pathing on that lurk, does a good job of catching Jello off guard on B, but it's not quite enough as he didn't expect that mid play. Northwood inching towards A here. Maybe they can get a spike plant.
Scanning ahead.
It would be good for their long-term economy, but feels inevitable that Alberta go up to 12.
Spike planted.
They have to make sure they secure the deal first. They don't want to overstep their bounds a little bit before they can actually say they got the round. And I mean, that's why Dip takes down 1. But Sabs with the Hunter's Fury going to make sure it is not a loss in vain. The wall is going to cause a little bit of a roadblock
oh, wait, no, there wasn't a wall. It doesn't matter. I mean, there's just no way. Yeah, I thought the wall went up. The animation there, I think it was actually the slow orb that was thrown out instead. I thought I saw the Sage wave her hands for the wall animation, but regardless, there wasn't a way that Tyler could actually get into position to spray the spike there, right? It wasn't planted for that nest position back toward the attacker side. So he's just going to walk away with his gun. Northwood now have to win 6 in a row. The bright side is because they couldn't use the res last round, they still have it available. And if they get onto the site with Symbiotic alive, a Viper's Pit is great for a post plant, but 3 ults up for Alberta too. Definitely a rough road for Northwood.
Ooh, keep an eye on Dip here. Gonna be going for this swing very shortly. And that's 2 members that could be potential targets here. Sab's one of them. Oh, but nobody's in the line of sight. Playing it safe. Playing it cautious. And with the Empress activated for Alberta, they are really committing to this defense here. Shimmy gonna get Ferbsa, a big shot. Sabs also finding one. The wall going up a smidge and a half too late there. You already lost 2 members. Oh, the op shot. Go for the red. Oh, Shimmy doesn't get either. It's going to be given over the winner, though. Thankfully, the Reyna is able to cover where that Jet may have lost it. And Dip pulling out the Blade Storm, going to be the only member left standing here, trying to defend against the game point. But Jello going to secure the elimination through smoke, through the wall. And that's going to be Alberta taking map number 2. And we are heading on to a game number 3 in our semifinals.
A dominant win at that, too, on Alberta's map pick. It was not razor thin like Breeze was. Breeze coming down to a 13-10, just barely Northwood walking away with their own map. Alberta make a statement on Icebox. And like I was talking about, I was throwing around the idea, maybe they like Icebox because Witter can play the Reyna comfortably. I think it's safe to say that's at least a factor. The man was kind of crazy with it. Even out average combat scoring Dip, who we were toting over and over again. And obviously, Dip is still phenomenal, but an excellent performance from Alberta. And they had a good read on Northwood too. They picked up the flanks, the lurks, very quickly, very effectively, and Northwood struggled to make an adaptation. They're so used to playing for those flanks on a map like Icebox that every round they were just running into the same thing for like the first 8 rounds of the attacking side. And every single time Alberta was ready to dispose of those flankers. Now, we do move on to a very different map, though. Breeze?
Yes.
Pretty good for flanks and lurks. Icebox? Pretty good for flanks and lurks. Bind? Not so much. Not nearly as much as those other 2 maps. So Northwood, their style is going to change up completely. It's anybody's game going into map 3, Beanies.
Yeah, honestly, it could go either way. Alberta coming in with a big map win here, but Northwood have to try and get themselves out of a bind that they're in. We'll see you after the short break for that map number 3.
Darn good, amazing. Attaboy! Watch out for that. Ow! Anyway, you want to hear my alien story?
Yes.
So, alien.
How has Good Gamer changed Impact to Cloud9? I mean, honestly, the difference between the teams that actually win or lose are the teams that actually have the stamina and still have a sharp mind through that event. Prior to having Fit Gamers exercise routines that we've been doing, my players around Game 5 would get tired and lose. What's happened with the training we've been doing, we are now, when we get to these Game 5 situations, we're the team on stage that has energy, and we're the team on stage actually that's sharp, and we're the team that's racing the race. Fit Gamer app helps you not only track on your everyday workouts, but we travel a lot. So while we're traveling, we can kind of pinpoint how our players are doing, how our managers are doing. Are they can report what their sleep is like, and report their nutrition. It gives us the ability to catch patterns that are not good early and address them and fix them. And our training routines, training method on both, has resulted in us lifting trophies at the end of the day. And for me, that's what actually matters.
When I grow up, I want to be a nurse. But I want to be a policeman.
A lawyer.
I want to be an actress.
My dream is to be a vet. My dream is to be an engineer.
My dream is to be a Navy SEAL.
To be on Broadway.
I want to be an athletic trainer.
I want to work with Doctors Without Borders.
My dream is to cure cancer.
One day, I'd like to dance at my daughter's wedding.
Be a hero. Be a designated driver. Take the pledge today at herocampaign.org.
You know, you're really getting better. I'm like this newly made dude. Hey, even my USB port back there is brand new. Yay! You're amazing! Well, not like me amazing, but a pretty darn good amazing. Attaboy! Watch out for that! Ow! Anyway, you want to hear my alien story?
Yes.
So, aliens.
How has FitGamer changed impacted Cloud9? I mean, honestly,
Cloud9, North America's best international team, are headed back to Worlds.
the difference between the teams that actually win or lose are the teams that are going to actually have the stamina and still have a sharp mind for that event. Prior to having FitGamer's exercise routines that we've been doing, my players around game 5 would get tired. What's happened with the training we've been doing, we are now, when we get to these game 5 situations, we're the team on stage that has energy, we're the team on stage actually is sharp, and we're the team that's fixing things. The FitGamer app helps you not only track on your everyday workouts, but we travel a lot. So while we're traveling, we can kind of pinpoint how our players are doing, how our managers are doing. They can report what their sleep is like, report the nutrition, and it gives us the ability to catch patterns that are not good early and address them and fix them. And our training routines, training muscle on both, has resulted in us lifting trophies at the end of the day. And for me, that's what actually matters.
Welcome back to the stream, everybody. Beanie's here alongside Paulsable, and we got ourselves a heck of a semifinal matchup here between the University of Alberta and Northwood University. And after that second game, I had to go and actually grab my Manscaped ball deodorant and make sure I dealt with the sweatiness that I felt, because my God, I feel like this series is going to be taking us to the limit in this third game.
That was way too much information. Did not need to know that.
It's on the
Absolutely
name. It's
unnecessary
on the name.
information
It's
there.
on the name.
Completely unnecessary
I'm doing
information there,
Manscaped
Beanie.
justice for their
Let's
product.
deal with some necessary information. First off, you can see down below CF121 if you want to get 20% off your Manscaped products. But necessary information to this series as well, because we are tied up. We're heading on to Bind. The first two maps, first one was close. Breeze, very close, actually. Far closer than I expected it to be. Alberta doing an excellent job, coming up with some clutch rounds, and also doing a surprisingly good job on their defensive side. And then they just carried that bit of momentum, the claws that they started to sink into Northwood. They dug them deeper onto Icebox and really got a good read on the habits Northwood were displaying, especially on the flanks. We move to Bind, though. This is going to be a very different map. It's going to be a very different comp for Northwood. Ferbsa is going to pick up that raise. It's going to be Tyler as well with the Sky. Dip onto the Silver too. This is where it gets so weird. Actually, Ferbsa picking up the Jet, interestingly enough, not the raise, as a lot of teams opt into on Bind instead of the Jet. But roles swap a lot here on Bind for Northwood. Out of the 3 maps in this set, based on prior experiences, I have to give Northwood the edge because I've never seen them lose this map, but it's always close when they win it. So I think Alberta have a real chance. You know, we called them the underdogs just like they wanted coming into this series. It may have been them just trying to get the caster curse on Northwood. They may have played us, Beanies.
It's 4D chess coming out from the Alberta squad. And I will say, just as a side note, I'm very happy we're getting some Astras back here in the comps as we're moving over to Bind. Astra is one of my favorite agents, not only to play, but to watch. I love watching good Astras manage all the utility they have at their disposal. And her ultimate is such an incredibly useful tool. It's a Viper wall upgrade, essentially. And I feel like a good Astra could really make or break a team. And I'm excited to see which one of these Astras steps up, Jello or Drakius.
I have seen Drakius on the Astra. Definitely a good pick for him. Jello it's certainly more of an expected switch. Jello's been playing the Viper. You know, you have your controller play Astra and the Viper, depending on the map. Nick, who's been on a Sentinels a lot of the time, is going to move over to the Viper, so you've still got that solid control. The main difference between these compositions is actually Sky, which is going to allow Northwood to take space on the map much more convincingly, versus Raze, which on this attacking side for Alberta lets them get aggressive. Obviously, toward Hookah, you can still take confident space, but if Witter meets resistance in Hookah and can't take that space, then it becomes more difficult for him to get value on this attacking side.
Tyler getting some nice value out of that Wolf. Going to sniff out 2 members of this U Alberta offense. But they're not going to be overstepping anything. They're going to be keeping themselves at this invisible line here until they feel comfortable. They have the backup come in. Ooh, that was a close one there. Nothing to come out of Hookah just yet, but that's going to be a flash coming out of Gardens here, leaving Ferbza with an elimination to pick up the first of this 3rd map. And now it's going to be all hell breaking loose, but it's going to go in the favor of Northwood, who created this chaos. They basically puppeteered it to make sure that they got that advantage, and they got the first round.
Love it, love it, love it from Northwood. That's the kind of control they generally exude over B Long. They love to throw Tyler in that position, and he'll be duoed with Dip or Ferbza a lot of the time. They love playing that flash when people scale up B Long. And you can see Ferbza super prepared for that gravity well. Gotta give him shout outs for being actually up on top of the boxes in Garden. So while Tyler's inside the smoke, getting gravity welled, Ferbza is holding it down and not letting his buddy get traded out. Then all of the B players just pivot. All right, we know we've lost Hookah. Whatever. Everybody go get B Long, and then we'll deal with the Hookah player later.
Ooh, speaking of the Hookah player, going to be an early well coming out here from Drakius. Not going to find anything, and actually, it's going to be a Silva arrow fired out there as well, some geometry. But just trading out those cooldowns, trading out that util, and very much to the chagrin here of U Alberta Green, they're going to be neglecting A side as a whole. They have their team set on this B side, but the Hookah is starting to get a little populated with the defense, leaving Ferbza alone to take on this numerous member push, but going to be giving up the site here. And now, ooh, look at the merry-go-round as Ferbza picks up an elimination. But look at your mini-map, folks. Look at the Astra movement coming out as Dip also picks up an elimination. This is massive. The defense doesn't even need to worry about swinging around the long way. They got the eliminations on site, and now Alberta is scrambling for any semblance of control. But look at that, coming out the teleporter on the bottom right of your map, folks. That's going to be 2 members eliminated. The spike clear as day in the middle of the zone. That's going to be Northwood 2-0.
This is one of the reasons that Northwood have yet to be defeated on Bind, at least to my knowledge, in a major tournament. It's because the way they manipulate each site. Each site has only 2 avenues of attack, right? So Northwood will stack one and then have a loose player on site and then pivot around just funneling the entire attacking team out of a single avenue. They want to force Alberta's hand to come out either short, or Hookah, or B Long, or Showers. As long as Alberta are denied a true split push, Northwood always do pretty well. Although that being said, Tyler and Ferbza not having too much fun in Showers. And now you're going to actually get that split push from Alberta onto site.
Now that Alberta has themselves some assault rifles, they have the Phantoms, the Vandals, they can start making a little bit of a mark, but Symbiotic also going to be leaving their own mark as well. And the A site is actually going to be secured here by the offense, and Nick sniffs out Symbiotic, taking them down, and Witter going to be finding one as well, leaving us with just 1 member to try and play heroics here on Dip. And Dip, you know, Dip does some amazing things, but you're going to have to fight off 4 nearly full health members. And a Guardian is not the easiest weapon to control. You got one, but Sabs puts that dream to bed quick. And that's the first round on board for Alberta.
Pretty close for Dip to actually get a second there. But he was, I mean, Northwood were likely to lose that round regardless. Keep in mind, it was the bonus for them as they won the pistol and the anti-eco, so they bonused comfortably. Not the most economic damage that they could have hoped for against Alberta, so Alberta won't struggle too much in this 4th round either. 1 Spectre on Witter, but he's your entry anyways, so him having a Spectre really isn't that big of a deal. This is going to be the swing round, though. Northwood, they have to win this, or that buffer they built up in the first 2 will completely fly out the window. An aggressive position from Symbiotic too with this wall, and a snake bite immediately comboed with it, just completely denying access to hookah.
Nobody gonna be testing this showers push, excuse me, except for Jello, who has the ability to just be a little distant from the rest of the team and still provide that necessary utility, but you don't want to overstep your bounds. Yes, nice bit of scouting from Tyler. Gonna sniff out at least one with YEG Nick getting caught in the middle.
Ooh.
Watch out, Tyler. That's one. Jello gonna be taking them down. Tyler's gonna not want to talk about that because Ferbsa is in the same exact situation and may just maybe stuck. No, Ferbsa gets out, gets an elimination. And Drakius somehow gets out as no, Shimmy gonna be putting that to rest and getting the 2-piece. Spike gets planted.
Spike planted.
Nice pinch there from Alberta. When they saw the focus on showers, they all rushed out short before Northwood had a chance to adjust. Ferbsa too far forward, and now Dip left alone. He does have a rifle. It is low health members on a couple of these Alberta players, so perfect. Not out of the realm of possibility for him to do this, but now his position's given away, Beanies.
Yeah, but I mean, look at that 1-2. Now it's going to be left up to the line of sight trade. And Nick with the patience, just knowing that all you had to do was wait for that dip to get a little too aggressive and you could secure it. And just that happens. We got 2-2 on the round score.
I'm already liking the early adaptations I'm seeing from Alberta, right? When Symbiotic goes for that early hookah control to deny the default from Witter with the boombot, it's a very standard raise play, right? You throw out the boombot, it goes and it clears out most of hookah, and then you take that space. Symbiotic tries to adapt to it, but Alberta just adapt the adaptation. They say, okay, all right, you want hookah control? Fine, we'll go bully your buddies over in showers. And unfortunate overextension from Tyler costs control of most of that site. Northwood trying to go for a spicy play through the TP, but there's nobody over there, so they've just given up B.
Yeah, honestly, just a freebie, honestly, at this point, leaving just one member to take a headshot, I guess. Dip's job there was just take a headshot and let us know when they're on site. Exactly that will happen, and the spike's gonna get planted. And you see the retake that's coming in from Northwood. They're looking to split their forces up 2 and 2, north and south. And while that's a good idea because of how limited it can be taking back this B site, you don't have the necessary equipment to take a lot of these. Yeah, look at that one. Drakey is going to be getting one for their troubles, but that may be all that they're given here, as Northwood has just a hope and a prayer to try and take these 4 down. Nice shot. Nice shot. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, it's a nice couple of shots, but the cross here, I mean, even if Witter somehow drops that, Jello is in an excellent position to trade that out. So no worries for Alberta. And winning 3 rounds in a row, they've got more than enough money to buy. Now, Northwood are going to have another chance at a gun round here, and a very powerful one at that. They're 1 orb off, having all 5 of their ults available, but Alberta working with quite a bit too. And I think it's safe to say, because Alberta have the raise in their composition, they have the stronger ultimate pool, right? The Showstopper is going to provide you more of an immediate bonus than the Seekers from Tyler. Now, that being said, Seekers obviously not a bad ultimate, but it's more of an information ult, and you can kind of use it to slow a push if you time it right.
Speaking about timing, Shimmy just holding down W may hit somebody with an unfortunate timing if they keep it up. Oh, but nobody to be found. Ferbsa, a generous swing into the showers, not going to get an elimination, and gets out with their life as well. But Nick just gets us the first blood of the round. Ooh, Hunter's Fury
nice
as well.
Pickup from Tyler there.
Really nice pickup there. Tyler going to be tracking down Shimmy, getting one, the headshot. Oh, but speaking of tracking, Ferbsa just can't line up the headshots. And even though that misses, 2 kills coming out, 1 for each team. And Alberta able to break it open, take the advantage. And while all this is going on B site, or A site, excuse me, B site is where the spike gets planted.
Yeah, good work from Alberta, right? They realize that they've committed several players to A, but they aren't going to be able to take that site, especially once the Seekers come out. So they just head to B. They let the fighting go down. And now they've got the spike planted. Low health on 1, but Jello in a strong position. Got a couple of stars on the ground as well. Woo!
Jello gets one. Nicely done taking down Dip. Witter gonna pull out the Showstopper just to put the nail in the coffin, I'd argue. And as the rocket
There's
fuse
not enough time now.
does come out, yeah, there's not enough time. The grenade is going to seal that as well. The icing on the cake, and Tyler,
ouch,
overstaying their welcome, not going to get out in time. The hesitation bit him in the butt there a bit, Paul.
It all comes down to that excellent rotation. The call from Alberta to just send 2 players to B. Nobody from Northwood actually committed to anchoring that site. They were convinced that the hit was A, and they wanted to trade out those kills as effectively as they could. And good work from Alberta on the post plant, playing all the way back. They've done a very good job of playing for time on these post plants. Alberta never take overly aggressive gunfights. Well, not never. There was one time on Breeze where they did. But the vast majority of the time, they're not taking too aggressive gunfights when it comes down to a close post plant situation. They will play all the way back, use their utility to stall the defuse, and then throw their bodies at the problem if they need to.
Oh, that's going to be a nice paint canister. Doing a good chunk of damage onto Dip, dropping them to what? I think 60 HP. Was available there for Dip after all said and done, and not going to be able to get within range of that sky heal. So Alberta can keep playing with their food for a bit, Paul. They have a little bit of an advantage.
Yeah. A lot of info here for Northwood, and Alberta do have the right read.
Oh!
Okay. I mean, okay, well, Symbiotic's about to...
No way!
About
No
to clap
way!
Nick! Okay, all right. Glad I didn't get to
way!
finish that sentence. That's 2 guns recovered, too. Northwood are suddenly in this.
That was beautiful right there. Northwood able to claw themselves back into this round when all seemed lost. You and I both thinking Alberta having a nice strong foothold, but Northwood taking it right back. And look at that.
I thought Alberta had red into the hookah stack, but apparently they didn't. And now, I mean, it's a full retake.
A full retake coming in, but Sabs is going to be putting one of those members to rest very quickly. Nice shimmy. Nice swing, a decisive swing at that. Goes in, gets the shot, dashes out. No time for failure to be found. Symbiotic going to be getting one. Nice. They're not going to be finding Jello, who blends in beautifully there with the Viper's Pit, and that's going to be a 5-2 score here for Alberta.
Yeah, again, another really nice post plant from Alberta. Despite losing those players and the guns, they swing out, they play counter flash for Tyler. They know that Tyler has to flash initially, whether it was coming from vent, like the spawn connector, or if it was coming from heaven, right? So they play counter flash, pick up that first kill, and then both players invest clearing out lamps because that was the space that Tyler had bought with that flash, was to get somebody into lamps. Then, I mean, it's all down onto Symbiotic, or not Symbiotic, rather, Drakius, and it's always going to be difficult to win that 1v3, even with the Viper's Pit. But investing the Viper's Pit into a round like that, a little bit rough, because now we're in a gun round that Northwood need, and they don't have many tools to get it.
They don't. I mean, Symbiotic, one of the shining beacons here for the squad, is going to challenge in showers, not get anything, not give anything there. But one of the members that definitely is pulling their weight for the Northwood squad here, pulling up some big plays, trying to shift momentum into the Northwood favor, but Alberta doing a great job at keeping control, and that's going to be an Astral Divide coming in. Further, though, getting a flank elimination onto Sab, trying to find Jello as well, but going to give up on the exchange, and that's going to be a go button for this offense. Look at that B site.
And look at the map again, right? It's the same thing we saw before. The flank pans out a little bit, but Alberta are just gone. They're on to B. They've got a Viper's Pit, no problem. And Dip, I don't even think that Ferbsa knows that there's still one hanging around. He's going to get clapped here in a second by Jello. Nice recon dart, but I can't quite pick up the kill.
Ferbsa
oh my word, what?
It was Jello who didn't know. It was Jello who was unsuspecting of the flank being there. And Alberta, they're now stuck in a 2 versus 5 here. They have the spike down. They can work with that. But my gosh, it's going to be tough to fight through this. It's going to start with one elimination, though. Just break it off like that. Nope.
Nice.
Can't even find one.
There we go. Solid round from Northwood. I didn't expect there to be really much in terms of flanks, but Ferbsa proving me wrong, proving that Northwood are still willing to go for their old tricks, albeit with a little bit more discipline this time around. I was shocked that Ferbsa managed to pick up that kill. I thought he was for sure looking toward market and just going to commit to that, expecting Jello to rotate. But I suppose what happened is Ferbsa didn't get that contact through market after a certain amount of time, and he had a buddy short, right? Drakius was actually holding down short, so he knew that nobody was going through the TP. So Ferbsa turns around, whereas Jello expected Ferbsa to already be heading back towards site. Nice catch there from Ferbsa, and then it's just an easy clear, right? 4v2, even into a Viper's Pit, you can pinch on that without an issue.
Get out of my way!
Oh, Ferb's getting real bold, sending it up mid here. Actually going to get chunked through the wall there. Nice bit of damage from the Astra on Alberta's side. And this is going to leave A in a precarious spot here. You got 3 defenders overall near the site, one of which is barely hanging on. They're going to be taken down. Symbiotic again. We keep mentioning this player, and there's a good reason for that. Symbiotic pulling out a 3K. The spike is in sight of Symbiotic and squad. But it's going to be picked up by Wither, who gets a moment to breathe, and Symbiotic, they give up the angle, they give up the line of sight, and Wither is able to take advantage of it and maybe bring Alberta back in this round.
But Alberta has no map control, right? They're going to have to run themselves in here. Oh, he almost drops the spray, but Tyler will still be able to trade himself out. It's all on Sabs. If he TPs right now, tips here, can't quite find the timing.
Scanning ahead.
Oh, but he buys enough time. I mean, now Drakius is coming from spawn. He's just going to wait for the plant, and that's when they're going to close on into the site.
And he's going for a safe plant. It's going to be incredibly difficult to defend this here, Paul.
Oh, he's
dead. This spike is not easy to cover, especially when you see where the two are located. And Dip with the headshot through the wall, adding a little bit of flair to that elimination. And Dip,
good discipline.
Getting that defuse
from Northwood. Great work too. I'm super happy that Dip decided to go for the owl drone there instead of just running out onto the site while the spike was being planted. The tag onto Sabs makes it impossible for him to win that round. That box is too spammable. You're either holding deep into the box and allowing them to come around and flank you, or you're holding toward the edges of the box, and then they can spam you, and if you're tagged by an owl drone, that's very effective spam. A good round from Northwood. Alberta, they only have one more until their economy is busted. And they're pretty much forcing this too. A couple Spectres coming out. No ultimates to be seen for Alberta. Things are getting dicey. Northwood's back in this.
Northwood's very much back in this. You could argue they were never even out of it. They were just playing with their food a bit. Well, 1-for-1 trade.
Nice.
Coming in. Tyler, nice one to break out the lead for Northwood. And the spike is down. The big part of this all is now it's going to be Alberta who has to try and fight their way back to the spike. And they have to get through that Sky ultimate, which comes down. But Shimmy, yeah, good Shimmy, good swing. Gonna get them a little bit of where they need to go.
Amazing. But Northwood have complete control of the spike, and the Seekers let them know that both these players are toward A. There's a lot of time to play with here, but Alberta actually managing to get anywhere that will catch Northwood off guard just seems so unlikely at this point. With 2 players standing, it's not out of the realm of possibility that Alberta just go for the save, right? Their economy was starting to break. 2 players alive. That's 2 more guns you carry into the next round. You can try to go for 1 more force should you choose to do so. But Alberta, they're inching their way towards taking these fights.
They're getting close. Ooh, that was a very close shot coming through the wall there by Sab. Not able to find Ferbsa. But this is just going to be almost like a brawl here at this point. Everyone's in melee. Spray's coming out. Shimmy could do this. They're both low. That's 1. Oh, Shimmy pulling out the clutch. The 1-2 punch there, and Alberta is able to get themselves a 6th round on the board as we head into round 11.
Oh, Northwood just a little bit too eager to take these fights, and they get stacked on the wrong side of market there. The spray is so perfect too because he hits the headshot on Ferbsa, and then the recoil just naturally takes him up into Dip, right? And Dip only had like 2 HP. The guy was always gonna get spammed down. So that stack, normally the vertical stack is very powerful, but you need both players to have enough health to where you have to flick to both heads. That's the real strength of a stack like that. So Alberta now guarantee themselves a 6th round on this attacking side. Great work for a map like Bind. And they're getting solid control of A too. I mean, Northwood stacked really heavily on B. Drakius is already down. This is a spike plant.
Oh, it's going to be sniffed out a bit with Tyler getting a bit of recon info. Not too much to gather from that wolf, unfortunately. But the spike has yet to be put down. Some defensive zoning coming out here thanks to utility and ultimate usage. But Jello's able to finally make it happen. Gets 1 down. Oh, Ferb's doing a Dip cosplay here, pulling out a nice Bladestorm headshot. And that's a 3-on-4. Alberta is able to still sit comfortably in the driver's seat. Wither getting another one, and it's slowly but surely going to fall in the favor of Alberta. 7-4, and Paul, it's starting to feel like this is a half that Alberta's running away with.
Jello with a running gun at the end there. That's just insult to injury for Dip, dude. Oh, there's no way you can win that gunfight when the Spectre just sprints from around the corner, man. Unlucky for Northwood. We roll into the last round of the half, and it's not even a very good buy. Keep in mind, Ferbsa used the Blade Storm that round to attempt to go for the clutch, so he doesn't have that in this round where he needs it, right? All he's working with is a Sheriff, and you have the Viper's Pit up, sure, but a Viper's Pit versus a Showstopper, that can get pretty dicey. Despite that, Viper's Pit going to go out immediately on A short.
Nobody's going to be in this hookah, but Util's still going to be used for safety from Wither, leaving the other members of the Alberta squad out here on long. I noticed... No, Viper was trying to be a little cheeky with the flank, but not playing with that fire. Viper's Pit on A, just a perfect deterrent, and this Hunter's Fury may break the Camel's back.
Boy.
No, Wither, though, with the Showstopper is going to be doing just that, and that's the go button being pressed. Lives are being traded here. Alberta, along with a nice Astral
still
Divide.
control elbow, and Ferbsa's on this flank already. This gets dicey for Alberta.
Spike planted.
Gets really dicey for Alberta. If Ferbs is able to land those headshots, Tyler going to be taking down one. Oh no! Oh, it's a heartbreak for Ferbsa. Not able to find the eliminations, and a Sky Flash came in from his own teammate to ruin the show. Alberta is able to get the 8th round on the board, and they head into halftime. All momentum in their favor.
Brutal. If Ferbsa picks up that headshot, that round goes so different. Then he has the crossfire. Then the elbow play actually matters because the 2 players on site watching it from Alberta have to turn their attention to Garden and worry about Ferbsa. Everybody misses shots. We're not going to fault him too heavily. I mean, the guy was just working with a Sheriff after all. But that's got to hurt for Northwood. Another 4-8 half. Not phenomenal for Northwood. That was the defensive side, right? Bind, I generally think of as a map that leans toward defense, especially when you have a Raze on your squad, right? Alberta with the Raze, they're going to be able to just shock explosive utility at any choke point they want and stop Northwood from taking anything.
Another typical Northwood offense we've grown used to at this point. Spike was picked up. They acknowledged it, said, "Hey, buddy, we're just gonna leave you over here. We'll be back in 2 to 4 weeks' time." And now they're going out doing some scouting and information gathering, but all necessary as they look to zero in on where the second half of this round is going to go, because we're getting to a minute on the clock.
Yeah, Northwood were, I suppose, expecting Alberta to push out, but they didn't fake toward either side of the map to influence those pushes, so it's just wasted time. I mean, there's no reason that Alberta would just waltz their way up any of these angles. Spike very non-committal too. I mean, a pick onto Drakeus, A's not looking like a very good possibility. You have Tenuous B long control, and that helps. That'll help a little bit. Now you don't have to worry about the wall, and Symbiotic can set up one of his own.
Ooh. Wither understanding that they're going to get flanked from the shower is just going to bring the fight to Dip, but Dip prepared for that, going to be taking out their counterpart, left. And that's going to lead to a spike plant on site. You, Alberta, got to bounce back, got to try and deal with this post plant down 1 member.
No flank either. Alberta just taking it standard. Shimmy has just been let into lamps here, and there's nobody to trade out Symbiotic.
Oh, the jumping right click. You can nerf it all you want, but old habits die hard, my friend. Sabs.
Oh, my.
And then a headshot with the classic as well. Sabs making this look like an AR out there. And the defuse, yeah, you said it. It comes out. The kills may come through for Northwood, but the defuse goes to Alberta. They get the round.
Northwood, they gave up so much control there. They planted, and they're like, all right, you guys can have the site. We're going to go hang down short. And Alberta just waltz on. Nobody's there to trade out Symbiotic. I mean, Sab's on something today, dude. The dude woke up absolutely on fire. Whether it was the 1v5 clutch on the very first map, he's just looked so consistent throughout the entire day on this Sova. A force of nature for Alberta, especially in these late rounds, these post plants.
No sauce to be found from that recon dart. Just going to be sniffed out right away. And this is going to afford a little bit more time to Northwood to try and figure out the best way to approach this. Now, keep in mind, Northwood, we see some We see some nice Spectre purchases coming through here from them. They are really committed to winning this round. Now, Alberta can rubber band this. They can deal with this aggression if needed, but Northwood, I mean, anybody they lose in this round is going to hurt for the next round or two. Anyone who doesn't get out of this with their gun in tow and their life in their hand
They
is
just
going to
have to win. Northwood have to win now. They're not willing to go down 4-10. All right, Spectre has to shoot the recon dart. They know it's a force now. A great shot from Sabs to start off this execute.
Oh, that's a beauty! Sabs, I love to see it getting a two-piece there. Tyler coming back, bringing Northwood an elimination of their own. And they're going to be getting the spike down. But watch out for this hookah peek. Dip, well prepared for that, going to be getting one. And this 3-on-2 looks a little bit skewed towards Northwood sides just because of that HP pool, just because of how low this Jett and Viper are. Tyler could get a two-piece with a spray right here if he just swings the corner, if he just peeks it and gets lucky or gets accurate. But no such luck to be found. No peek to be made. Waiting, patience, they charge onto the site. Nick gonna be dropped instantaneously. Tyler responds with a kill. It's gonna be a 2-on-1 here. Dip, the last one left standing. And Jello's gonna be taking down Dip. That's gonna be Alberta with the post-plan retake, the defuse, and their 10th round on the board.
Alberta feeling like they've won the game now, I'll tell you that much. I mean, you shut down the force, even with such low health on two players. Jello was given complete free access to elbow, right?
Yep.
It was a great setup from Tyler and Dip on that crossfire on hookah, but the problem is the one really high health member, Jello, didn't have anyone contesting him. He runs out of elbow, and he actually sprays just enough at Dip to force him back far enough to where that fight can be taken, where Shimmy can swing out and trade Tyler, get onto the site, and then it's a 2v1. They know exactly where Dip had to shoot them from. Now it's 10 rounds. Northwood, they forced, so they're on eco. It's going to be 11 before Northwood see a single rifle.
No luck to be found through that spray. A Viper's wall just to force the question, I guess, of are they going to be pushing through this mid? Are they going to be testing this? Are they even in mid? And I mean, the answer to that is going to be no. A split between A and B.
Just a little bit.
Oh, the head! I think that just barely got the head through the wall. Just barely to get that, what, 70% damage? 70% of the HP gone off of Shimmy. And now it's going to be a B site push. That's going to be an elimination off of the back of the site. Sab's going down. I feel like Northwood need to hit the go button on this, and they do.
The issue is they don't manage to get elbow control, right? Northwood, they're just barely getting out here to plant, and Shimmy's just out, dude. Shimmy is just destroying them. I mean, Tyler barely gets here even in time to maybe cover the spike and spam it.
Player standing.
Maybe even that would be pushing it. Tyler was not given an opportunity to see anything except the jet cloud burst there, and now Northwood's going to be looking at another Defenders 1 screen because Alberta, they get their 11th round win, and Alberta is 2 rounds away from booking their ticket to our CF1 Fall Grand Finals.
Ever so close. And with a dominant win over Northwood, it's looking like, right? These last 2 maps have not been particularly close. Alberta have completely figured out how Northwood play, dissected, downloaded, whatever synonym you want to go with there. Alberta have the read. Now Northwood, they're finally going to get guns on the board, but Alberta's economy is so padded at this point. They're not struggling. They're just going to go for the delayed bonus, just try and break Northwood's economy. They have so much time to get just 2 rounds.
Yeah, we don't want them to get too complacent. Icebox, I think, back to, they got a little bit of a scare on them for the comeback, but they sniffed that out, and they're going to try and sniff this out before it starts as well. But Northwood coming out firing, going to be getting the spike planted and get 1 elimination as well. And now Northwood has the spike in a great spot for them to play around. Oh, the Sheriff elimination coming out there.
What?
What? Oh, someone was playing with their settings, I guess?
Oh, no!
Shimmy gonna be taking down Ferbza. It's gonna be a trade of the Jets, and the Blade Storm looks beautiful from up here. Oh, but Dip and Drakius are not down just yet. And the Hunter Fury comes out with incredible decisiveness. It's gonna be traded out as Drakius gets 1 as well. And this is a 1 versus 1. The swing comes through with Dip. Tom Cool collected Dip is able to secure the round and keep Northwood alive in this map.
but it's just like it was on Icebox.
You're so right.
Before,
just like last map.
Just like last map, Northwood, they win the round they need to, yes, but it's not clean. They don't get out of... I don't know what Symbiotic was doing on that yeet out of hookah, dude. He was just like, don't worry, guys, I got this, and he got blasted. Nobody was there to cover him or trade him or anything, and that allowed players to get through elbow really easily. I mean, I suppose he thought they were going to swing faster out of elbow, and he could take that contact with Ferbsa, but they were still really deep, and it was just Symbiotic alone there. Northwood, they put a 5th on the board, and they'll have enough to buy tenuously in this round. The game's not over till it's over, but it's inching ever closer.
But Northwood has staved it off for at least another round here. No. Okay.
Dip was about to calm to Symbiotic. Bro, you led the Hunter's Fury to me. Thankfully, it's just one tag. It's not the kill actually onto Dip, so no worries there for Northwood. Symbiotic has the spike.
Oh, Symbiotic has the spike, and that's exactly what's going to happen when Symbiotic falls and drops it right in the middle of A site, leaving open, or excuse me, B site, leaving open a lot of opportunity for the defense to just camp up, play around it, play some defense. But ooh, Dip with a little bit of geometry going to secure an elimination onto the counterpart Sova with a nice shock dart.
Tyler has to win this fight right now. There's 2 players swinging him, and he's not able to do so. Now Dip, I mean, he's stuck fighting the operator. At least knows where it is. The Viper's pit coming out too. Dip with just 18 HP.
No
now
way.
Has to try and get inside the pit. It's low health on 1, but it's more than enough to take a single body shot. Dip needs a headshot and nothing less onto Nick right now, and Nick denies it. Map and match point now for the University of Alberta.
That was incredible right there. The nice little quick flick, secure the elimination. Headshot or not, it was going to be a 1-shot, 1 kill. And yeah, we get the replay coming up here. Dip just trying to take the challenge, but unfortunately spots Nick just a smidge too late. And Nick with the quick flick coming in. Look at that. Ooh, beautiful job right there by YEG Nick. And now Alberta, as you said, they're on their, not only their game point, they're on match point. They're on semi-final point right here to get themselves into the grand finals, to guarantee second placement in CF1 fall competition. And all that stands in their way is 5 more members to eliminate or 1 more spike to defeat.
Wait with the close contact. Northwood just going fast. They know they don't have much. They need to play loose and catch Alberta off guard. They've done a decent job of that, but Shimmy still holding showers with the operator as a thorn in Northwood's side.
Yeah, and Shimmy just needs to play pot shot from this area. If he can keep a nice distance from people, he can. No, he's got to pick up the Phantom here. He's going to go bring the fight to them. They're hiding out in U-Haul here. And now they're going to need to try and make their way to defend. In Northwood, though, Drakeus going to be picking off that 1 with a headshot. Sabs and Shimmy, 2 in tandem, 2 in tow, going to pick up a double kill. And look at that, Northwood! They thought, people believed that Alberta was going to take the game there. But Northwood had other plans in mind.
Look, it's 1 good round from Northwood. Yeah, I liked how they executed and just threw Alberta off their rhythm, but that only works so many times. You can only just run into lamps and get a crazy kill, updrafting like Ferbsa did so many times. Northwood needs some sort of tactical adaptation. Seems like it's going to be a pretty heavy lean toward the B side of the map. And the good news is, none of those rounds were so far in Alberta's favor that even with 4 rounds picked up on this half, Alberta, they don't have much economy left. They're working with just pennies now. And Northwood are doing a good job of avoiding the Bucky up in hookah. As long as they can shut down Jello without him doing anything too crazy, Northwood should be good for this plant.
Oh, Ferbsa is wasting no time. Watch out for the raise there. The showstopper comes out with her. And
oh, no.
He's going to pick up an elimination. And now this thrifty round from Alberta very well could be our game and match point round. They have the advantage. Oh, but Sabs and Tyler, a little bit of a do-si-do. Peekaboo dropped down to the floor. And Alberta left with 1 member standing. They're not going to be able to pull out a miracle with just a sheriff. And now that I said that, it's probably going to happen, right?
Don't even, Beanies. That would be so okay, the spam will come through. The wall bang off the recon dart. No problems there. Northwood with a couple of solid rounds. But they've still got 5 more in a row to actually go. before they can push us to overtime and try to stay alive and move on to the grand finals. They have full guns. It's still a relatively tenuous buy for Alberta, but it's strong enough, right? They've got mostly rifles, a single Spectre. It's still good. And how long before Alberta can adapt to these hard-hitting executes from Northwood? How long until this change of pace no longer works in Northwood's favor?
Okay.
Dropping the boombot to do some scouting, gets a little bit of info there, and they had no spike in possession just yet. Make sure you keep that in mind, folks. While Northwood is taking these trades and gathering this information, they are not in possession of the spike.
Oh!
And Wither going to be taking down one. That's all you need. Take the trade and get out, leaving Northwood to have to fight back up this hill.
And Northwood, they're not sticking to their guns. They aren't going for another hard hit. Shimmy has inched his way out. Oh, he has Tyler's number. He's got Tyler's number, dude, and that's the spike dropped in Fountain. Northwood, now they have to clear out all the area behind them. They will hear the jet dash into Hookah, so they're not too concerned yet. They haven't pulled any rotates. If they teleport to B, they're walking straight into the Viper. They got to go through the wall 3 times. They're going to have to clear this. And what a cheeky little hiding spot there from Jello. Or from Nick, rather.
Oh, are they gonna see it? Are they gonna sniff it out?
Oh, no.
No, they're not gonna catch it.
Got him.
Toxin's gonna drop.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Oh my god, the Astra goes into the astral form. Does not pick up any intel. They don't even know where he went at this point. Dip is just trying to find him, trying to check if somebody's maybe hiding on that right corner. Maybe somebody's waiting for him to pop out. Or maybe Alberta's just waiting to get their spot into the finals, because Alberta beats Northwood, secures their spot in the grand finals. And we're going to be seeing them in just a short while.
What a match from the University of Alberta. I understand now why they wanted us to call them the underdogs. Once again, we underestimate Alberta and they come through. A statement win against one of the most consistently strong teams in collegiate Valorant. Northwood go down. Alberta in those last 2 maps in Icebox and Bind, they made it look clean. Excellent work there from Alberta. And I mean, Sabs was just a monster, dude. Sabs
Absolutely.
Just insane. And Shimmy had a great map too. More than just a great map. He had a pretty good day in general. Yeah, a lot of the time it was Dip with flashy 4Ks coming out of nowhere and taking over a round. But the consistency that Alberta displayed was far supreme on the day.
It's hard not to agree with you. Alberta came in with a game plan. They came in as a unit, and we saw even on the map that they didn't get to choose. The first map, they took that to 10 to 13, and then from then on out, that was just the warm-up for them. And I hope Alberta's feeling nice and warmed up now, because, Paul, we got ourselves the other side of the bracket finished up already. So we already know who our finals are going to be consisting of. And when Alberta has a chance to get to the finals, they're going to be waiting... or they're going to be greeted by, Carleton University, who took a 2-0 in their semifinal matchup. They've been waiting for this game to finish. And so after we take a quick break here, Paul, we're going to be heading into the grand finals. And when we go to the grand finals, that's no best of 3, friends. That's a best of 5. We are going to see quite a few maps we haven't seen here for a bit in CF1.
When I grow up, I want to be a nurse. But I want to be a policeman.
A lawyer.
I want to be an actress.
My dream is to be a vet. My dream is to be an engineer.
My dream is to be a Navy SEAL.
To be on Broadway.
I want to be an athletic trainer.
I want to work with Doctors Without Borders.
My dream is to cure cancer.
One day, I'd like to dance at my daughter's wedding.
Be a hero. Be a designated driver. Take the pledge today at herocampaign.org.
You know, you're really getting better. I'm like this newly made dude. Hey, even my USB port back there is brand new. Yay! You're amazing! Well, not like me amazing, but a pretty darn good amazing. Attaboy! Watch out for that! Ow! Anyway, you want to hear my alien story?
Yes.
So, aliens.
Fit Gamer changed and impacted Cloud9? I mean, honestly,
Cloud9, North America's best international team, are headed back to Worlds.
the difference between the teams that actually win or lose are the teams that are going to actually have the stamina and still have like a sharp mind through that event. Prior to having Fit Gamers exercise routines that we've been doing, my players around Game 5 would get tired and lose. What's happened with the training that we've been doing, we are now, when we get to this Game 5 situations, we're the team on stage that has energy, we're the team on stage actually is sharp, and we're the team that's raising the trophies. The Fit Gamer app helps you not only track on your everyday workouts, but we travel a lot. So while we're traveling, we can kind of pinpoint how our players are doing, how our managers are doing. They can report what their sleep is like, they report the nutrition, and it gives us the ability to catch patterns that are not good early and address them and fix them. And our training routines, training up along both, has resulted in us lifting trophies at the end of the day. And for me, that's what actually matters.
When I grow up, I want to be a nurse. But I want to be a policeman.
A lawyer.
I want to be an actress.
My dream is to be a vet. My dream is to be an engineer.
My dream is to be a Navy SEAL.
To be on Broadway.
I want to be an athletic trainer.
I want to work with Doctors Without Borders.
My dream is to cure cancer.
One day, I'd like to dance at my daughter's wedding.
Be a hero. Be a designated driver. Take the pledge today at herocampaign.org.
You know, you're really getting better. I'm like this newly made dude. Hey, even my USB port back there is brand new. Yay! You're amazing! Well, not like me amazing, but a pretty darn good amazing. Attaboy! Watch out for that! Ow! Anyway, you want to hear my alien story?
Yes.
So, aliens.
How has Fit Gamer changed and impacted Cloud9? I mean, honestly,
Cloud9, North America's best international team, are headed back to Worlds.
the difference between the teams that actually win or lose are the teams that are going to actually have the stamina and still have like a sharp mind through that event. Prior to having Fit Gamers exercise routines that we've been doing, my players around Game 5 would get tired and lose. What's happened with the training that we've been doing, we are now, when we get to this Game 5 situations, we're the team on stage that has energy, we're the team on stage actually is sharp, and we're the team that's raising the trophies. The Fit Gamer app helps you not only track on your everyday workouts, but we travel a lot. So while we're traveling, we can kind of pinpoint how our players are doing, how our managers are doing. They can report what their sleep is like, they report the nutrition, and it gives us the ability to catch patterns that are not good early and address them and fix them. And our training routines, training up along both, has resulted in us lifting trophies at the end of the day. And for me, that's what actually matters.
When I grow up, I want to be a nurse. But I want to be a policeman.
A lawyer.
I want to be an actress.
My dream is to be a vet. My dream is to be an engineer.
My dream is to be a Navy SEAL.
To be on Broadway.
I want to be an athletic trainer.
I want to work with Doctors Without Borders.
My dream is to cure cancer.
One day, I'd like to dance at my daughter's wedding.
Be a hero. Be a designated driver. Take the pledge today at herocampaign.org.
You know, you're really getting better. I'm like this newly made dude. Hey, even my USB port back there is brand new. Yay! You're amazing! Well, not like me amazing, but a pretty darn good amazing. Attaboy! Watch out for that! Ow! Anyway, you want to hear my alien story?
Yes.
So, aliens.
How has FitGamer changed and impacted Cloud9? I mean, honestly,
Cloud9, North America's best international team, are headed back to Worlds.
the difference between the teams that actually win or lose are the teams that are going to actually have the stamina and still have a sharp mind through that event. Prior to having FitGamer's exercise routines that we've been doing, my players around Game 5 would get tired and lose. What's happened with the training that we've been doing, we are now, when we get to this Game 5 situations, we're the team on stage that has energy, we're the team on stage actually is sharp, and we're the team that's raising the trophies. The FitGamer app helps you not only track on your everyday workouts, but we travel a lot. So while we're traveling, we can kind of pinpoint how our players are doing, how our managers are doing. They can report what their sleep is like, they can report the nutrition, and it gives us the ability to catch patterns that are not good early and address them and fix them. And our training routines, training up on both, has resulted in us lifting trophies at the end of the day. And for me, that's what actually matters.
When I grow up, I want to be a nurse. But I want to be a policeman.
A lawyer.
I want to be an actress.
My dream is to be a vet. My dream is to be an engineer.
My dream is to be a Navy SEAL.
To be on Broadway.
I want to be an athletic trainer.
I want to work with Doctors Without Borders.
My dream is to cure cancer.
One day, I'd like to dance at my daughter's wedding.
Be a hero. Be a designated driver. Take the pledge today at herocampaign.org.
You know, you're really getting better. I'm like this newly made dude. Hey, even my USB port back there is brand new. Yay! You're amazing! Well, not like me amazing, but a pretty darn good amazing. Attaboy! Watch out for that! Ow! Anyway, you want to hear my alien story?
Yes.
So, aliens.
How has FitGamer changed and impacted Cloud9? I mean, honestly,
Cloud9, North America's best international team, are headed back to Worlds.
the difference between the teams that actually win or lose are the teams that are going to actually have the stamina and still have a sharp mind through that event. Prior to having FitGamer's exercise routines that we've been doing, my players around Game 5 would get tired and lose. What's happened with the training that we've been doing, we are now, when we get to this Game 5 situations, we're the team on stage that has energy, we're the team on stage actually is sharp, and we're the team that's raising the trophies. The FitGamer app helps you not only track on your everyday workouts, but we travel a lot. So while we're traveling, we can kind of pinpoint how our players are doing, how our managers are doing. They can report what their sleep is like, they can report the nutrition, and it gives us the ability to catch patterns that are not good early and address them and fix them. And our training routines, training up on both, has resulted in us lifting trophies at the end of the day. And for me, that's what actually matters.
up, I want to be a nurse. But I want to be a policeman.
A lawyer.
I want to be an actress.
My dream is to be a vet. My dream is to be an engineer.
My dream is to be a Navy SEAL.
To be on Broadway.
I want to be an athletic trainer.
I want to work with Doctors Without Borders.
My dream is to cure cancer.
One day, I'd like to dance at my daughter's wedding.
Be a hero. Be a designated driver. Take the pledge today at herocampaign.org.
You know, you're really getting better. I'm like this newly made dude. Hey, even my USB port back there is brand new. Yay! You're amazing! Well, not like me amazing, but a pretty darn good amazing. Attaboy! Watch out for that! Ow! Anyway, you want to hear my alien story?
Yes.
So, aliens.
How has FitGamer changed and impacted Cloud9? I mean, honestly,
Cloud9, North America's best international team, are headed back to Worlds.
the difference between the teams that actually win or lose are the teams that are going to actually have the stamina and still have like a sharp mind through that event. Prior to having FitGamer's exercise routines that we've been doing, my players around Game 5 would get tired and lose. What's happened with the training that we've been doing, we are now, when we get to this Game 5 situations, we're the team on stage that has energy, we're the team on stage actually is sharp, and we're the team that's raising the trophies. The FitGamer app helps you not only track on your everyday workouts, but we travel a lot. So while we're traveling, we can kind of pinpoint how our players are doing, how our managers are doing. They can report what their sleep is like, they report the nutrition, and it gives us the ability to catch patterns that are not good early and address them and fix them. And our training routines, training up on both, has resulted in us lifting trophies at the end of the day. And for me, that's what actually matters.
When I grow up, I want to be a nurse. But I want to be a policeman.
A lawyer.
I want to be an actress.
My dream is to be a vet. My dream is to be an engineer.
My dream is to be a Navy SEAL.
To be on Broadway.
I want to be an athletic trainer.
I want to work with Doctors Without Borders.
My dream is to cure cancer.
One day, I'd like to dance at my daughter's wedding.
Be a hero. Be a designated driver. Take the pledge today at herocampaign.org.
You know, you're really getting better. I'm like this newly made dude. Hey, even my USB port back there is brand new. Yay! You're amazing! Well, not like me amazing, but a pretty darn good amazing. Attaboy! Watch out for that! Ow! Anyway, you want to hear my alien story?
Yes.
So, aliens.
How has FitGamer changed and impacted Cloud9? I mean, honestly,
Cloud9, North America's best international team, are headed back to Worlds.
the difference between the teams that actually win or lose are the teams that are going to actually have the stamina and still have like a sharp mind through that event. Prior to having FitGamer's exercise routines that we've been doing, my players around Game 5 would get tired and lose. What's happened with the training that we've been doing, we are now, when we get to this Game 5 situations, we're the team on stage that has energy, we're the team on stage actually is sharp, and we're the team that's raising the trophies. The FitGamer app helps you not only track on your everyday workouts, but we travel a lot. So while we're traveling, we can kind of pinpoint how our players are doing, how our managers are doing. They can report what their sleep is like, they can report the nutrition, and it gives us the ability to catch patterns that are not good early and address them and fix them. And our training routines, training up along both, has resulted in us lifting trophies at the end of the day. And for me, that's what actually matters.
When I grow up, I want to be a nurse. But I want to be a policeman.
A lawyer.
I want to be an actress.
My dream is to be a vet. My dream is to be an engineer.
My dream is to be a Navy SEAL.
To be on Broadway.
I want to be an athletic trainer.
I want to work with Doctors Without Borders.
My dream is to cure cancer.
One day, I'd like to dance at my daughter's wedding.
Be a hero. Be a designated driver. Take the pledge today at herocampaign.org.
You know, you're really getting better. I'm like this newly made dude. Hey, even my USB port back there is brand new. Yay! You're amazing! Well, not like me amazing, but a pretty darn good amazing. Attaboy! Watch out for that! Ow! Anyway, you want to hear my alien story?
Yes.
So, aliens.
Welcome back, everybody. We took a brief break, but that's because we had to get ready for the big show that's about to come as our grand finals of fall CF1 competition for our Immortal and Radiant rank division. That was a mouthful and a half. Is coming to you live in just a few moments. Beanies and Paulsable here as we just came hot off the heels of University of Alberta taking down Northwood at a score of 2-1, whereas off stream, Carleton University was able to take down their opponents in Western Illinois, I believe, as a score of 2-0. And so now I want to pass this over to my friend Paulsable real quick. Paulsable, you are a resident expert in Carleton. By resident expert, I mean, you know some people. What are your thoughts on Carleton coming in here, and what can you tell our viewers about Carleton as they gear up for this grand final?
Carleton coming into this split has made a big debut, right? They weren't really much of a factor in previous seasons. They've completely revamped their roster. They've brought in some solid talent like Moobs and Danny, right? Danny, who has a lot of experience in like the VCT world. He played on Time In with like Ninja, right? So this guy's played against the best of the best. I think he's one of the best players in all of collegiate Valorant. But Carleton have not looked as dominant necessarily as I could have expected from them. Admittedly, they've had a hard road to the finals, right? I mean, first they had to beat SJSU, who was one of the best teams in collegiate Valorant. They managed to pull that off 2-1. And they got a 2-0 versus Western, like you said. But the very first map was 14-12. It was not dominance, right? Nope. It was not, all right, 2-0 slapping and we're ready for the finals. It was nail-biter at times. So with the showing we just saw from Alberta, them taking down Northwood, another extremely strong collegiate Valorant team, this is honestly anybody's game.
And that's the beauty of grand finals, is it's truly anybody's game. And as we're getting ourselves into the first map, wow, Speedy, we love to see it. We didn't even need to talk about the maps we're seeing because, folks, you have game number 1, map number 1 right here. Split is going to be our first map. Now, we should note something that Paul pointed out beforehand is that this map was chosen by Alberta. But anybody who has experience with Carleton will say that that's pretty surprising because Carleton feels good about themselves on this map.
Talking with Carleton before, this is one of the maps that they feel very confident on, but it's looked shaky for them this weekend. That 14-12 they just had against Western was on this map. They won it, but only barely in overtime, right? And yesterday, SJSU was able to take this map away from Carleton, and it's Alberta's pick. Alberta called Carleton's bluff here. They're like, nah, we feel more confident on it than you do. And look, it is similar compositions. Actually, the double duelist for Alberta, whereas it's a very full control comp for Carleton. A very defensive-sided composition, and because Alberta picked it, Carleton will get to start on the defense. So that's gotta feel good, especially on a map like Split, where it's already defender-leaning. Carleton adds to that with their composition. It can completely stranglehold an offense to where we can see 2-10 if the pistol round doesn't go Alberta's way.
Well, all things considered, folks, this is a best of 5. This is the grand finals. This is for the winner of our CF1 fall competition for Immortal and Radiant. And by all means, it's a battle for Canada here tonight, because Alberta and Carleton, they got more than just that CF1 placement on the line. They got those bragging rights that they are not only the best team competing in CF1, but they're the best team competing in CF1 and the best Canadian team as well.
And it's East versus West, too, right? Carleton over on the East Coast, Alberta on the West Coast. These teams fighting for a difference of $1,500. The loser still walks away with $2,000, so that ain't bad by any stretch of the imagination, but that extra $1,500 feel good. Rufty taking first contact, trades himself out 1-for-1. Not bad, and with moves contact on the rafters. Alberta, they're just going to hightail it through vent.
And that's going to be a quick decision right there. Carleton able to get themselves a little bit of a lead. Jackalorf lying in wait is going to pick up one, but it's Alberta who has the spike and are looking to put it onto A site. An interesting approach here by Carleton. They're not going to be overstepping. It's almost like they're inviting Alberta to go for this spike plant. Moves in the challenge. Yellow is actually going to be dropping moves, and now Alberta is... They're not going to A. I was about to misspeak. They're swinging it back over the B, and it's almost like this is being read by the Carleton side as Sage getting nice and safe here, ready for the spike retake.
It doesn't have much health, right? Riv is going to wait for that heal, pop it on himself, let the spike get planted. Danny's got a great position up here in heaven, but this is a difficult cross. It's not simple to trade your teammates if the fight gets isolated for either Danny or Riv.
No one jumping out from their lines of sight just yet. Playing it cautious, playing it safe. But that's going to be Riv and Danny each stepping up to the plate there. Shimmy going to be getting one. Riv is left alone trying to take against this Astra from Alberta. 2 bullets in a dream going up against the 12 of Jello, the full clip. All you need is a right click. All you need is just a breeze to blow over this 19 HP Riv. But not even going to be taking the damage trade. Oh, doesn't get the shot. No elimination for Riv. Jello actually going to pick it up. And Alberta get round number 1 in our grand finals.
It's just like before with Alberta. We saw this when they played Northwood. If they get the spike down, the way Alberta manipulates the time that the spike takes to actually go off is excellent. Look at that. Jello's not worried about a gunfight. He's worried about messing with Riv, about swinging out, about making a lot of noise, pulling Riv's attention anywhere but the spike. And he manages to play time so well that Alberta are going to get through this. And with Shimmy picking up 3 kills, he's actually just going to full buy. He's going to get himself heavy armor and a Phantom. Going to be very powerful playing entry for Alberta. And meanwhile, Carleton, they're not working with much. They're going to gamble stack over on A, but Alberta just taking mid control. They know that there's not really much Carleton can do to contest as long as Alberta are methodical about their approach.
Just poking around in this top heaven area for B. Not willing to overstep too much just yet. Util to clear it out. But this defense just fully stacked on the A site. They're waiting for a push that's not going to come. Meanwhile, Alberta Green going to be sending it to the wide open landscape of this B site. Sabs is going to go down over on the anchor of A, but guaranteeing the spike plant and setting up for a good post plant is well worth that investment as long as you see it through.
Oh, 1 Spectre given over, so that's more room for Carleton to deal some damage. And Alberta, they are staying on the site mostly, right? They're going to play the very traditional crossfire on the B site between the pillar and back site. So it's difficult with the firepower that Carleton has and the lack of utility on this eco for them to actually flush this out. Oh?
Ooh. Oh, Lord, that's quite a few shots coming out here. YEG Nick, the only one left standing. Gonna be trading out one. Almost stands tall. 6 HP left for Jacklorf. Incredibly close there for Nick, but the spike gets defused. A second and some change left off, and Carlton bounces back here in round 2.
Great work from Carlton. I love it when teams on an eco stick together, right? Because that's the best way to ensure trades and economic damage at the very least. And as it turns out, Alberta actually swinging out a little bit there. There was enough utility for Carlton. They were lacking it, sure, but enough utility to smoke off some key areas and force Alberta players out of their hiding spots into the open where Carlton could trade it very effectively. That one Spectre really coming in clutch for Carlton, the one they picked up all the way over toward A. And now it's Alberta who's pretty broke. At least Shimmy's got the Blade Storm, and he does get some info on where Riv is hiding out. I mean, it's not looking solid for Alberta here. This is basically a flip-flopped anti-eco now, right? Carlton get to be the ones with Spectres and a little bit of money. It's not a huge buy, though.
Here. Not by any means, but it still could be enough to just get the job done. But speaking of getting the job done, it's going to be possibly a job site A push. If they can just get past that initial bit of util you see there scattered across the map. You have the Astra Wells. You have yourself some of the Killjoy turrets and Killjoy grenades, and just a minefield for this offense to have to walk through. So they're going to be choosing to go up towards Heaven. Now, take a look at how many members you got here on the defense, especially after Jacklorf goes down. They got 2 members standing tall, make that 1, and the rest are going to be booking it through spawn to try and make it to A. But just like that, Alberta understanding what the defense is thinking, what the defense is trying to do. They're swinging it back to B, and they are catching Carlton off guard in transition time and time again. But Riv, stabilizing for this Carlton squad, is able to set up shop and maybe put up a stand. But these numbers are too much to deal with, and the spike is going to get put down.
It's all into Danny. Knows where 1 is. Oh, the spray a little bit difficult. Has plenty of time to try and go back up towards Heaven too, and needs to, because if he walked out, it would be an impossible 180 crossfire upwards and down with Shimmy having the Blade Storm.
Ooh. Oh, they have to know Danny's right there. They have to be ready for this. Sabs is just lying in wait. A lion waiting to strike at its prey. Shimmy is going to be the one to actually take the kill. Kill stealing is not cool, but hey, get the 3K. I respect it.
One good Thrifty deserves another. We're back and forth in these first 3 rounds. Nobody allowed an economy for long. And a great call from Alberta. Not only to actually pivot from A Heaven through the vent, but also to leave Jello on that lurk through B. Rubsky didn't expect that. He expected all 5 members to be up in Heaven on the other side of the map. So he tries to throw out the snake bite, and that gives Jello the perfect timing to find that headshot, open up the site completely. Now Alberta, they have the guns. And Carlton's again, but literally we have not had an even round just yet. That's crazy.
Oh, shimmy, shimmy,
oh,
shimmy.
My.
Shimmy and shake. Oh, my Lord. Putting on some nifty dance moves there. Getting 3 for the price of 1 clip. Make it a montage play, my friend. Spike is going to get planted right there. And now the defense is... They're left twiddling their thumbs, wondering how the heck that happened so fast. And with thrifty buys here, it's not a matter of if they'll make it out alive. It's a matter of when are they going to get shot by this offense.
Shimmy with the ace? The anti-eco ace?
Give him the ace. Give him the ace.
Come on.
Give it to him.
I mean, it's an anti-eco. It's not that spicy of an ace, but it'd be our first ace today, I think.
You know, that's the thing. The headline just says Shimmy got an ace. Doesn't have to mention the eco. Ooh, maybe really pushing it. No, not gonna risk losing out on the guns for that one. And Jello's just gonna be there to clean it up anyway. So flawless coming through. Nicely done by the Alberta squad here on offense, and they are coming out firing. They are feeling themselves after that last series.
Yeah. I mean, already 3 on the attacking side of Split. That feels great. And you can see the confidence that Shimmy has, right? Just charging in there, completely unfazed by the fact that there were 3 players. A nice little concuss actually hit Riv. I'm pretty sure that was the Nova Pulse landing on Riv. So good teamwork from Alberta, sending up that blitz play in the middle of the map. And now Carlton, they're going to have to respect plays like that for the rest of this half. They're going to have to think to themselves, okay, I mean, they could just chuck util at us again if we try and take any sort of mid control. So the wall's just going to go up immediately and try to keep Alberta out.
Now, it's always interesting how teams decide to approach this wall. You can clear it out, you can spray and pray and just give yourself the opening, or
oh my,
you can create an elevator for yourself and just say peekaboo. It's like an episode of Home Improvement just peeking over the fence there, and we got 2 members of the defense left trying to put up a fight against this, but they can't even get a line of sight on the spike. And that's going to be a clean plan here for the offense of Alberta. And again, Carleton, they're going into these post plants with 2 members time and time again. They're just being eaten alive before any movement is made by the offense.
There's no chance that Carleton expects Sabs to be on this flank. They are just going to go for the save here. I think that is the right call for Carleton. Yep. Their economy's hurting too much, and the fact that they've already given over 4 rounds to the attacking side of Alberta. I mean, this defense, even if Carleton won every round after this for the rest of the half, it'd already be a pretty decent attack from Alberta, considering that we are on split, right?
Of course.
Couple that with the fact that the res is available, the Cosmic Divide is available for Alberta. Yeah, we're going to have a tenuous bye for the Ravens, but regardless, it's 4-1 now in favor of Alberta.
Alberta is playing incredibly well this game. I mean, starting off firing. Look at that eco. Sabs, max eco. Shimmy, dang near close to it. I mean, it doesn't matter if Wither's dropping down to 1,700 when you have such an extensive bank. And on the other side, the poor hands of Carleton, they're trying to get by with light shields and specters.
Yeah.
And when you're stuck in a position like this, you need to get creative here, Paul, because you can't be taking the typical gunfights you would expect against the likes of these ARs. You need to hold short corners. You need to be in spots they would least expect. You need to just get a gun that can snowball the round for you.
I do like this play. Danny, you gotta fall off this contact, buddy. Oh, he had no idea what he was walking into. And actually, with Danny dying, that's just the go button for Alberta. This flank through mid's not going to come up with anything now.
Watch the flank, watch the flank, watch the flank.
And they're gonna get re-flanked here.
Oh my lord.
One is watching it. Rudsky looking for it. Yeah, they heard the sound cues. Good work from Carleton to pivot their focus. And they'll be able to pick up a couple of guns. It's not over just yet. With the res coming out, Carleton can make this happen.
And now Carleton have their first advantage into a retake, plus a res on top of that. This is the round Carleton has to strike. Jello's going to take down one, pay for it with their life, thanks to the showstopper. And now, YG Nick, 3 versus 1. Speaking of 1, Riv only needed 1 of those shots from the Sheriff. Nice little headshot. Yeah. And Carleton taking back momentum here in this round.
And you were talking about how Carleton needed to get creative. That mid push definitely fits. That is what we were hoping for Carleton, right? Not just sitting back, resting on their laurels, because I think the typical defensive setups from Carleton have been betraying them in these early rounds. Alberta have been playing strange in terms of rotations on the map, right? I mean, we've seen them go to A through Heaven, playing around a lot with Vent. Carleton definitely getting caught off guard on their reactive play. So seeing them go proactive through mid and split off the rotations from Alberta, definitely great. The problem is that's not going to work every round, right? So now we have to fall back on some of these defaults, these more typical defenses, and still see success if Carleton want to pull this back.
Speaking of pulling it back, moves may need to take a step or 2 back. Getting a little risky here with this garage peek. Nobody's going to be getting dropped, though. Just a handshake agreement, turn the other way. Don't take anyone's number for this one, and just going to keep it nice and calm, looking towards this central area for some eco trades and maybe
I do like this Viper's Pit from Rubsky over on the other side of the map, right? It's very difficult to flush him out, and even if you can somehow flush Rubsky out from this position, the problem is there are so many different angles for him to sneak back in or just narrowly avoid you. So this is going to funnel Alberta up through the middle of the map. Why his moves looking spawn? That was interesting, but he comes back just in time for this Heaven play. Nice slow orb and a paint shell, too. That just keeps Alberta out entirely. And it even picks up Nick. That's great.
That was so well done. The slow orb paint shell is the oldest trick in the book in Valorant. Those two go hand in hand beautifully, and we just saw right there how beautiful the teamwork can be. But the 2 kills coming in from Alberta trying to stabilize might not be enough. And it won't be. Carleton, 3 members alive, 3 rounds on the board. They're firing back.
There we go. Now Carleton has some steam, and Alberta, they're the ones who have to start making adaptations. Despite the nearly full economy they had just a couple of rounds ago, it's starting to wear thin. They'll still buy if they lose this round, so, you know, they're not in the hot seat as of yet, but with 3 ults on the board, one of those being the Showstopper. I mean, Showstopper should, if you do it correctly, if you set it up and combo your utility properly, it should just be free access onto a site, right? At the very least, you trade out 1 for 1 and split. The rotations are so difficult for the defenders to actually, like, make in any semblance of time that you get a 1 for 1 lead on a site. There's probably only 1 player left there, and things can go well. Moves has died here several times already in this vent position.
Riv doesn't see anybody. Riv didn't see anyone taking a step. Nice shot right there. The trade comes through, and now Yeg is going to be getting to the limit. Riv responding in tow, getting 2 for that, taking them down. The numbers still in the favor of Alberta, but A-site looking so clear.
While we were watching that go on, there was a 2v2 that happened in A lobby where Alberta came out on top. Jello's still alive. 2 players cleared out on A with 2 spotted in mid. That's just free ground for Alberta. They don't need to know where Rubsky is. They don't care where Rubsky is. They're able to take the site freely. And now they've set up... This is rather separate for Alberta. It's not the easiest to trade these out if Carlton find the right timings.
The wall goes up. Jello's gonna get stopped there. Rubsky, very nicely done there. Rubsky taking the trade, making these 1 versus 1s. That's the biggest thing. Sabs winning that 1 versus 1, and then Riv drops down into a nice body shot from Sabs, finishing off the job. Alberta gets themselves back, taking the momentum.
Yeah, Carlton, it was the right idea there, but they took so long to actually clear out that lobby position, right? I mean, Rubsky does a good job actually taking that gunfight versus Jello, but Riv is just forced to chuck himself off the rafters in a desperate attempt to spray while falling onto Sabs. There just wasn't enough time for them to actually clear that out effectively. So Alberta will put a 5th on the board. If nothing else, I mean, they're happy with that. That's their attack on split. They've got 4 ults coming into this round too. Paint Shell already used, actually, by moves. He's going to use the paint or the bomb buddy, too, to try and get up. Gets a little bit of info. Let's give it with the jump peek. He's going to get early contact here. Actually, he heard one, so he'll just use the snake bite to stall a push. But this is just info gathering for Alberta right now. They still got 1 on a lurk, too.
Ooh, that smoke came down at the best time for moves, getting a nice elimination onto the Raze counterpart. But the wall goes up, make that 2 walls going up. An Astral Divide along with the Sage Wall. And make that a Killjoy ultimate coming out as well. Everyone's just dropping their ultis here, and it's going to lead to Alberta just saying no thank you, and A-site just wide open. But watch the Viper. Watch the Viper in transition.
I mean, Sabs might be able to get 1 here. A wide swing, though. Moves expecting someone up. Good work from Carlton. And I mean, Alberta's not actually on the site yet. Carlton have beat them on the timing here, and the utility forces the plant to be in an awkward spot. Rim's just going to swing it and take down the planter.
Oh man, that was so incredibly done by the Carlton Raven squad. Able to not only get over to A-site, but do so without any casualties until they actually got onto that site. They got control of it. And Jello gonna be the only one left to try and pull it off.
I mean,
but yeah, 10 seconds left to get these 4 kills. Should just save at this point, I think. But
I mean, Rubsky's not even in a place where he could get shot. So Jello will trade himself out for 1. Just try and damage Carlton's economy a little bit going into the backside of this half. But ultimately, a solid defense from Carlton. I was a little bit worried by the fact that they completely gave up the A site when they started to invest on stopping the B hit. I felt like they had done enough, but the Cosmic Divide actually made it so that Carlton didn't have any information. They were worried that players were going to be on site or up through mid, so they pulled everybody over and then they went for a full retake. Not a bad call, just potentially a little bit of a risky one, but it's also better than Jacklorf just staying on A and getting 1v5, right? So it ultimately works out for Carlton, and it's pretty cheap in terms of ultimates for them. They only use... Actually, they didn't use any ults that round. They still got quite a slew in their tool belt.
Cooldowns exchange coming out here in mid. Nobody overstepping their bounds. A little bit of feelers being sent out here on both the A and B side. It's going to be Riv, actually, and moves. 2 eliminations taken down here, spraying through the smoke. And that's going to spell trouble for green.
Riv's been cheeky on top of these walls, man. I mean, normally players of this caliber will expect Sages on top of the walls, but Riv has been spacing it out enough to where it's not always being watched by Alberta. Like, you see Shimmy now concerned that Riv is on top, but he's not hard committing to these wall plays. He's just using them every once in a while, just as a little poke, a little prod into Alberta's lines. And it keeps them on their toes. A nice solid 2 picks. I mean, 3 players to attack on Split is pretty difficult. I'm going to be honest. They're going to need a really solid gunfight here against Riv, and moves with the cross ain't going to give him a chance.
30 seconds
Yeah,
left.
moves flexing right there. The 180 flick going to come out. Sabs is going to try and take as much as they can. There's little hope to win this round, all things considered, but maybe you can get out with your life, and that's going to be just that. Alberta's going to have to forego this round. It's going to be a 5-5 tie here as we head into our 11th round. And I mean, this game is anybody's at this point, as both these teams have had the momentum in their favor and equally taken it back from their opponents.
Alberta certainly have been struggling towards the later rounds of this half. That economic lead that they built up toward the beginning hasn't really been favoring them. And now, I mean, they're out of money now, actually. So Carleton is likely going to take their first lead of the half in its entirety, right? You still do have some pretty powerful ultimates for Alberta. Of course, the Blade Storm from Shimmy, he's been nuts with that today, and the Showstopper from Witter. So should the early round favor Alberta, if they get 1 or 2 cheeky shots with these sheriffs, they can snowball it effectively. It all comes down to this early round, and Witter's just going.
Oh, I love it. The Showstopper coming out. I did not see a single bit of map. I only saw smokes and utility as he flew through. And Rubsky and Riv are going to add into the fun as well, lining up a few headshots. Nick is trying to pull out what he can, but this round is all Carleton Ravens. And we have one more round before we go into half.
Solid read from Carleton. They 4-stack A because a lot of teams will just run out onto the A site, right? They leave Danny over to B. The Killjoy between the Nanostorms, you can stop a heavy B main push, right? Or at least slow it down and give Carleton time to rotate. And then worst case, if Danny loses the B site, you only give 1 gun over to Alberta. You'd still have the Showstopper and the res and the Cosmic Divide in your back pocket. A really smart stack from Carleton on A that round to get themselves their first lead. Are they going to extend it, or will we end this half tied up? Another fast play through mid, but nobody's home this time.
Oh, interesting spot to put the wall there. Move's going to take advantage of it and maybe find something with the Showstopper. No, nobody getting too overzealous there, but Witter gonna be peeking. Riv read it, but Riv can't follow through with the eliminations. Riv was watching the angle, but the swing was just a little too quick. Is Moves gonna get out? Ooh, Moves got down. Danny! Off screen, Danny pulls out a 2K with the Odin. Massive W there for the Killjoy here from the Carleton squad. And that, plus the orb, is going to get the Killjoy ultimate. Immense play right there by the Carleton Raven squad. And that feels like it's almost a nail in the coffin. The spikes in the defense's control. They still have the Astro Wall to play with. It's going to be hard for Alberta to break out of this. But Shimmy going to be trying the best that he can. And
1v1.
We got 1v1.
Ooh. Danny does get the early info. And it's on to Jello to actually try and clear all of this out. Danny can just play back, play for time. Force Jello into an awkward angle, and I like this off angle from Danny right now.
And there's not enough time for the Jello to try and swing around, maybe go to Ramen and take the long way. We got 20 seconds here, folks. This is the only option Jello has. It's going to be a good old-fashioned aim duel. But Danny, lying in wait, jumps onto their prey, and Jello goes down. Carleton ends halftime 7-5. And honestly, with how the game started here, Paul, I did not expect to be saying that.
I really liked Carleton, or Danny specifically, his setup towards B. So it was the same setup that he had in the previous round where it was a gamble stack toward A, but it didn't get spotted. So he just does it again. He pulls out the Odin and he holds, the turret takes contact, and then he just spams the corner, completely safe. Danny with the Odin, man. Normally this guy is their Sova player, but obviously it's split. You're not going to play Sova on this map. So he picks up the Killjoy and he still finds ways to make the Odin just so obnoxious. I love watching Danny play, dude. It's hilarious.
You can take the Sova away from the player, but you can't take the player away from the Sova. And that's what we love to hear about our Sova mains. Even though you can't play him on split, that Odin still gives you a little bit of that taste of playing our favorite archer. Alas, though, teams have swapped sides. Carlton on the offensive now, Alberta on the defensive.
And this is where the attacking side is where Carlton struggled against SJSU really heavily in their composition, right?
Oh,
that's not the paint shell. It was not the paint shell.
It was predicted. They were expecting the jet dash. They were expecting the jet updrift dash.
Possible. That's certainly a possibility.
Spike planted.
Either way, the spike's gonna get planted. It's 5v5.
Yeah, 5v5 gonna be coming out. And just look at where you see Carlton holding now. They have to make sure that they don't get overzealous here. And speaking of that, they're actually going to be the ones bringing it to Nick, taking him down. And now the defense is really in a tough spot. They're getting pincered here up in heaven, and they're being forced out onto the site. Incredible job by the Carlton Ravens squad, sending 4 members up ramp into heaven. And Jello, the only member left standing, is going to put up a heck of a fight, I'll say. But you only got so much time left to defuse the spike, my friend.
Okay, I'm still on it.
Ooh. Okay,
Ooh, no.
I was a little bit nervous with that swing, but Moves manages to lock it down. And even if he didn't, Danny was ready. Love that round from Carlton. So they plant for heaven for exactly that post plant that we saw at the very end. They plant for heaven, leave 1 player on site, and then they say, hey, we planted for heaven. Guys, we need heaven control. So they just mob their way through back to A lobby where it's clear and just take a bloody gunfight up towards heaven. But they know that they're going to have an advantageous advantage in terms of players in heaven, right? Somebody's got to be going to clear out site, and it's probably 1 or 2 somebodies from Alberta. So they know it at worst, it's going to be a 4v3. Now they've got guns. They're just going to go right back to A.
And why not? You know, send it back to A. Do it once, do it twice. It looks so nice. And I mean, the Spectres just flexing right now. You can feel the eco diff in the second round. And I mean, you can try to make something amazing happen, but Alberta they just don't have the equipment available to them. And you're seeing it right here, folks. Absolute flawless from the Carlton squad. Incredible execution there on this offense. And they have set themselves up for this 9-5 round score going in to our first buying round for the teams.
Yeah, but Carlton, they're not buying.
They don't. Excuse me. Yeah, they don't.
It's just a bonus.
Dang thing.
Yeah, it's just a bonus for Carlton, right? And a super healthy one at that. Sabs does pick up the Judge, but I mean, you have to walk out into B main for the Judge to actually do much of anything. That's a little bit tricky. If this ends up on A, Sabs is going to find himself being all but useless, right? I do like this one way, but again, like, it's a one way, but it's just a like, it's an empty threat of a one way.
Yeah, it's a
because
deterrent.
Sabs doesn't have a gun that can take fights under the one way. He can't walk all the way back and look for toes underneath it. He's just gonna hold that close angle. Meanwhile, Jello, yeah, just get out of there, dude. Don't be anywhere near them.
I swear I've seen that same thing happen the last 2 rounds to players on this defense. So good that there's a little bit of more of a reservation here from Alberta. Definitely with those more expensive guns in their hands, they want to make sure they get the use they need out of these guns. If Alberta drops this round as well, they're really going to be staring down the barrel of a gun from Carlton.
Early Viper wall towards A, though, doesn't really get Carlton much, right? I mean, they can cross across A lobby anytime they want, which is really nice, but it doesn't get them onto site. It doesn't get them into heaven. They can maybe take a fight with a Vents player with some sort of confidence, but one of the things about Carlton's composition is it struggles to wrestle map control away. Oh, that's so unfortunate for Sabs. Great movement by Riv, though. And even though he dies to Nick back site, the plants happen in A.
Yeah, the job has been accomplished. The deed is done. Carlton is able to secure themselves a spike plant, and it's going to be difficult to break through this. You can see the 4 members holding on site, especially that Viper holding under heaven. That's always one of the most difficult positions to clear out when you're retaking this site, because you need to get those clear line of sights on A site itself cleared out, and then when you drop down, you have to win the gunfight as well. So very much, excuse me, gonna be a tall task. But hey, Alberta doing a great job. And look, that's how you get it done. You clear the site, you clear the closed heaven hold, and Alberta, they're stepping up to the plate big time. And they know where Danny is. It's just gonna be left up to them to finish this elimination. And Alberta doing a great job at finding their footing at last. And hopefully they're gonna be swinging some momentum back in their favor.
Yeah, good job clearing those angles. And Danny, a little bit unfortunate for him there at the very end. The spike plant was starting to go off, but he did have, like, I think a nano swarm or two. So when the Alberta realized that, they actually come off of the spike to destroy the nano swarms. And that actually takes them out of Danny's line of sight. So he sprays, then his position's given away, and Alberta can clean that up. First full gun round now for both these teams. Carleton didn't do the damage they were hoping for on that eco. So they're going to have to shut down pretty much a full buy from Alberta. One Spectre, but we've seen the running gun from Spectres, especially on a map like Split where it's a ton of close corners. That's more than fine. What's not fine for Alberta, however, is that opening pick. That sucks, because now that Viper's Pit, or not the Viper's Pit rather, but the Toxic Screen, I was talking about, you can just cross a lobby whenever you want. There's no one holding Heaven now. That is a massive chunk of the map that Alberta has to commit to clearing back out.
So neither team knows about what's going on in Heaven, it looks like. Carleton having some hesitation, maybe calculated, just letting the defense ruminate a bit. But this defense, I mean, you can see Jet is trying to get back into Heaven, and that's the go button being pressed. A-side is being taken over, not much resources dedicated to Heaven. Oh, the winner's ready, lying in wait, pulls out the showstopper, no hesitation. Oh, it's a 3, it's a 4K from the Rays on Alberta. A massive play on the site, playing defense.
Witter just destroyed that round. He takes this over. Nobody's looking to sign. Not a single player. All of the Carleton Ravens were concerned with a player coming out of screens. Perfect timing from Witter. Picks himself up the showstopper, chucks it out, and he would have heard moves go up into Heaven. So he just keeps moves out of his line of sight and takes the next 2 1v1s very effectively. Great round from Witter right there. And Carleton, they're already broke, right? They started off hot on their attacking side, but Alberta, they are stabilizing.
Oh, they are indeed. They are getting a little bit of momentum now. It was on the Carleton side, but both these teams have shown to start their offense strong, and then the defense is able to take over the game. Shimmy doing what we know best, taking those op shots, dropping their opponents. Oh, and look at that, a little bit of a...
I mean, yeah, this is a nice lurk from Rubsky. He's cleared out most of A Heaven. Jello's still hanging around on the site, though. He's probably gonna be able to get at least one. And look, he's pulled Witter over to clear and make sure that nobody is flanking him. Rubsky's gonna pick up that first kill, though, and now Jello's in a bad spot.
Jello's in the bad spot, or a great opportunity. This could be a 3-piece for Jello if they just have the patience and the shots. Gonna find one. Danny taken down. The spike is on site now, but you have to make sure you can clear it to plant, and Riv is gonna do just that, planting the spike in a nice spot to plant it, but it's gonna be hard to defend this outside of on site itself. And their Shimmy and Sab's gonna be pressing the attack, securing the kills, and this round win for Alberta. They got an 8th round on the board, and we're going into round 18.
Yeah, nice work there from Jello. Good movement to just avoid the 2 players from the Ravens. And the Ravens, you know, they could have chased down that kill, right? I mean, 2 players still alive. They had plenty of times before the rotate came over, but they wanted to secure the spike plant because that matters more economically than just getting 1 kill. Ravens need to recover their own economy. And look, I mean, the spike plant gets you 400. I mean, they're just barely buying on a couple of players thanks to that.
Mm-hmm. I mean, Danny counting their lucky stars about that one.
Well, and Danny's going to be an important player this round because he's got the lockdown. This is going to be a full hit towards B. The Cosmic Divide is going to bisect this site, and then the lockdown's going to go out to try and take control. They need to make sure that they destroy Sabs early, though. Especially now that he has a Vandal for this one way, right?
Now it's not just a
so
comp
careful
trick.
how you tackle this guy.
It's not just a comp Q trick we're seeing now. Now there's actual threat behind this, and the lockdown is going to come out, but it's not going to clear out the full B site. You can see Sabs has a bit of safety in this pocket here, but that safety is going to be temporary, and that's going to be eliminated. You can't hide behind that wall, my friend. That is Valorant 101.
Oof.
Showstopper finds nobody, and the site, it's a little bit of a lot of hesitation. It's not going to be taken, and Carleton, they're going to go back towards mid and look for a new avenue of attack.
Danny has made his way out here, so he's got their cross without too much difficulty. But it was a really nice rotation from Alberta. The second that any sort of noise was heard, they knew the lockdown was coming out, and everybody pulled to that B site. And because Witter was there in time, the showstopper was demolished. Witter's still hanging around. Gotta be careful. plenty of stars to pull him out in the open, and if he's not careful about this swing... Oh, the off angle's so good, though! Yes! Nice work!
You just wish there might have been a little more patience, but I guess it won't matter. Wither's going to be getting 2 and double jump packs out to safety. Incredible job there by you, Alberta. We got us a tie game here, folks. It's 9-9 in game 1 of the grand finals. Could you write a better story?
On Carlton, they got to be sweating here.
I got something for them from Manscaped.
They built up a bit of a lead on their defense, but after the first 2 rounds allotted by that pistol, they've struggled to make any sort of dent in Alberta. Witter has been taking over the game in a lot of these rounds. The utility usage on this, I mean, you know, I know the big joke is in Project A, you kill with guns. Guns matter. You don't kill with abilities. But in all seriousness, Witter has done a very good job of denying the pushes from Carlton and taking advantage of his utility.
Oh, Lord.
That's rough.
I mean, that's just, I'm sorry, you know? Go next round.
You struggle to find the words. It's so unfortunate, so unlucky.
That's just how these last few rounds have been going for Carlton, to be honest. When it rains, it pours, and Jello adding to that as well. Just a little bit of a peek over the edge, going to secure that elimination. And no need to stick around there as Carlton is trying to press the advantage here. Jello, pull out the gun. You got to get there in time. The cover from Shimmy is massive. And that was just a bait the entire time, leaving Rib the only one standing. Nobody falls on Alberta. A flawless round from them against the eco buy from Carlton. And now we have ourselves round 20.
Carlton have one more chance. Good. I was about to say a timeout is very much necessary because that is 4-5 rounds in a row now that Carlton has lost on this attacking side. Yeah, 5 rounds. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to our amazing observer, Juke. He always kills it. But this is the last chance for Carlton because if they lose this round, Alberta it will be match point before Carlton gets more guns, and you don't want to be fighting 3 rounds in a row on your attacking side to try and play for another overtime. It would be Carlton's 2nd overtime on split of the day. So they've got to try and make some adjustments here.
And if you need to make some adjustments to how you take care of yourself and that personal hygiene, head on over to manscaped.com and put in that code you see on your screen, CF121 for 20% off. And maybe you can start controlling some orbs like we need these teams to get those ultimates up and get them going.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, you speak of ultimates. Witter's had such a crazy couple of rounds. He's already almost back to a showstopper. 1 kill, 1 orb picked up, and he'll have that available. Nick only 1 off the res, too. Nick is often not taking that first contact and able to trade, so it's likely that resurrection comes up. Carlton need this A-take to go well, but look, Alberta, they've read it. They've brought Witter, Shimmy with the op. They've got Jello up top, too, already prepared for this. This is going to be difficult. No flashes for Carlton's comp. They don't have a way to force Shimmy off this angle.
They don't. They're really just going to have to go for a jiggle or look for another avenue to approach from, and right now, it's looking like the latter of the two is going to be their choice, but patience is the name of the game here. Alberta, no strangers to that after having faced the Northwood offense for 3 games, but they do need to make sure they land the shots when the opportunity presents itself.
Alberta have just dug their heels in, dude.
Yeah,
this noise cut from Carlton hasn't done anything. All 3 players are still watching for this waterfall out onto the site. The Cosmic Divide goes out, and this is going to be a bloodbath.
He missed! Oh, that's massive. Shimmy missed, but he doesn't miss a second time. Still, the damage may have been done, Paul. Look at the disadvantage that we see Alberta left in. And Shimmy just keeps getting baited with these jiggle peaks. It's so crucial. Oh, the 2-piece coming in from the Bladestorm. Shimmy flipping this round on his head for the defense. But just like that. Just like that. Nick, the only member left standing, is going to drop not only the Spike Planter, but that drops the Viper's Pit. Danny going to try and spray through this wall. But the 2 are just jiggling. They're trying to find an opening. The smoke comes in. Oh, Nick playing that so well. Battle Sage is the best kind of Sage here. Gets the operator as well, and Paul, I mean,
Nick does such a good job in that round. There's such chaos on the site, especially with Sabs just throwing himself out of heaven and taking the gunfight down below with I believe it was Danny. Grubsky thinks he's good. He thinks he's safe to plant because, all right, we've gotten rid of all these players, but Nick has just been slowly inching his way through elbow the entire time. Even in the Viper's pit, it's not the safe haven that Carlton was hoping it would be. Now it's 9-11. Carlton with a light buy, a somewhat desperate buy. They need rounds now more than ever. Witter here to greet them. He does get hit by the Nova Pulse, though, Beanies.
Yeah, that's going to be a big concuss that forces him off the angle. Shimmy also, important to note, was not set up on this A site, so that operator needs to get prepared and find a shot or two. Jello is going to create a brief opening there, but the site is in control, but the spike is not. Getting the spike could be a little risky. They do get the job done, and they're going to be planting it in a safe spot to plant, but keep in mind, Paul. Keep in mind, Paul. This spot for where they planted is not easy to defend from. They're going to have to win some guns fights and get out of this corner that they kind of put themselves in.
Yeah, only 26 health on moves. He doesn't have a shot. No chance, dude. Not to pull that round off. And now University of Alberta Green will be on the first map point of this best of 5 grand finals. It's still a long series to go, regardless of how these next couple of rounds go. But Alberta have got to be feeling good. Carlton, they did their best considering the economy that they had. It was just a light buy. They'll be full buying for this potentially final round. But it's looking difficult for Carlton. Their hard-hitting A, their hard-hitting B executes have not worked. These slow rounds have created opportunities for players like Jello or Sabs to find picks, and Witter has just been shutting down these executes left, right, and center.
Good work.
Yeah, moving out into mid. It's a good read. Once again, Alberta have Carlton's number. Shimmy is always on the right place with this op. Oh, beautiful shot.
That hit? Oh my lord, an incredible wallbang shot onto moves, taking down the Rays early. That's awful for Carlton on this round. They need as much help as they can get, and Rays is such a crucial part of a team's success on split. Clearing out those corners, clearing out these tight spaces, and now that's not available to you. So how does Carlton come back?
Pretty well here. Carlton, they're making a lot of ground towards A, but they're running out of time. The later this lockdown goes, the more confident Alberta is that it is in fact the fake, and Witter's already here. He's seen him. Paint shell goes out.
Oh, that's a good paint shell. It forces the number. Oh, my God, Jack Lorf steps into the paint shell. Spike goes down. I mean, it's picked up, but that's information given away. A site is going to be the location. Oh, and Jello. Beautiful off angle going to be held there. And there's just 2 members of the Carlton Ravens trying to hold up against the 4 of Alberta. Oh my God, an Astro Well used to perfection by Jello, picking up 2 eliminations. And University of Alberta, the everlasting underdogs, are going to take game 1 in the CF1 Fall Grand Finals.
We're not calling them underdogs anymore, Beanies.
Don't call the comeback.
Can't do it. We can't do it. It's not a comeback. It's not underdogs. They're not at this point. They are doing phenomenal. Witter came out of nowhere. You know, we've been toting Shimmy and Sabs all day long, but this was Witter's map. The guy was nasty.
Absolutely
with it.
nuts.
Shimmy's still actually with the highest average combat score, regardless of that. The op helps. The op helps with combat score, believe it or not. And, you know, Carlton, they did what they can. Moves especially, not only with the most combat score on his team, but look at those first bloods. That's 7 first bloods out of the guy, right? 9 of the rounds that Carlton took, or they only took 9 rounds, and he got first bloods in 7 of them. I mean, he's trying his hardest, but the problem with Carlton's composition is it leans so heavily defensively, right?
Yes.
And I don't dislike that in theory, especially on a map like Split, but losing the pistol, then losing an anti-eco later, right? Just a couple of slip-ups, and suddenly you're not in a position where you have enough of a lead on an attacking side, and the anticipation from Alberta shut down the executes that Carlton were trying to go for, right? Witter, I'm gonna tote him again, over and over again, using paint shells, using boom bots, the showstopper. It's so much damage. You can't just funnel out onto the site regardless of ultimates you have, regardless of the utility you have prepared. Even if you find Witter with some of that utility, slow orbs, snake bites, gravity wells, you name it, Witter is still a threat to behold. He comes up great. So does the rest of Alberta, and now they're off to a 1-map lead in our best of 5 grand finals.
And Paul, before we go to break, I want to point out I am a big fan of YEG Nick, and one of the reasons I am is because of how well he plays his role as a Sentinel and as a Sage. Take a look at the deaths that Nick had in this game. By far the lowest deaths of anybody in the game. And as a Sage, that stat is probably more important than most, just because you want to make sure you're alive. You're providing that util. You're providing that slow, that wall. And as long as Nick is alive, there's a heal and there's a resurrect available to the rest of the team, so Shimmy and Witter can feel free to go ham. And that's exactly what they did. But Paul, that's game 1. This is a best of 5. We got a long road ahead of us, and I'm sure Carlton is not down and out just yet. So we'll find out what map 2 has in store for us after this break.
How has Big Gamer changed Impact to Cloud9? I mean, honestly, the difference between the teams that actually win or lose are the teams that can actually have the stamina and still have a sharp mind through that event. Prior to having Big Gamer's exercise routines that we've been doing, my players around Game 5 would get tired and lose. What's happened with the training we've been doing, we are now, when we get to these Game 5 situations, we're the team on stage that has energy. We're the team on stage actually that's sharp, and we're the team that's racing games. Big Gamer app helps you not only track on your everyday workouts, but we travel a lot. So while we're traveling, we can kind of pinpoint how our players are doing, how our managers are doing. Are they can report what their sleep is like, and report the nutrition. It gives us the ability to catch patterns that are not good early, address them, fix them. And our training routines, training up on both, has resulted in us lifting trophies at the end of the day. And for me, that's what actually matters.
When I grow up, I want to be a nurse. But I want to be a policeman.
A lawyer.
I want to be an actress.
My dream is to be a vet. My dream is to be an engineer.
My dream is to be a Navy SEAL.
To be on Broadway.
I want to be an athletic trainer.
I want to work with Doctors Without Borders.
My dream is to cure cancer.
One day, I'd like to dance at my daughter's wedding.
Be a hero. Be a designated driver. Take the pledge today at herocampaign.org.
You know, you're really getting better. I'm like this newly made dude. Hey, even my USB port back there is brand new. Yay! You're amazing! Well, not like me amazing, but a pretty darn good amazing. Attaboy! Watch out for that! Ow! Anyway, you want to hear my alien story?
Yes.
So, aliens.
How has Big Gamer changed and impacted Cloud9? I mean, honestly,
Cloud9, North America's best international team, are headed back to Worlds.
the difference between the teams that actually win or lose are the teams that are going to actually have the stamina and still have like a sharp mind through that event. Prior to having Fit Gamer's exercise routines that we've been doing, my players around Game 5 would get tired and lose. What's happened with the training that we've been doing, we are now, when we get to this Game 5 situations, we're the team on stage that has energy, we're the team on stage actually is sharp, and we're the team that's racing the trophies. The Fit Gamer app helps you not only track on your everyday workouts, but we travel a lot. So while we're traveling, we can kind of pinpoint how our players are doing, how our managers are doing. They can report what their sleep is like, they report the nutrition, and it gives us the ability to catch patterns that are not good early and address them and fix them. And our training routines, training up on both, has resulted in us lifting trophies at the end of the day. And for me, that's what actually matters.
I grow up, I want to be a nurse. But I want to be a policeman.
A lawyer.
I want to be an actress.
My dream is to be a vet. My dream is to be an engineer.
My dream is to be a Navy SEAL.
To be on Broadway.
I want to be an athletic trainer.
I want to work with Doctors Without Borders.
My dream is to cure cancer.
One day.
Welcome back, everybody. Beanies Impossible here. You may recognize our names, but you got to get used to these players because they are putting on a performance here in the grand finals. And Alberta, they put on a heck of a show in that game 1 on Split here, Paul. But let's shift our focus to game 2 now because we're moving on to a new map, a reset here for the Carleton squad. They can approach this as a brand new game, and we're going to be looking at Haven for the first time on broadcast today.
And it is worth noting, of course, that Alberta, their map pick was Split, right? They got the first map pick,
Yeah,
so
good point,
them
good point.
taking away Split, it was 13-9, not a terribly far scoreline. Carleton generally really likes Split, or at least have before. It's been a little bit rough for them this weekend, so, you know, you take some wins, you take some losses on Split. At the end of the day, it's going to be a long series regardless. We still have at least 2 more maps to play, and that's if Alberta just breeze through everything. Carleton, we move on to Haven. This is going to be an interesting one. We have no information on Alberta on Haven, right? None whatsoever. And I've only seen Carleton here once or twice, and I think it was against teams that they very effectively rolled over, right?
Okay.
Not the most competitive matches. Now, whether that was just because Carleton's Haven is so incredibly insane, or they just skill diffed really hard, you know. Hard to say definitively, but I've only seen them.
Could be both.
Could be both. Could, of course, be both. But I think it's safe to say that this map definitely leans toward Carleton because you can put a lot of their players back on comfortable picks, right? You get Rubsky off of the Viper. He's going to be back on a Sentinel, like a Killjoy, or not a Killjoy. Or yeah, a Killjoy or a Cypher. Danny, particularly, going back over to the Sova. Moves is going to get to play the Jet. He's much better at Jet than he is at Raze. So I think Carleton, sure, they're not feeling great about map 1, but I hope they're keeping their heads high.
Yeah, because as you said, this is a long series. You know, traditionally, I mean, I say traditionally, but almost across the board, Valorant is played in best of 3. So after one game, you kind of may start feeling that pressure that you lost. But all things considered, you have more room to work with. We are going on to Haven. You can still even this up at a 1-1 score line. So Carleton, basically, if they come in feeling good, feeling refreshed, they had 5 minutes to step away, we could see a whole different team here. And if I'm not mistaken, real quick, Alberta is going to be starting out on defense here. So Carleton, they have offense to lead us out.
And these are 2 very different compositions, right? Carleton going for what is sort of like the new standard amongst like pro teams and amateur teams, right? Like teams who do like the outside of collegiate scene, you know, where they try and play VCT. They're going with the double initiator, the Jet forefront, and then you have a Killjoy and Astra for map control. Whereas Alberta, they've got 2 duelists. It's going to be Shimmy and Witter. We've seen what Witter can do on the Reyna. The dude popped off earlier on Icebox versus Northwood, so no doubt that he is a force to be reckoned with. And I mean, he just had an insane game. He's undoubtedly feeling it. But their composition is going to be a bit more brawly, a bit more skirmishy than Carleton's, who want to take standardized executes, team fights, right, retakes, etc. They want to take 5v5.
Ooh, that Wolf got a lot of value there. The stun and the tripwire from Cypher. Incredible job there by Riv, and they secure the elimination. So nicely done, coming out firing for the Carleton Ravens.
Ooh, crispy little headshot there. Unfortunately, Shimmy just had a classic, whereas Moves a much bigger pistol to him. Sabs is sitting here on the A side. He's going to very quickly get overwhelmed. And yeah, that's Moves to the classic. All right, the dude's online now. Feeling much better about Carleton already in this very first round. And this is what I was talking about with Carleton, right? They want to use their initiators of Sky and Sova to gain a little bit of map control early. Ideally, turn those into favorable trades like they did over in Garage with the 2-for-1 trade they got there. And then they can either reset if they're not feeling the tempo on their execute, or they can just full send it onto a site where they know they have an advantage. Solid pistol round for Carleton to start off their map pick.
And now it's going to be heading on into this bonus round, taking a look at what Carleton's going to purchase for themselves generally across the board. Going to be going with those Spectre. Yeah, not generally anymore. Riv followed up in a nice uniform look here. Spectre full shields, the safest second round buy you can come through with. And on the other hand, Alberta not even wasting the credits on the shield. They're just going to go full on classic. Maybe they'll pull out a right click, but really, this round is going to be more of the story of how quickly and how decisively can Carleton finish it off this round, because with all this money spent, you don't want to lose a character or two.
Yeah, they want to get away cleanly, right? Trailblazer here, going to spot the Sova very early. Stabs is pretty dead. Yeah, didn't have much of a chance. Nice, really quick run up A long, and nobody contesting that. Means that Moves gets away fine. Jello will punish him, so one gun dropped, but ultimately Carleton is going to plant the spike, get themselves tons of money. A very solid anti-eco as well for staying alive. That gives them a healthy bonus coming into this next round. But this is where the actual Valorant starts, right? Gun round out now for Alberta, and we are on a very wide open map. Alberta, their composition, comparatively to Carleton's at the very least, not the best defensively. You're gonna look for Shimmy and Witter to try and play with the timings, to try and find openings in Carleton's attack while they're still playing like a default and not hard onto a site already. Because comparatively on a retake, this isn't nearly as strong of a composition.
All right, no damage to come through either. Just to scare them, have them shaking in their boots a bit. But B site gonna be the first location. Gonna see if they can send it. I love this. I love when teams do this. Send it through B, take it to A or C after gaining access to the enemy spawn, and now you can really play with your food. You can plant on B. You can send it to A. You can try and take it over the C if you're feeling frisky, but B site's gonna be the location they plant, and now it's just a matter of holding this down.
Alrighty, nice swing there from Shimmy, but he actually trades himself out. It's
amazing.
2 for 2 right now. Still plenty on the site. Nick at least has a good cross, and with Jackwolf going down on Gong, it's all up to Rebsky to try and do a bit more economic damage. Spike already being diffused, and he'll give away his position with a bit of spam, so not the economic damage Carleton was hoping for. The reason you plant in that position on a bonus round in particular is because you have Spectres. You want to force them into close contact angles. If you plant C, if you plant A, there's more opportunity for long angles and utility to come into it, whereas going B to A link, you can take a lot of those close contacts, where a Spectre isn't much worse than a Phantom unless people are getting headshots. Unfortunately for Carleton, Shimmy, Nick, they did a pretty good job getting headshots, so not quite the damage that Carleton was hoping for, but they still got a fine buy coming into this 4th round. Moobs even has the Blade Storm. Doubt he's going to use it here, unless things get really dicey for him.
Ooh, the recon comes out. Nothing too crazy now. Riv trying to gather some information. Alir is actually going to prevent any info gathered, just that Reyna is somewhere on the A site. But Shimmy lying in wait. Riv just has to swing and Shimmy can take a shot. But is Riv gonna hold this? Is Riv gonna send the flash? Is Shimmy gonna get snuck up on by these 3 members who are just waiting for a chance to strike at A site?
Oh my, those Guardian shots are just a few pixels away from headshots. And I mean, Carleton, it seems like they don't feel confident. I was expecting them to throw out a recon dart back site and then try to flood it. Especially since they had Riv over in sewer. He could have flashed on for the player undoubtedly holding sewer. Instead, they're just going to leave Moobs here. He still has the dash, so he can get out of this should a lot of pressure come down on top of him. But Carleton, we're down to 40 seconds, and they don't have much of the map.
Ooh, trading some shots there. Moobs is going to get out, but yet to your point, they don't have much of a presence at all. And as you get into these later stages of a round where you're basically grouped up into a death ball, it's really just feast or famine. You're either going to walk out and take down your opponents because they're overwhelmed, or you're just going to line up like fish in a barrel. And I think we got our answer to which one this is going to be here, Paul. Alberta taking down Carleton, losing only 1 member of their own, and we're tied up yet again between these 2.
Really good gravity well there, 2 at the end from Jello, completely denying Carleton access to the site. And that's what happens when you take that long to actually go for your execute solidly, right? There were plenty of flashes on Rib. I'm a little bit confused as to why Carleton didn't try and pull the trigger earlier into that round. Now they're out of money. They're going to have to eco. Of course, Moobs does have the Blade Storm, and that will be the economic buffer into this round. And we've seen what Moobs can do with the Blade Storm, but he needs to be enabled. We need to see flashes and gravity wells setting him up, because if he just goes in dry, it's not favored for him.
And I'm curious, maybe this is a question you can just outright answer, but I'm curious what the hesitation is going to C. We've seen B and even A site both time and time again a choice for the Carlton squad, but they haven't even as much as looked at C since round 1.
It is just easier to take the A site in general, right? You don't have to take away Garage. Sewer is much easier compared to Garage, and that C long offers such a difficult avenue, such a difficult window. So unless you find something toward the middle of the map, it's hard to just full commit C. Nice swing from Shimmy. Beautiful work.
Yeah, I mean, it was a battle of the Blade Storm there, and Shimmy comes out top. Oh, Shimmy with the patience, but can't find the elimination. Sova is going to take all those kunai and just walk around with
my.
3 of them just standing. Saz with the geometric shock dart going to take down 2, and Nick joining in on the fun as well. Rubsky, the only member left standing here to try and take down the 2.
Nice.
And nice, a one-shot headshot. This is doable. This is possible. It's unbelievable. Rumsky with the clutch sheriff in hand, and that's a massive round swing for Carlton when all looked lost.
Rumsky has no right winning this. The timing there on Nick is just so fortunate for him, and a great shot to pair with it. That is so well done by Rubsky. I thought it was over. The second that recon dart came out, 3 players were all standing in the default plants, and I was like, oh man, yeah, this is where Savs is gonna destroy him. Those recon the shock darts follow it up, get 2 kills, but Alberta a little bit hasty. Rubsky finding the nice shots. Now Carlton, they have an economic foot underneath them once again. And they're just bullying this A site.
Yeah, I mean, look at how the defense is holding. They're even expecting Carlton to change it up at this point, sending 3 members to favor that B to C side for the most part. And so they're not going to get any return on that investment. And you can see 2 members going to be holding this short. It could come to blows, but I think both teams are going to step away. Yeah, that well forces the retreat there. And now the Killjoy ultimate comes out, and we're going to have a bit of a stalemate as the defense has to respond to this ultimate.
You are divided.
This lockdown is just going to force him out here. Actually, I think, yeah, he's going to get detained. That's just more time for Carlton to get on. The spike getting planted now. There's not really much in terms of ultimates to get Alberta out here. And they only have the Leers to get them past this cosmic divide, right? It's not as consistent as the guiding lights where you pop the flash and it's good. Widow doesn't even have any Leers. They just have to wait for it to expire.
Oh, but I guess that's all they needed. Where they're going to be taking down 1, and this is where we're going to see the 2 teams trade some blows.
1 enemy.
And on the site, it's going to be melee range exchanges. Nick, though, getting the 2-piece. Wither joining in the fun as well. And with Rubsky trying to make some magic happen again, they get 1. Rubsky not able to find the clutch this time around. And Alberta brings us back to a tie.
Carlton very eager to take those fights. I understand, you know, they saw 4 players all funneling themselves out of that connector, but, you know, that's 4 guns you got to worry about, guys.
Yeah.
You don't have to swing those fights. No utility was prepped either to deny that position from Alberta, so they're able to pretty much just waltz onto the site. They didn't even need the layers to get them out. And Carlton, I mean, despite the 150 they got, it wasn't enough to pad their economy to where they could have afforded to lost that round. They'll have a hero rifle on Rubsky, who has been the last one alive in the last 2 rounds. But despite that, I mean, there's no Blade Storm. There's really not much going for Carlton here.
Just playing around this A long, gonna retreat actually, not committing. We're gonna see a change of pace here as A site was toyed with, but now it's gonna be sent over what looks like a garage. B push maybe. C could still be in the game, but Alberta, they just have to be on their toes.
Does have a nice position up in mid, so he can cut off these rotations. The fact that they hit, or that they lean toward A early means that Carlton are confident that there are more players for the A side of the map than B. They're relying on the fact that they want Rubsky to find some sort of value in the middle of the map as the siege comes through.
Oh, Moves is just going to dash on the site and gets the kill before Yeg can really escape into the smoke. A big elimination there as the defense is now down 2 members. This anchor from Rubsky is looking massive. But Wither has the Empress active. They need this elimination on the Rubsky. If they can't find the kill, the Empress is going to expire. They're not going to have the HP to continue this.
Nice.
And Danny comes and bails out their teammate. A massive job there by the offense. And even though Shimmy picks up this kill, it feels very strong that Carlton can hold on to the site.
It's taken so much time for Alberta to flush Rubsky out, and they haven't even dealt with Danny. Danny's just here. He's going to spot Shimmy going in. Updraft's not going to get him away. Moves with a headshot. Easy peasy.
Oh, no.
Does get out onto the site, but there's just no time. Even if he gets both of these kills, he'll get one. Danny gets away with his gun, and yet another thrifty for the Carlton Ravens.
Yeah, I mean, that 3K, it looks nice. You can cut out the end of that just to add it to a montage, but it's not going to get you the round win here. And Carlton, I mean, this back and forth affair that we're seeing these teams develop here, the one thing that comes to my mind, Paul, when I see this happening is economy, purchases. Who is going to come out on top of this? Because when you keep going back and forth, nobody can really build up an advantage. And at that point, you get down to the nitty gritty of how many people are surviving these rounds. And we can see Carlton, they're feeling great about their eco, their weapons, their equipment. And now they just have to get another round win.
Easier said than done. I like this little push here from Alberta. Find some heads. Nice one from Shimmy there, but he will fall. That does give his Vandal over to his buddy, so no harm, no foul for Alberta. Doing just fine. Contact here is everything for Nick. He's just playing. He's just hoping that nobody checks this corner, and Jackalope won't.
Oh, patience.
No. Oh my. It's a day in the farmer's market. Okay. It doesn't get completely out of control, but Nick is going to be very happy with that one pick.
I mean, yeah, you take what you can get here, and all things considered, Paul, we're seeing an agent equality between these two teams, and that goes in the favor of the defense. That goes in the favor of Alberta just because of how low they've had to spend on this round. Jack Lorf, though, going to get that plant down for Carlton, and that's going to set the tone here and force Alberta to make a play happen.
No Lears available for Witter. You're going into this drive. The recon dart's been used and everything. Nice gravity well, setting up one. Witter's got to be careful. Moves coming around. Nice swing from him, and now Jello's got 2 angles to be concerned about. Ooh, nearly got moves. Respectable effort from Jello there, but with just a Spectre in his hands, Moves is going to be able to pick that up with the Vandal at range.
Moves stepping in there with some Chad energy to take these gunfights and win them out. Very nicely done. The Jet for this Carlton Raven squad, helping push them past this back and forth that I mentioned in the previous round and give them 2 rounds to string together. You know, we haven't seen them string these 2 rounds, as you see on your screen, since the first 2 of the game. So maybe Carlton can keep this run going. If they get another round win under their belt, they're looking at a nice string going into this halftime.
And finally, Carlton are actually starting to lean towards C.
Yeah.
I do like this mid push from Alberta, though, right? It gets them a lot of information. Carlton have generally been sending 1 or 2 players toward the middle of the map, so Alberta at least know that something is different. Hearing the owl drone. Oh, Nick was spotted, though. Ooh, yeah. Ooh. Okay, he's actually not dead yet. He's lived longer than I thought, but with that many players heading toward him, it was only a matter of time. But a Vandal picked up in mid. Not bad for Alberta. They're going to be in a 4v4 retake.
Yeah, not bad at all things considered here, but Carlton is still in the driver's seat. I mean, driver's seat, they're pushing the ignition, heck, even the nitrous to get into this. Oh, and then take a trade.
Oh, no!
But everybody knows that Jello just bounces it right back at the opponents. That's massive there for the defense. And Carlton almost had a huge round swing, a huge momentum shift, 3 rounds in a row. But Alberta able to stop that bleeding, get themselves a 4th round on the board. And now we have ourselves a back and forth again.
And it all comes down to that mid push, right? Great work from Alberta and Jello just holding on to that spawn, right? Not aggressively throwing himself in, just playing with the time. Even if Jello dies there to both of them and doesn't even get a kill, the fact of the matter is 2 people committing from Carlton that deep on the map. You can look at the mini map right here. Even if Jello dies, there's 2 players immediately on that spot ready to trade him out. Great work from the the rotations, the positional advantage that Alberta gained early in the round, they snowballed that so heavily.
Now look at the purchases coming in here from the offense. A changing of the tide here. Can't go all out. They're choosing for a half buy, I guess you could call it. Some people going with ARs, some with Spectres, a light shield here or there, but moves. No hesitation. Going in full armor, Blade Storm active. Along with this Killjoy, that well could cause some problems. And the Astral Divide as well. Oh, that's going to be one traded out for each member of this team, but that's 2-2. I mean, quick math counting up, the offense is on the site, and that's really what matters at the end of the day. But can they get the spike planted? Jack Lorf going to be doing just that. They drop from heaven. Wither trades out one. The spike doesn't go down. Oh! And Jack Lorf with ice in his veins. 6 HP remaining is going to get Carlton another round on the board.
I'm not gonna lie, both teams played that 2v2 pretty damn well. I loved how Alberta took the spike plant as an opportunity to jump out of heaven and to swing onto Danny. This is a great call, right? Because Jack Lorf's position is known, but Jack actually comes off of the plant, and because Danny was able to get that one pick, there were too many places for Witter to have to look for him to actually take that 1v1 confidently. Just 6 HP on Jack Lorf actually limping out of that round. Back to A here.
Shimmy Shimmy.
Posting up pretty far forward. And a nice shot on a Jack Lorf. Doubling back. Couldn't quite pin down Rubsky, though.
Oh, my lord.
And the dog bites him to death.
Oh, you don't see that every day. That's a rare sight, but a good one to see nonetheless. Carlton now with the Killjoy ultimate actually coming out. The lockdown's going to give him A site control as the defense is forced to back up. But now, look at how the defense is playing this. Alberta going for that pincer, going 2 from the back, 2 from their spawn. The thing with this is when you divide your forces, if this Carlton squad attacks a singular location, they can take their numbers advantage and run with it. Ooh. Rubsky playing with fire.
Nice shot there from Rubsky, holding that down. Moves locking up heaven too. There were no smokes, so he had to be careful. I like this from Nick though. Nobody expected him to be long. 2 players alive. They have the crossfire. Valiant effort from Nick, but at the end of the day, Carlton do secure a 7th round.
Last round before the switch.
That looked dicey, though, for Carlton, right? Especially since it was Jack Lorf who died at the very beginning there. You really need your smokes alive on any take on Haven specifically. That Heaven position is so risky, but Carlton Ravens, they know that that was the place that they had to worry about the most, so they just flood it with utility. Somebody was always watching it, whether it was Rubsky or Riv or Moobs, right? There was always somebody prepared to take the fight at Heaven. Moves ended up taking the fight at Heaven, even killing Witter. And once that goes, there wasn't much of a cross for Alberta. One more round in this half. Alberta not with a perfect buy. And Carlton they have the Cosmic Divide Seekers. That's a nasty alt combo. You can just clear out a site with 2 button clicks.
As long as you use them in the proper timing, anything is possible. But sometimes from paper to execution, some things get lost in translation, so Carlton needs to keep their senses, needs to keep their focus. This is not a team they can just give a round over to.
Yeah, Nick.
Yeah, watch out for Nick. This is a risky spot. The Silva drone. The Silva drone does it. Oh no!
Okay.
You can't dodge the Sky ultimate, I will say. But Wither gonna be dropping the Empress, trying to return fire.
Nice.
Finds 2, a big ulti investment, and that's gonna be Wither trying to bring this back. Gets a 3rd, and that's all she wrote for the first half. Alberta ending it with an exclamation point, but Carlton are still in the driver's seat.
Another round that Witter just takes over in the blink of an eye, just like he did on Split. That time around, because Nick was in that far position, he actually cleared the Seekers, right? So Witter is able to take a more forward position than the Ravens were expecting, because they figured, oh, well, if Nick's all the way up here in lobby, that means they've probably cleared out the rest of A. They're stacking other ways because they'll have time to rotate. But Witter's there so quickly, finding those 2 kills in sewers, the Empress to even give Moobs a run for his money. So well done by Witter. And it means that this is a pretty even scoreline, right? For Haven, 5-7. That's basically what you expect.
Honestly, with the ability to attack 3 different bomb sites, the offense always has a little bit of a variability they can control. But Moves is actually going to be stuck in a risky spot, trading out their life for the Sentinel of Alberta's side. It's going to be an interesting choice in trade. We'll see if that actually comes back to bite him in the butt or worth it in the end. A Wither playing with fire.
Wither lurking. Interesting. He's loud, too. That is going to kind of give away that C has been given to Alberta, so you can already see the rotations pulling to the other side of the map. No noise on A. Carlton feel pretty confident. Danny is here, but there's a lot of people watching that spot right now, Danny.
Spike gets planted. And now look at where it's set up. They're going for the long hold. You have Sova going to clear down C long, maybe protect it from there, and the rest of the squad going to hold it on site. But this concerted defensive attack from their spawn is going to really need to be successful with taking out the members on the site. If you want to deal with the threat, clear the site, and that's exactly what Carlton does. They clear the site, only losing one member in the process, and Sads, the last remaining defender of this bomb, is going to try and play hero. Can't pick up an elimination. A nice spreading of the tanking damage there. And Carlton, very nicely done. Gets themselves a win.
Yeah. Just very well coordinated, right? I've said it before this series, but I always feel like whenever you're working with just pistols, mobbing, like being in a pack, is a very effective way to guarantee yourself, at the very least, trades, right? Because the time to kill is so high on pistols, you're always going to have time to make that cognitive decision. Hey, this is the person I need to be shooting next. Hey, this is the person I need to be shooting next. It's not like a rifle round in that way. So Carlton sticking together, do a very good job flooding the site with their bodies and overwhelming Alberta. Not much available for Alberta here. A couple of sheriffs, but mostly classics going into this second round of the half, as Carlton obviously buying as they won the pistol. And I love this from Rubsky, rather. Stacking the utility on B, a lot of people on the attacking half will just try and plant on this B site. He does pop the util a little bit early.
Yeah,
but meanwhile, there's some flank control for Carlton. This is getting dangerous for Alberta. They are quickly getting boxed into the middle of the map.
And look at the Cypher from Alberta as well. Almost in the line of sight of Carlton's Jet player. Gonna maybe get caught from that, as the rest of the squad is really feeling themselves out, feeling their way through garage. Maybe towards B, maybe towards C. And this Sova and Rubsky are just lying in wait. Danny may be the first one, and that's actually Danny trading out one. A second as well. Immense pressure coming in from Danny here. The Sova on the Carlton Raven side. And I was wondering if Nick would get caught out. Nick's actually the one doing the catching. But that's all they'll get. They get another kill as well, but Carlton gets the round, and that's what really matters.
Really nice setup there from Carlton. The crossfire 180 between Danny and Rubsky. It spots 3 players, right? When 3 players are spotted, that is when Riv and Moobs can enclose, push the flanks that they had been holding for so long. And although Moobs wasn't able to clear spawn, he did end up dying. He just bought a Marshall, so it's not that economically costly, and Riv's able to trade it out effectively. Nice anti-eco from Carlton. They'll get a pretty decent bonus. They did drop 2 guns, of course, so Alberta is heavily favored in this upcoming round, but it's one they need to win, as Carlton is quickly running away with this game. A 5-10 scoreline here would be a very difficult battle for Alberta to fight back.
Not just in terms of score, but in terms of the mental, having to climb that is not going to be easy. Oh, Danny getting a trade out with that. Nice shock dart, excuse me. But the 4-on-3 numbers advantage in the favor of the offense is going to be squandered. Danny not only evening out the agent score, but also taking the spike with him. Danny, a massive play coming in from the Sova on Carlton. And the spike is down. A-Site decently in control of the offense, but watching out for Heaven, and I have no clue if they know Riv's right behind them. The answer's gonna be no, they didn't know Riv was right there. And
so well done.
Caught with the gun coming out. Riv, 2 eliminations with the Spectre, a defuse as well. Carlton playing this defense immaculately.
That's an alley-oop, dude. Danny sets that up. That first shock dart was from all the way back A, by the way. That is a nerd dart that Danny had set up for exactly this aggression. And then he instantly is up in sewer. No one expects a Sova to be there when the shock dart was just sent from outer space and caught you pre-A lobby back in your spawn, pretty much. And because Danny is able to stall out that sewer push so long because of the spike, that gives Riv the time to go all the way through sewers, and Rubsky's making a ton of noise heaven. He knows it's all about the flank, so he just starts blind firing heaven with his sheriff to draw the attention of the two Alberta members. A beautiful round. Alberta's still going to be able to piece together a buy, though.
Ooh.
At least to the best of their ability.
A lot of util focused on the C-side, as you can tell. Carlton feeling incredibly confident with the defense they have held up at A here between the individual skill of these players. I mean, Moves, not someone to laugh at. Oh, I'm talking about that Danny with a two-piece. A third elimination as well off the Vandal. Danny is a one-man army right now, and it's not even close. Jello, watch where you're walking, because it's Danny's turn, and you're stepping on it. The fourth hit for the Sova from Carlton. The fifth elimination comes in, and my lord, this defense is on fire.
Danny is just on another plane of reality right now, dude. Not only the Hunter's Fury to disrupt the push onto A. Very well done. More of a standard play these days. A lot of Sovers are using that. But the presence of mind to pivot the third shot over into A link where Shimmy is just charging at him, gives him the info, enables him to swing and get that third kill, and then he's even good for a fourth on site. What phenomenal work from Danny to put Carlton at 11 rounds.
And I don't want to be counting my chickens before they hatch, but that felt like a nail in the coffin type of round from Carlton. I mean, you can see the purchases coming in from Alberta. They're not feeling too hot about themselves and their opportunities here. They want to take as much as they can off of their opponents, but I mean, when you can't even 1v1 the Killjoy turret, you might be SOL, my friend. And Danny grabbing 2 as well. It's really just the Carlton Ravens montage. Oh, Moves with a 2-piece as well. Everybody eats on the Carlton side. And Riv gets a little bit of fun as well. The Flawless comes through, and we are at game 2 point here for the Carlton Ravens.
Match point.
Great setup, too, from Carlton on that B site, right? The turret taking contact, and Rubsky even waits a second on the Nano Swarm, because if the turret's still taking contact, it means they're not deep enough onto B for the Nano Swarm to do much. It buys enough time to where Danny comes over and cleans it up. The dude's got 22 kills in 19 rounds, or 17 rounds, actually. Just great stuff. Alberta do have one more chance. They can try to swing this back. It's a strong round for them. They've got all 5 ults and a full buy available to them. But look at the confidence from Carlton. The confidence. Riv immediately disposes of any flashes Alberta was trying to utilize.
Oh my gosh, that's the tail of the tape for this game for Alberta, honestly. Carlton just stepping in, finding elimination after elimination. Rubsky, I mean, adding to the fun as well. Shimmy just going to be taken down, and you mentioned how much is invested from Alberta, how many tools they had here to try and start the comeback. But even with all these tools at their disposal, Carlton's doing an incredible job at rubber banding the aggression, rubber banding all the bullets, all the ARs, all the ultimates, and just sending it right back.
Nick's going to get spotted here. Ooh. Okay, I spoke too soon. He didn't get spotted. So he's in a strong position if Alberta can somehow get past Moves up, but keep in mind they lost their flashes ages ago. That was almost a collat, and Moves is just holding his angle so confidently. He does miss the second op shot. He's got the Bladestorm beanies.
Yeah, I would be afraid to walk into a 1v1 against Moves. I don't care if you have the Bladestorm or not. Jello, though, a better person than I am, a bigger one too, going to be taking that headshot. Nick, patience, patience, patience. It's going to be rewarded. Gets the elimination onto Riv. Going to be throwing down the Cypher ultimate as well, trying to find any sort of knowledge that can help guide them to victory. But knowledge doesn't take you as far as raw skill. And Carlton is going to be taking that game in convincing fashion. Our grand finals is at a 1-1 score.
We get at least 2 more maps. No 3-0 Andes in our finals today. Love it. Love when we have some close games of Valorant. And I mean, that map wasn't particularly close. Let's be honest.
No, it was
Danny
not.
Existed. Danny decided to just show up, right? And I mean, this is what I was talking about with Danny on Sova. As we moved on to Haven, that's his best agent. It's not even close, right?
No,
he pivots,
not even close.
He pivots onto Split because you can't run Sova on Split. But on every other map in this series, I mean, looking through, we're going on to Icebox, you're going to play Sova. Then we go to Bind, you're going to play Sova. If we end up on Breeze, he's going to play Sova. And he's just so damn good.
It's such a good problem to have when your Sova is this amazing. I mean, just keep the one trick running. As you mentioned, the nerdy Sova lineups and shots that Danny can create and provide that you may not expect, not even as a player in general, but just not as a Sova main. You don't know these angles. You don't know where Danny could be coming from. And I mean, we could talk about Danny all we want, but at the end of the day, this is really a team effort as well. Danny doesn't excel without the rest of this squad. So Danny, I mean, this game, Danny performed immeasurably well, but Carlton as a whole did it fantastic.
Well, and exactly, right? Because even when Danny, Danny was doing a good job setting up a lot of the times. You saw that shock dart that was paired alongside the
I was going to say, which shock dart?
From Move. Well, specifically the one in that crazy round where he got a 4K, where Moves was pushing up and trying to take a lot of space, right? They're looking for a lot of damage. Moves just needs to trade damage into their lines. That is a set play that Carlton had going, and they had a number of those all throughout Haven. So it's good to see Carlton immediately pick themselves back up after a somewhat rough loss on Split and give us a competitive series.
A competitive series, to say the least. And now that's 1-1 on the scoreline, folks. We have a best of 3 for the rest of this matchup. And next map, we will be heading over to Icebox. So after this short break, we'll be back with more CF1 Grand Finals.
I'd like to dance at my daughter's wedding.
Be a hero. Be a designated driver. Take the pledge today at herocampaign.org.
You know, you're really getting better. I'm like this newly made dude. Hey, even my USB port back there is brand new. Yay! You're amazing! Well, not like me amazing, but a pretty darn good amazing. Attaboy! Watch out for that! Ow! Anyway, you want to hear my alien story?
Yes.
So, aliens.
How has FitGamer changed and impacted Cloud9? I mean, honestly,
Cloud9, North America's best international team, are headed back to Worlds.
the difference between the teams that actually win or lose are the teams that are going to actually have the stamina and still have a sharp mind through that event. Prior to having Fit Gamers exercise routines that we've been doing, my players around Game 5 would get tired and lose. What's happened with the training that we've been doing, we are now, when we get to this Game 5 situations, we're the team on stage that has energy, we're the team on stage actually is sharp, and we're the team that's raising the trophies. The FitGamer app helps you not only track on your everyday workouts, but we travel a lot. So while we're traveling, we can kind of pinpoint how our players are doing, how our managers are doing. They can report what their sleep is like, they report the nutrition, and it gives us the ability to catch patterns that are not good early and address them and fix them. And our training routines, training up on both, has resulted in us lifting trophies at the end of the day. And for me, that's what actually matters.
When I grow up, I want to be a nurse. But I want to be a policeman.
A lawyer.
I want to be an actress.
My dream is to be a vet. My dream is to be an engineer.
My dream is to be a Navy SEAL.
To be on Broadway.
I want to be an athletic trainer.
I want to work with Doctors Without Borders.
My dream is to cure cancer.
One day, I'd like to dance at my daughter's wedding.
Be a hero. Be a designated driver. Take the pledge today at herocampaign.org.
You know, you're really getting better. I'm like this newly made dude. Even my USB port back there is brand new. Yay! You're amazing! Well, not like me amazing, but a pretty darn good amazing. Attaboy! Watch out for that! Ow! Anyway, you want to hear my alien story?
Yes.
So, aliens.
How has FitGamer changed and impacted Cloud9? I mean, honestly,
Cloud9, North America's best international team, are headed back to Worlds.
the difference between the teams that actually win or lose are the teams that are going to actually have the stamina and still have like a sharp mind through that event. Prior to having FitGamer's exercise routines that we've been doing, my players around Game 5 would get tired and lose. What's happened with the training that we've been doing, we are now, when we get to this Game 5 situations, we're the team on stage that has energy, we're the team on stage that actually is sharp, and we're the team that's raising the trophies. The FitGamer app helps you not only track on your everyday workouts, but we travel a lot. So while we're traveling, we can kind of pinpoint how our players are doing, how our managers are doing. They can report what their sleep is like, they report the nutrition, and it gives us the ability to catch patterns that are not good early and address them and fix them. And our training routines, training up on both, has resulted in us lifting trophies.
Welcome back, everybody. You recognize the faces by now. Beanies and Paul coming at you, and we got ourselves a heck of a series that was a best of 5, now transitioned into a best of 3 because we got a 1-to-1 scoreline between these two teams, and we're heading into map number 3, which is going to be played on a map we've seen earlier in the day. We actually saw Alberta play this map. It's going to be Icebox.
Well, you know, it's a best of 3 now, technically, because whoever wins 2 out of the next 3 maps wins, but it's still a best of 5 because the further we get into the pool, the less comfortable both of the teams are on their map picks.
Valid,
right?
incredibly valid.
At least conceptually. Now, this is still going to, I think this is actually kind of the middle ground. I think this is a map where both of these teams are going to come into this and feel pretty okay. And then, you know, next map, we're going to bind regardless of what happens here. I think that's another one where they both feel pretty okay. Alberta just won it versus Northwood very dominantly. And Carlton's the one who picked it. Now we are moving on to Icebox for our third map. Alberta also had a very dominant game versus Northwood, but a lot of that at least seemed to be because they were counter-stratting Northwood specifically, right? Alberta, especially in the early rounds of the game, were anticipating the heavy flank style that Northwood was employing and shutting it down completely. That got them off to like a 6-round lead at one point, just because they were really good at watching, you know, behind them without a Killjoy or a Cypher doing the job, right? I'm not convinced that Carlton's going to employ the same strategy because generally the setup Carlton runs here on Icebox is actually the double duelist. It's one of the other setups. It's the less puggy, the less skirmishy kind of style, like what we saw Northwood and Alberta use, where they run the Reyna and the Jet. It's going to be the Raze and the Jet instead for Carlton. So more traditional retakes rather than relying on your Jet or your Viper to get a crazy flank off.
Yeah, and even my mind goes to now A site feels so much more controllable because you have that Raze and you have the ability to control these tight core. I mean, heck, even B site's going to have a few of those, but A site really is where you're going to make your money on that. So bringing in a Raze sounds like an incredibly welcome change that just shifts things in a nice way as long as you play around it properly. But then also, oh, sorry.
No, go for it. Go for it.
I was just going to bring up Alberta. If you're on fire, keep it rolling, man. You're heating up.
I was about to bring up Alberta too, so I'm glad we're on the same page there because I was gonna double back to Witter. He had a little bit of a quieter game on Haven, but I think that's more because of how his agent pool interacts with the map rather than just Witter individually. Because the one round we saw him just decimate. The guy's still warm. Yeah. He's still popping off. Make no mistake. But Haven, comparatively to some other maps in Valorant, isn't as favorable for a Reyna. You can still play the Reyna there, obviously. But compared to Icebox, it's just so much stronger on Icebox, right? he is going to lock in that Reyna, and I'm actually going to have to eat my words a little bit here.
Ooh.
This is new for Carlton, a complete pivot from every other Icebox I've seen them play. They're picking up the collegiate standard, the Rays and, or I'm sorry, not the Rays, the Reyna and the Jet, and this is an audible.
Yeah,
this is 100% an audible, dude. Danny had a crazy map too. They're putting Danny on Rays so he can frag.
I love it. I mean, honestly, why not go for it? As we just saw Danny not only putting the Sova to work, but just in general playing out of their mind. So why not give them the single most capable agent of solo carrying a game? Put them with Arena, let the Empress go crazy, and if Danny can carry, Danny is going to carry.
Yeah, this is a double-edged sword though, right? Because if Danny comes out and he pops off and he just starts rolling over Carlton, or he's on Carlton, over Alberta.
Why not? He's on such a roll, he'll beat his own team.
He'll literally 1v9. But if Danny comes out here and he looks good, it looks massive brain. You've just given your best player the highest opportunity to snowball through the enemy team and just skill diff. But if Danny's not super comfortable with Reyna at this level of gameplay, or if Riv just doesn't look good on this Sova, right, that he now has to pick up because Danny is pivoting off of it, then it's not a great look for Carlton. So plus pros and cons to this decision.
As with everything in life, young Sage, but we have ourselves a little bit of a showdown happening on A side. It's going to be a death ball of a push coming in from the U Alberta offense. They are just looking for the go button. You talked about the efficiency that this can provide, but Shimmy gets dropped before they even hit that go button. And with a 3 versus 4 disadvantage going to Alberta, they are continuing to fall. But this Reyna diff could be what spells disaster for Carlton, as Whiter is going to be picking up a few eliminations. And Paul, this affords the offense some time to regroup. There's still a minute on the clock.
Plenty of time. Rubsky is going to get the contact there. Just spray. I like that, actually, from Alberta, especially now that they're doubling back. Oh, they've sold the fake so perfectly. Because there was no actual visual confirmation. Carlton are 100% sold that this is heading B.
Oh, man. The massive IQ from U Alberta. When is Carlton going to realize this? Is it going to take the spike going down? Because look how committed they are. Reyna is dang near the complete opposite side of the map from this spike plant. And now where's Nick going to put it? Where do they want to defend
from? Waiting so long.
Yeah, they must be deciding how they want to defend this, what line of sights they want to set. And they're afforded that time because of the play. But it does finally go down here with a heck of a wall.
And I mean, the Sheriff has been recovered. Danny is ever so low. And even if he gets the first pick, he cannot get online for Reyna, right? He's out of Devours to utilize to actually get that healing for the shield. So you just have to trade effectively. Spam through the box. Rubsky does trade it back and he'll upgrade himself to a ghost. It's not over till it's over. A headshot here wins Rubsky the round, but no. Nick will just spam into his body and put him down. Start off with a pistol win for Alberta.
And Nick pulling out that Sheriff, getting a nice frag or two, getting the Carlton squad, or excuse me, the Alberta squad out to an early lead against this Carlton squad, 1-0. And now they have the bonus round, but are they going to full buy with their credits here? A few members hesitating, give them the full 10 seconds. And Carlton, I mean, they're not going to be doing much. They're just looking to get as many drops as they can. Maybe pull out a little bit of a change of pace here, but overall, Alberta is going to be the ones in the driver's seat for this round.
And I mean, we have seen Carlton flip the anti-eco before, all the way back on split, right? I like that Danny's gotten all the way up. There was no recon dart on this side of the map, so no information for Alberta as to where Danny or Moves would be hiding right now. Ooh, Danny actually does jump up over across, and Moves takes contact. So now they have the info, and I mean, yeah, you're super dead there. There's no way Moves is getting out of that one.
No chance. Unfortunate for Moves, but Riv and the rest of this flank, Carlton could be up to something. Oh, but they get sniffed out. Sabs, a good peek at the right time is going to put that to stop. And, well, it looked like Carlton may sneak out an elimination here or there thanks to the flank. Alberta gets the spike down, and they are properly set for a post plant where it looks like they're expecting a flank.
One enemy remaining.
And that's what I was saying earlier, right? Not a single flank that Northwood tried to pull out actually worked for them on their when they played Alberta on Icebox earlier. Alberta do too good of a job of watching their flank and timing those swings so they pick up unsuspecting defending players who think that they've gotten out of B long or A completely clear, right? Either direction that Alberta heads, they are always watching behind them for a flank.
I mean, after that Northwood series, it was basically a guarantee with how often those flanks were coming in, so Alberta had the right kind of scrims before this matchup.
Scrims just in the semifinals of a tournament? Sure,
yeah,
sure, we'll call it that, why not?
I mean, when you're at the grand finals, everything else is a scrim in comparison, because you're going for the big kahuna here, my friends. You're going for that sweet share of a $7,000 prize pool.
Jimmy's stuck here. Yeah, the Lear has to be used to flush him out. Nice. Okay, good cross from Alberta. They get out of that one clean.
Oh, and look at this. Gets sniffed out. Moves. Down to 18 HP. Still able to dash out. Get to safety. And now Alberta, again, going to be looking at this A site in a comfortable position. Not really worried about being caught off guard. Just have to find the right opening. Maybe a little greedy peek from Carlton. Maybe a cooldown to use. Maybe they just double back.
Like Alberta cutting noise. There's not a ton of information for Carlton, but now that Danny spotted him, Carlton's going to commit. They're going to start pulling players over. It all comes down to these first fights, and Danny able to take down Nick. That means there's not going to be any wall, and a dismiss gets even more info for Danny.
That's an uncharacteristic play there by Nick, getting dropped first in the round. You don't see that often from Sage players, let alone Nick from our experience with him, but it's going to be Alberta actually a nice, long-range elimination with that Spectre coming in from Jello.
Oh, Moves didn't hear it. I thought he was going to hear Shimmy up in two, but no. Now Shimmy will hear Moves drop, and he'll be able to pick that up. Meanwhile, things aren't going well on site, though, and you can't plant. You can't plant. Alberta not going to be able to win this. They're just going to try and take him away as many guns as possible.
Oh!
That's one more.
Yeah, I mean, take what you can get. Really? Another?
That's one. Oof. That's rough for Carlton. That's rough. They just won, and they can't buy any guns. Not with armor.
Yeah, that's
They can buy one because Danny was the one still alive. Everybody else is going to be working with Spectres here. That is not what Carlton were hoping for when they were able to isolate the spike like that. And it all comes down to that mid lurk from Shimmy at the very end of the round. Obviously, you still lose it, but the economic damage is more than sufficient for Alberta.
There we got an orb coming out alongside a little bit of a molly util from Viper. Danny, another opening pick onto Nick. A massive frag coming in. Danny is already a huge catalyst and difference maker for the Carltons in this game. 2 of the 4 rounds we've played so far, Danny's opened it up, taking out Alberta's Sage.
And I mean, again, with Sage gone, Alberta just have to try and find a gunfight that's favorable for them. Riv inching his way into mid. He's just getting the info. He's trying to hear them run across. And he's going to be able to hear them, no doubt. Oops, should get cleared here, but no. He's out of there. Nice dash to get all the way back across belt.
Yeah, very nicely done. Instantly to safety. Oh, but Sabs returns the favor, and now we got ourselves a little bit of a showdown on A site. Keep your eye on Viper in mid. That wall's going to time out sooner rather than later, and we may see Alberta go for a little flank.
We are running low on time for Alberta, though. And look, Danny is considering now that the wall is down. He's looking for this mid play. Just up tube in time, though, for Jello.
30 seconds, but they're making the commit. You gotta think they're gonna be going loud with this one, as they don't have much time left, and Toxic Screen is going to go up, and the defense knows. Just go loud and get the spike plant for Alberta. And Jello catching one in transition. Can't find another, but still able to do a decent bit of the lifting. But that's massive. The elimination forcing the spike plant. That's not going to work for the offense. Oh, incredible job by the defense. All looked so grim for Carlton, but they get the right picks at the right time, and they make it work.
Rubsky, both the angel and the devil there for Carlton. I'm not sure if it was a miscomm or something, but the fact that one was able to get all the way up tube and Carlton seemingly didn't have any idea that that was possible definitely rough for them that Jello was able to get that far, but Rubsky staying back, staying safe on the B site, and then realizing because of how much time had elapsed, he could just kill the spike. That's all he needed to do. I mean, from there, Shimmy was forced to commit to the plant, and it was easy for Carlton to swing him. Now we're tied up, and Alberta, they're out of guns. They're relying on Shimmy on this Blade Storm to get some incredible value. Ooh.
And, I mean, look at that. You ask and you shall receive. Shimmy dropping one, but can't finish off Moobs. That's a big elimination, followed up by a second piece for Moobs. And the Jet from Carlton making the big difference here in round number 5. But Nick, gonna be...
that's unlucky.
Nick, flexing the knife, but at what cost?
Rubsky's actually had really nice control over that section of the map between mid and B in these last few rounds. I hope he can maintain control of that because it'll make the game very interesting in terms of how Alberta have to adapt. Nice recon dart, actually, but yeah, well, you know, it even gets Sabs a pick.
And it gets the spike down.
Not too upset about that one. It's a 2v2 now.
2v2 in melee range where a right click, albeit nerfed, could be a difference maker. 40 HP on the rib. That's not where you want to be with a pistol as the difference.
Nice.
Oh, he eats it. But is Rubsky going to get this?
There's no way.
There's no way. You got to just spray into the smoke, right? But that's going to be the challenge that Rubsky wanted. Rubsky not moving. No way! Rubsky gets a little too greedy, and Sabs pulls out the thrifty clutch for the Alberta offense.
Oh, no. Oh, it's so well done by Sabs, though. I mean, he sprays into the smoke. He books it towards Rubsky, and nerves get the better of Rubsky. He pulls himself off the spike. He has to. He doesn't want to get spammed. But Rubsky's not able to actually pin down the tracers. He spams himself, and that's where Sabs takes advantage. He knows exactly where Rubsky has to be standing, so he hugs that wide wall and gets around the vision. Rubsky's never going to check that corner. Nobody's ever going to check that corner. Not in a gunfight like that. Moob's going to pull out the Blade Storm now and try to do something spicy, but Carlton don't have much in the terms of firepower. Ooh. Okay, not bad.
Not bad. I mean, taking out the Reyna, all things considered, a nice pick, even though life was given up in response. Jello, though, grabbing a few frags of their own, make it 2 to be exact. And the Carlton squad left with just their classics in hand. They've taken one down.
Shimmy's stealing the gun away, dude. No. You don't get to recover that. No, it's our gun. We paid good money for that.
Oh, Shimmy with the massive IQ. Not only am I going to take the round from you, I'm going to take the guns out of your hands, too. No, nothing given over to the opponents.
So funny, dude. Now, I mean, Riv and Danny should just play for exits here, trying to deal as much economic damage as they can. It's still really early in the half. 1 or 2 guns stolen away can make a difference later on.
Yeah, I mean, even just Reyna
actually lets them walk up, too.
Yeah, Reyna, it looks like just going to be playing for the exit frags here, which, I mean, maybe Danny will get one, but the classic right click, is this going to be where it makes a redemption arc? Pull it up. The right... Nice. Oh, that's where it is! The right click comes in! That's going to be all that she gets, but that's all that Danny needs. The Reyna taking a second out, and Alberta gets the round win.
Not too bad. I gotta love how Alberta played that, dude. Shimmy just juggling the gun. That's hilarious. We gotta get that clip. Somebody better clip that. That's so funny. And really, like, it looks funny, but it's actually a really good play because, you know, if Danny has a Vandal there, like, and able to get onto that flank, that round goes so differently. At the very least, this 1 kill becomes possibly 2 kills, 3 kills, and that really hurts the economy after a bit. It will be one more buy here for Carlton, as they saved last round. Ooh, Alberta mid to B. We did see them with a very strong mid to B versus Northwood, and that's not half a bad start.
Wow, Shimmy pulling up a nice opening there, gonna take down one. And look, you got the Viper's Pit coming out, and it's always so interesting to see the spread of the Viper's Pit. A beautiful placement there for Alberta, and now they're just gonna be playing the waiting game with these setups.
Shimmy's position is known, but Witter on the cross angle. Even if Shimmy dies, Witter's holding this down, and the Empress is available. Nice attempt with the Cloudburst to try and just sneak through, but it doesn't get the necessary job done. Carlton's so low. They got to walk into this Viper's Pit, too.
Rubsky gonna be getting one. Shimmy going down. 3 members left to try and make a play on this, but it's gonna be tough with that Viper's pit still up and running.
Oops.
Gonna be giving up the site. Moves though is going to get a kill in response. God, it's hard to beat the Empress Reina in a 1v1, and Alberta gonna get their 5th round on the board.
I like the call to save, though, for Carlton, right? They recognized that they didn't have the control, they didn't have the utility, they were unable to flush Alberta out of kitchen, and in a mid to B plant, you need kitchen control if you're going to retake. Alberta doing a great job between Shimmy and Witter, just holding that line and playing a solid crossfire.
And real quick,
3-round lead for Alberta now. Okay, go for it.
Sorry, I gotta give a shout out. Somebody redeemed the shout out on stream.
Ooh.
And so we owe them that courtesy. Uniderp X3, shout out to you for that redemption. I hope you're enjoying the show. Hope you're enjoying the finals. Whoever you're rooting for, I hope they're succeeding. Shout out to you, Uniderp. Thanks for watching. But Paul, back to you, my friend.
I was just gonna say there's 2 Vandals available for Carlton, but the rest is not so much good. Not so good for them. Tight angle here from Moobs, but Alberta's been good about clearing these mid angles when they cross. Yeah. Well, it does set up Danny, and nice shot actually ringing through. The double headshot there from Moobs at range with the Sheriff. That's not half bad. If Carlton can actually get over there, they can pick up a couple more guns too, and then suddenly 4 rifles versus 3 on site. That's pretty good odds.
Revealing area.
Nice arrow, gonna get sniffed out quickly, but still Shimmy gives away a little bit of intel. Jello, though, getting the 2-piece right there. Nick gets caught sleeping a bit, and Jacklor for the possible swing. No! It's 3 eliminations coming out of the Alberta squad. A 4th and a 3K for Shimmy. And that's 6 rounds for Alberta. They are looking crisp on this offense.
Great punish there from Shimmy on the Shimmy and Witter on the res, right? As Jacklor threw it out in desperation. I can't agree with that resurrect either. I mean, Carlton didn't even go over and actually recover the Vandals like I thought they would deep in spawn and actually go for the flank. Instead, they just ran in with the 2 rifles and the 2 sheriffs that they had. The res, I mean, it's not bad for a bait, but the problem is the exact angle that Jacklor was trying to fight on was the angle that the res happened at. So best case scenario, you collat yourself and you're only working with a sheriff to make that trade happen in the first place. Carlton able to full buy this time around, though. Rubsky holding down this B site as he has.
Ooh.
That utility makes it very difficult to plant. At the very least, he stalls long enough for rotates.
Gang, Shimmy to drop off of the crate's a big one. Losing that util, losing the coverage that's provided. So now Alberta Green is gonna actually forego this B site. Reina is already set up on A site. Look at your map, everybody. That Reina is waiting for an opportunity, and this might be a rude awakening for Moobs. Or the other way around.
Nice shot.
Winner is down. Moobs lined up, prepared for that to happen, gets the operator elimination, and now Moobs creates an advantage that the Carlton Ravens were so desperately looking for. And the second op shot gonna be found.
Okay.
Oh, the third was almost there, just couldn't hit the trigger. But Alberta's already in a tough spot thanks to that jet. And that's actually the
really
round.
good work. Really good work from Moobs and Rubsky. Just the utility on B completely stopped any sort of plant attempt from Alberta, and that was enough to force them toward A. And that has been a lurk that Alberta's gone for earlier in, not only in this map, but actually they've sent Witter on lurks before to try and open up sections of the map so they can just rotate for him. Moves holding an angle where nobody can get past Move. That is the one angle on the A site where nobody can get past you without you seeing them. So he holds that with the op, takes the close contact, and just stops the execute before it can ever happen.
Oh, Shimmy quick with it, getting up top. And that's going to be well rewarded, taking Riv out of the equation. Nice headshot elimination onto the Sova, giving Alberta an advantage to try and further extend the 6-3 lead they've created in the first half.
And now they should be vaguely aware that Moobs leans toward the A site, or at least has leaned toward the A site in this series with this operator. Oh, gotta be careful on that. Yeah, Jacklor can't afford to die. He got information. That's all they need. Is he doubling back? He's actually walled himself off, so he has nowhere to go. He has to double back. It does put him on an early flank, though. Alberta, they've been pretty good about watching these flanks in the past, but will they expect JackLorf here so quickly?
JackLorf actually feigning over the A for a brief moment, not going to get to B in time to stop the spike plant, and with all this time actually afforded to Alberta, they may set up the flank coverage, and look at that. That's actually going to be Shimmy caught off guard. JackLorf,
nice!
First, a second, a third. JackLorf, the battle stage for the Carleton Ravens, is getting massive frags from the flank, leaving Alberta left like fish in a barrel. 2 more eliminations from Danny, and the 4K from JackLorf. Enormous pressure provided by the Carleton Ravens sage, and that's a much needed 4th round on the board.
Fantastic spray control too, right? That's the Phantom taking 3 individual gunfights at range, but he doesn't spam like a madman. Tap, tap, tap. That's how he does it. Just a great fight from JackLorf. And again, Alberta, although they've been very good about that flank watch, the tempo of that flank was very peculiar to the point where Alberta wasn't ready for it, right? Especially since, you know, they flushed JackLorf out of mid, or so they thought, and they used a Lear over on A to delay any push there. They thought they had so much more time than they actually did to set up that flank watch. Moves on a great angle here, too. Oh, you gotta be careful swinging this out. Nice. Owl drone, good discipline there from Alberta. They're gonna force moves off that angle and down onto the ground.
Ooh, Shimmy taking out Danny. A nice headshot starting off for Alberta here, creating an opening. But Alberta, not really too much presence on A site. Gonna be more passive with this start to the round, giving them the chance to back out if needed and take these long-range exchanges, which, you know, the information game is getting to the defense. Look at that, sending 3 members over the B site, leaving just the Sova. If Alberta strikes now, they may be able to strike hard and take the Sova out.
Good owl drone, though. The owl drone gets the necessary information. At least one is still hanging around. It is Witter, who has lurked here before, so not tons of info. Rip. Oh, no. Oh, boy. Gosh. Yeah. Timing doesn't quite work out for him there. Nice shot from JackLorf, though, holding it down.
Yeah, Shimmy gonna be dropped, a big elimination, but JackLorf can't survive much longer. The Empress is gonna be popped in a 4v2 just for that good measure.
Spike planted.
And with the spike going down now, it's gonna be very difficult for Carleton to get back on the site, but if they're going to do it, it's gonna be through this Blade Storm Moobs has open.
Yeah, the problem is Rubsky's not so mobile, right? He has to clear this out slowly. Moobs needs to create an opening, and he just doesn't have the time to do so. Moobs should just go and save this operator now, I think. There's 1 more round remaining, and you want to have the best weapons available. Although he gets that first one. Only 11 health! Watching the right angle. Can't quite hit that nasty flick, though. Witter with 4.
And that's a big round for the Rays from Alberta. And with 1 round remaining in this half here, it's going to be spend all your credits as much or as fast as you possibly can, and Moobs is not waiting for a second, securing that operator heavy shield purchase. And on the other side, Alberta going to get themselves pretty uniform buys across the board. But the eco, look at the eco hit that Carleton's taken. Spectre light shield for Rubsky, Phantom light shield for JackLorf, Spectre heavy shield. I mean, not looking too promising to start off.
Ooh. Nice snake bite there. That's good control, and it sets up Danny on that forward angle. Do got to be careful, as it is an aggressive play, and despite the good setup, 2v5 is not really a situation Carleton want to find themselves in.
With Jet with a deep flank here, as you can see, Jello's pushing out the site.
Nice!
The Empress Reina! Danny is going to have a field day with this. The Viper's Pit is going to go down. And the res is going to come up. This is a bad time for Alberta. Just, they need to fight their way out of this, and it's going to be so hard to get past an Empress up Reina. But having the Viper's Pit makes it a little bit easier. Ooh, JackLorf going to get taken down. Location revealed. A massive bolt from Riv. Ooh, big kill.
Great round there from the Carleton Ravens. Riv jumping up and down with joy to celebrate there. And I gotta give it to Danny, but also to JackLorf, who manages to find the resurrection. Danny takes that opening contact, and it completely stunts the push, right? Because Danny is still hanging around in yellow, and there wasn't a way for Alberta to flush him out of that position, Carleton buy themselves a breather while the Viper's Pit is expanding. the Viper's pit works both ways. It cuts off vision for everybody, including the Viper, albeit inside the pit it works a bit better. But that's enough information deficit to where Carlton can bring the resurrection up fully, get themselves a 4v2, and then just collapse on the remaining members of Alberta. 5 to 7.5, much like Haven, it's pretty decent for both these teams. Icebox is a bit attacker-sided. I don't think Carlton feel too bad about giving away 7 rounds, and Alberta ending the first half with a lead, they definitely don't feel bad.
And don't forget, folks, if you want to head on over to manscaped.com, enter code CF121, get yourself 20% off on purchases on the site, maybe get yourself nice and cleaned up. But Alberta, pretty cleaned up defense here, going to have to show their stuff, but they're not going to be putting on the best performance against the Carlton Ravens onslaught, who's going to get the spike down in pretty quick fashion, all things considered, and have the numbers advantage to boot.
Solid trade there from Rib specifically, making sure that the Reyna couldn't get online for Alberta. So it's a 2v3. Jacklorf is taking basically the... He's the martyr for this pistol round, right? He's just waiting down below, but Carlton don't have any idea that he's there. Jello dies, and while Nick is trying to defuse, guess where Jacklorf was hiding?
Surprise! Jacklorf with a
Excellent.
massive...
Just amazing analysis, Beanies. Surprise! Happy birthday!
Oh my god, that was just Mickey Mouse to me. I'm sorry, that's all I heard right there.
All right, well, Carlton looking good to probably tie it up on Icebox, right? They've even bought a Bulldog here for Riv, so this long contact that he can take going up, presumably on top of the belt there. Gonna be very solid. Another hard hit toward A is being geared up for. Shimmy's just out of there, dude. 1 player versus 5 Spectres when you only got a classic? I ain't taking that fight.
Shimmy showing off that quick math. Shout out to Shimmy, a student athlete out here with that quick math, but gonna have to put that mouse to work here. Gonna try and get one. Sabs actually is going to get one, and that change of sight, line of sight, excuse me, might work in the favor of Alberta because they had so many different angles to attack from that Carlton's down the member right now. But Jacklorf fighting on sight, and Wither is able to grab a gun, but oh, Wither cannot convert that to a kill. If we see Reyna catch a kill right there, we might be looking at a totally different round. Oh my god, but YEG Nick gonna stop the spike plant and has control of the spike. This is massive, Paul.
I mean, you got to pull Rebsky up here. You got to take this contact properly. Oh no, he's gonna isolate the first fight. Oh, not good swing though from Rebsky. Nick was expecting the second from an alternate angle, so Rebsky will solidify and make things not get out of hand. But keep in mind, that was the anti-eco. Carlton, they did buy a lot into that round, especially comparatively to Alberta. And I got to give a shout out to Witter. I think Witter did a really good job of just making Carlton uncomfortable on that execute. His position in maze, just dancing around, constantly contesting Jacklorf, then Riv, then Jacklorf, then Riv, keeping them on their toes. Eventually, Jacklorf just goes back site and says, you know, I'm done playing around. We're gonna get 2 kills, but that created enough time for the rotate to be brought over. And now, Carlton's economy can be easily caught up to. Alberta just have to win this swing round to maintain the lead that they built up in the first half.
And it looks like they're fully aware of that and not looking to create any disadvantages for themselves here, as they have a pretty information-friendly approach to the mid A sites and B site they're testing the waters with. Shimmy might step into that line of sight, and moves and Shimmy trade glares. Jets know where the other is.
Here.
But not much to be done with that info once gathered.
It's just
holding off.
Carlton. It's interesting, though, that Alberta actually have a really good read on this and have mostly abandoned the A site, setting up Witter in that one passive angle where you can see anybody walking on, but he's got double duty. He's also checking for a mid push right now.
Nice.
Oh, Alberta, they're not going to fake themselves out here, are they?
Oh,
players are starting to pull away from B.
And they're going to go for it. They commit the util, they commit the wall, and Jacklorf is going to be getting a quick plant down onto site, leaving Alberta having to retake from this fully committed... Oh, not anymore. Rip gets taken down, so now Alberta going to have a 4 versus 4 in their hands. As the gun trades come out, yellow is a hot spot for this team right now, Carlton.
Moves taking the contact on that Owl drone early is very helpful, but you've still got Witter just pushing forward. Oh, nice spam from Moves.
Wow! A massive swing coming in for the Carlton side. 3 eliminations at the drop of a hat, and Moves cleans it up with a 3K, leaving Carlton in the driver's seat. An 8-7 round score now. Massive swing right here for Carlton. They were down, what, by a score of 6-2 at one point, and now they've come firing back 8-7. Incredible work by this team.
It wasn't the prettiest round. I'm going to be completely honest, but Carlton managed their way through it. They stabilized on the back end of that post plant. Jackalope took so much damage while he was planting from a well-placed snake bite by Jello. And then you just had the early contact not go super well for Carlton, but I think Moves in particular did a good job of just messing with his own positioning and throwing Alberta off guard. We do have an aggressive push from Alberta as it is an eco, and it doesn't seem like that's gone too well for him.
That's incredibly aggressive from the Alberta squad, and now Carlton has so much room to work with. Sabs also not finding an elimination with the Marshall, not even getting much as a hit marker. And that's Carlton taking the site, planting the spike, and just looking for Jello to finish off the flawless.
There it is. Flawless. Nice. And that's much needed for Carlton, too, because of how these first 3 rounds have gone. They hadn't stabilized their economy at all. Now they're rolling in cash, dude. They're Scrooge McDuckin out here, just swimming in gold coins. And they're going to be buying for the foreseeable future. Hunter's Fury and Resurrection available as well coming into this important gun round. Shimmy is going to be buying up the op. Carlton, they have to be respecting this. Riv has to clear this typical jet angle with the Owl drone, and he's setting up perfectly to do so.
Shimmy is looking to create an opening right away. But if Carlton sniffs it out, what's going to be plan B for Alberta? What's going to be the secondary location for Shimmy to try and make something happen? Sees just the tip of his counterpart's hair. Oh, and Moves is going to be the one to fall to the operator. Nice. Wow, Riv, a nice Hunter's Fury, going to trade that back, plus the Resurrect. Net gain for the Carlton squad, and I mean, they are just performing insanely well. Their offense is looking so coordinated, so clean, so crisp. They're going for back-to-back flawlesses.
Their communication in particular has been phenomenal in this round, right? The second Moves goes down to that op block, he immediately comms to Riv. Hey, here's where the jet is standing. Riv pins Shimmy down with that Hunter's Fury. Rubsky coming through mid, comms that he's going to take that contact maze, and he is able to trade out, stop Witter from doing anything crazy in that forward position. So another great round here from Carlton. Jello, the B anchor, the last one alive once again as Carlton has just rolled over the other side of the map. And this is turning into a very solid lead. This was an important gun round for Alberta. They're only going to walk out with Jello standing, and that's a maybe. He's going to get spotted here, undoubtedly. Ooh, oh, he's so done. He's so done. Yeah, trades himself out for 1, but that is every gun gone now. Alberta, they ain't got squat. It's Carlton on 10.
Yeah, they're going to be rocking just sheriffs at best. And Alberta going to be trying to create a little bit of magic in this round so they can get that thrifty to swing him back. Because Carlton, this offense is looking incredible right now. I mean, they have yet to drop a round while they were on the attack side. And heck, if A-Site is going to continue to be such an easy take for them, why not just keep threatening it? Why not just keep heading up this way and saying, come on, best us if you can, Alberta.
You know, keep doing it until it doesn't work, right?
Okay.
Nice shot from Witter.
Starting off.
That helps. Still a very heavy gun advantage for Carlton. That is not a rifle that can be recovered anytime soon.
Ooh, but it might be a little bit easier as we see a possible B-site swing. The Reyna, though, on Carlton going to be left as anchor.
I do like the position here from Sabs. He's going to get a nice early shot. It should be expected. Ooh. 2 players swinging at the same time. The one body shot coming through. He's chucking the shock dart in for good measure. It doesn't seem like it's going to be landing on Rubsky, though.
Oh, gets
quite a bit of damage, though. There's 2 players that can be one-tap body shot by a Marshall now over toward B. Or, I mean, two knives to the body. That works pretty well, too. Shimmy's definitely a huge threat right now. But is that the wall and the fake? Okay. They just walled up like they were going to plant and then completely pivoted. Danny's got so far up on A. And with a dismiss, he's just out of there.
It's a big sneak there. Oh!
That was crispy.
Jello, yeah, a crispy headshot coming in, gonna be dropping Danny, but while that was flashy and looked great, they can't actually recover the gun because of how quickly it was taken by Carlton. And the Viper's pin on top of that.
Hello?
Vrubsky is gonna be taking down Jello, and Carlton is looking to secure their 11th round after they drop Nick.
I have no idea how Vrubsky got that spam. I don't think his head was poking out of the... Oh no! You can just barely see the toes on rafters there. That's such a cheeky Viper's pit, dude. Oh, that's just rude. I'm gonna have to ask Vrubsky how he does that later. Although first, he's got to win this round.
That was dangerously close. Those shots were dangerously close to hitting.
I mean, he's dead either way, right? Nick does his job. He steals away a gun. And while Alberta won't stop Carlton from going up to 11, I mean, if, and it's a pretty big if, but if Alberta can somehow win the next 3 rounds, now Carlton's economy can be caught up to thanks to the 3 kills that Nick pulled out of thin air. The problem is getting these next 3 rounds, right? I mean, this is a gun round, a relatively powerful one, as the Hunter's Fury and the Resurrection are both available for Alberta. So if they're going to win any round, you'd expect it to be this one. That hasn't stopped Carlton before. Interesting.
Early Viper's Pit.
Early Viper's Pit and a fake Sage Wall in tube. He does that just for the sound cue so that no one will think that he's pushing this, but I mean, Carlton, they're going to watch it anyways.
Feels like a solo queue trick he tried to pull out there.
Yeah, it does feel like a bit of a ladder pick, doesn't it? Ooh, shimmy. Careful. You can get your head taken off pretty easily. That's 3 guns, buddy.
Smart choice not to take that one. Shimmy looking for better days and better plays. But Danny is actually going to be the one to finish that off, get a nice elimination, creating a massive opening for this Carlton Ravens squad. They got 3 defenders to work against, and only one of them is going to be on B site. So good luck, Sabs, with this Odin.
Does have an Odin, right? So if Danny doesn't immediately swing out and get the headshot, Sabs is favored in an extended firefight. He's just going to fall back, though. Oh, no. Oh, buddy. Moves was so close to you. There was no one there for cover. Alberta didn't have a chance for that to actually work for them. And while Widow does trade one back, it's still looking so good for Carlton.
Ooh, Jello, okay. Fighting back. Alberta got some life in them. They need to get onto the site and actually control it for a moment. It's going to be incredibly hard when, Riv is showing up through mid. You got to deal with 2 members near yellow and spawn. B site taken over by Carlton, and they are at game 3 point here, Paul. 12-7.
And on Alberta's map pick, too, technically, right? I mean, we've gotten deep enough into the map pool where I think both these teams are pretty comfortable on the remaining maps, or at least display similar levels of comfort, but still, Alberta, they opted for Icebox over any of our other maps that were still in the pool, and they're just 1 round away from losing it. And 1 round where they don't really have much going for them, right? They'll buy a couple of Vandals up, one Bulldog, a Bulldog on Shimmy, too, playing a lot of your contact with not exactly optimal firepower. And then you have the Bucky just hoping to find something cheeky inside of A.
Ooh, gonna be dropping the Empress for Danny here. This is where Carlton can really just take control and finish the game strong. Get Danny in a good position to get a frag or 2. Oh, but that's gonna be actually a change of plans. Massive swing of kills here for the defense. Alberta, they be down, but they are not out. They are going to be fighting until the very last elimination. And Nick takes down Vrubsky as well. We got a 12-8. Carlton still feeling comfortable and in the driver's seat.
Yeah, Carlton definitely maybe a little bit ambitious in that round, I'll say. A little bit eager to get on to bind our 4th map of the series. They didn't really do their homework on A that round. They were unprepared for the test, and they're going to fail it, at least on that particular round. It's not... luckily, that quiz doesn't make up much of their grade. They're still going to be able to win this win this map should they just get one of the next 4 rounds, and they still have a very comfortable bye. Resurrection and everything allowing them to play aggressively if they want to toward A this round.
Take flight.
Sabs with a I want to say a risky recon drone. If someone peeks at this catwalk up here, they can wallbang him easily, but nothing of the sort gonna happen. Actually taking the long trade, but Savs not able to follow up. Doesn't even hit Danny, it looks like. Full HP on the Reyna. Now Alberta is without their Sova and had a numbers disadvantage.
Carlton Ravens, they know based on last round that when they show toward A, Alberta rotates very quickly. Everybody except the B anchor will be there very quickly, right? So now they're going to pivot towards B. Witter does pick up Riv, but that just sells the fact that, hey, this is likely toward A. Or it at least keeps players there wondering that. Shimmy in a cheeky spot. He's doing a good bit of work, but only so much can be done when he's all alone.
And moves putting those kunai to work. The Blade Storm's going to come out, and we have an Empress actually coming in from the Alberta squad. This could be their opportunity to bounce back. A nice molly in response to the Resurrect, but moves trading out their life for one elimination. Alberta still in the red here in terms of a numbers deficit, but they're going to be working back. They have the Empress. They have the bait. Oh, they trade out their Viper's life in exchange for Wider, but Danny gonna follow up, gonna take him down, and that's gonna be game number 3 going over to the Carlton Ravens squad in pretty convincing fashion.
Yeah, it's 2-1 for them now. One more map, and Carlton will secure themselves that $3,500 first place prize. Gotta give him credit too, especially in that last round. I was a little bit curious as to why Rubsky used the snake bites as he did. He didn't use them for a traditional post-plant setup. Instead, he just threw them out it seemed hasty, and I was concerned that it was maybe just nerves getting the better of him. But actually what it was Rubsky trying to create a giant path that just could not be crossed. He's just delaying any potential for Alberta to swing and clear players out of long, giving time for Danny to go all the way around through mid and find that angle, the final frag that came through on Icebox. A fantastic map for Carlton, as it turns out. I mean, we knew it was pretty good for them in general. They showed us a different look than we expected, Beanies.
They did.
But
Danny
it was worthwhile.
on the Reyna.
Yeah, Danny on the Reyna worked out for him, and now we move to Bind. The map after that will be Breeze. Carlton just need one of the two to take away that first place.
You heard it from Paul, my friends. It is just one game separating the Carlton Ravens from being crowned CF1 Fall Split champions for the Immortal Radiant group. But we have to get to that 4th game before we can crown that champion, before we can see what happens. So after this break, we'll be back with game number 4.
For me, that's what actually matters.
When I grow up, I want to be a nurse. But I want to be a policeman.
A lawyer.
I want to be an actress.
My dream is to be a vet. My dream is to be an engineer.
My dream is to be a Navy SEAL.
To be on Broadway.
I want to be an athletic trainer.
I want to work with Doctors Without Borders.
My dream is to cure cancer.
One day, I'd like to dance at my daughter's wedding.
Be a hero. Be a designated driver. Take the pledge today at herocampaign.org.
You know, you're really getting better. I'm like this newly made dude. Hey, even my USB port back there is brand new. Yay! You're amazing! Well, not like me amazing, but a pretty darn good amazing. Attaboy! Watch out for that! Ow! Anyway, you want to hear my alien story?
Yes.
So, aliens.
changed and impacted Cloud9? I mean, honestly,
Cloud9, North America's best international team, are headed back to Worlds.
the difference between the teams that actually win or lose are the teams that are going to actually have the stamina and still have like a sharp mind through that event. Prior to having Fit Gamers exercise routines that we've been doing, my players around Game 5 would get tired and lose. What's happened with the training that we've been doing, we are now, when we get to this Game 5 situations, we're the team on stage that has energy, we're the team on stage actually is sharp, and we're the team that's raising the trophies. The Fit Gamer app helps you not only track on your everyday workouts, but we travel a lot. So while we're traveling, we can kind of pinpoint how our players are doing, how our managers are doing. They can report what their sleep is like, they report the nutrition, and it gives us the ability to catch patterns that are not good early and address them and fix them. And our training routines, training up on both, has resulted in us lifting trophies at the end of the day. And for me, that's what actually matters.
When I grow up, I want to be a nurse. But I want to be a policeman.
A lawyer.
I want to be an actress.
My dream is to be a vet. My dream is to be an engineer.
My dream is to be a Navy SEAL.
To be on Broadway.
I want to be an athletic trainer.
I want to work with Doctors Without Borders.
My dream is to cure cancer.
One day, I'd like to dance at my daughter's wedding.
Be a hero. Be a designated driver. Take the pledge today at herocampaign.org.
You know, you're really getting better. I'm like this newly made dude. Hey, even my USB port back there is brand new. Yay! You're amazing! Well, not like me amazing, but a pretty darn good amazing. Attaboy! Watch out for that! Ow! Anyway, you want to hear my alien story?
Yes.
So, aliens.
How has Fit Gamer changed and impacted?
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Beanies Impossible here. Game 4 on the horizon of our CF1 Fall Split Immortal Radiant Group Finals. I swear, every time I do that, it's like I feel out of breath finishing that, but it's where we are today, folks. It's Game 4, and we're going to be heading on to Bind in just a few moments after the Carleton Ravens took Icebox in a pretty convincing fashion over Alberta. So now leading on to Bind here, Paul, I want to get your thoughts going into this decider map, excuse me. What do you think Carleton's going to be pulling out? And I asked that because my mind is going to Danny, and Danny's been feeling themselves all series. So do we keep Danny on the duelist on a carry potential, or do we bring Danny's Sova back that we talked up so much just a few maps ago?
I think because we are heading to Bind specifically, Danny's going to go back onto the Sova, right?
Okay.
Reyna does not work well on Bind. Reyna is not a Bind pick, right?
Heck, maybe he's got a pocket raise, you know? Pull that out and frag it out.
You could put him on the raise, but raise doesn't operate in the same manner that Reyna does, where if you are able to just dominate gunfights on Reyna, you take over the game, right? Raze is a very different character, and generally speaking, they'll have moobs pick that one up when Carleton goes to Bind. I feel like the Danny Reyna was a one-time thing. We got our glimpse at it, and we're going to go back to a bit more of a standard composition for Carleton. They need to close out here, because if we get on a Breeze, it's a map that Carleton bans a lot of the time, right?
Okay.
Most of the time, Carleton's second ban in a best of 3 is Breeze. Their first is Fracture, which they got to do. They got to ban Fracture. They don't have to play it. Much to my chagrin, I haven't got to cast Fracture yet. But
I haven't either. I've been so salty
about it. Them's the breaks.
It.
Nobody likes that map right now. So, that's just how it goes. But Breeze is not a map where Carleton want this series to end up, especially considering that it's a map that Alberta did pretty well on against Northwood today. And I mean, we know how good Northwood is on Breeze. So I think if we end up going out of this map and Carlton haven't won, Alberta become the favorites in our grand finals.
Yeah, and honestly, that could be one of the first times someone said that about Alberta. Time and time again, they talk about being the underdogs and people constantly picking against them. I've mentioned I picked against them my first time casting them back in round 5 or 4, I believe, excuse me. But I've learned better from my ways. They won the semifinal, and as they are down 2-1 in this best of 5, facing elimination, facing second place, and not that grand finals first place spot, it's going to be crucial to see what they pull out. And Alberta have locked in their 5. Carlton waiting on that last pick, but 4 of the 5 locked in already.
You're not playing the Reyna. I know you're not playing the Reyna. Stop baiting us.
The Brimstone, yeah, that's what's coming out. The Brimstone's coming out.
No, yeah, the Viper. That's what it is. Yeah, the Viper is normally what Rebsky plays here. Pretty standard compositions and almost mirror, right? The only difference is that Alberta have opted their primary duelist to be that Jet, right? And they'll be using the Raze to support Jet, go for those hard-hitting executes that we saw them go for when they played Northwood earlier today on Bind. Whereas Carlton, as per the norm, they want to slow things down a little bit. They're using the double initiator comp. They've got the Sky for Riv, and they'll use moves as that entry instead, supported by flashes, recon darts, what have you.
Bind being a map that has been around for quite some time, the meta has been pretty established, but teams always find a way to create their own nuances within the map and how they play their agents. The beauty of it is that even though each agent can do the same thing, what you choose to do with these cooldowns is very different. And as we see starting out, we're going to have Rubsky throwing out the early Viper's Wall onto A site with authority in the very beginnings. This is Chad energy right here from this Viper Wall.
It is a pretty common Viper Wall these days on Bind, though. The bisect on the A site, it's a default more or less. Alberta do end up stacking toward A, so perhaps they buy it a little bit. But I mean, with the Astra Stars, all of them very quickly going on to B and tons of noise being made. Oh, excuse me, made on this side of the map. Hello? What? Excuse me?
2-piece? That's insane! Can he get? Oh, okay. Danny gonna be taken down as well. So, no double Sova magic to be found. Alberta's taking all that for themselves. 4 members left standing here on the defense. Rubsky just trying to make something happen, but not much to be found. And I wish we could go back and do we have a replay of that?
What a read from Sabs. What an absurd read throwing out, because that had to have been a double shock dart, right? Like, that's a preset lineup that he was prepared for. He was ready for players to just book it up long. He's timed that out. That is the nerdiest of nerd lineups that we have seen today, and we've seen quite a few. That's, jeez. I mean, we did see Sabs do explicitly very well on Bind earlier today, so maybe this is just like his map, dude. I mean, it's not out of the realm of possibility. Regardless, Alberta are going to be the ones buying, as per the norm. You guys have been with us this whole best of 5, so hopefully you understand how pistol rounds work at this point.
And then the following rounds as well with these bonus buys.
You know, you say that, but yesterday when Jonah and I were casting, we rarely had, like, the third round where it's, like, gun versus bonus. We rarely had that go to the actual gun round team. It was almost always 3-0 throughout the entire day. So, like...
Really?
Yeah, it was interesting, to say the very least.
Spectre needs a nerf. That's what it sounds like to me.
Very possibly, especially the running gun, right? Either way, with Riv dying pretty early, they don't have flashes to get them onto B.
Standing ahead.
Still smokes, but it just depends on how much utility Carlton actually want to expend here. Yeah, it doesn't seem like any. They don't want to spend even 100 credits trying to get onto this site and plant.
Why would you? You know, it's not looking too promising here. Even though they get Sabs, drop them. It's only going to be 1 member that's fallen, and yeah, you can see the rest just proceed to follow suit. And Carlton going to be looking down the barrel of a 2-0 score as they get their first full gun buys.
Carlton were denied the plant there too, so it's not a very comfortable buy at that.
Yeah, I mean, Moobs just barely squeaking by with that purchase there. No credits left in the bank. Riv even only 50 available as well. So that 400 credits could have gone a long way into the investment.
And it's worth taking quick note of the two players in the lobby who are somewhat close to their ultimates, right? Rubsky only 2 off the Viper's Pit. If he gets good contact on this B site, that'll work wonders for how this retake goes. On the other hand, if Sabs can make this costly, there's a world where he gets up to the Hunter's Fury and completely decimates either this round or next round, honestly. I mean, it certainly would make sense to save the Hunter's Fury for an actual gun round.
Covering it. Need that back.
Very fast B site plan. Not going to be afforded any gimme kills. It's going to be a nice clean back off from the Alberta squad as they want to go for a full 5v5 retake. Ooh, and Wither going to be peeking, but Moves wins the Raze 1v1. Going to be taking them down with the Vandal. Shimmy, though, still rocking that Spectre.
Hello?
Also, YEG Nick going to be winning that 1v1. Danny couldn't find the shots. The Spectre coming in clutch. Heck, Sabs is even getting a kill here with the pistol. But as we have just one member left standing, the Raze isn't looking too healthy at the moment. Gonna be throwing out the satchel charge. Finds one, but sticks it. Oh no! Didn't have the bullets. Oh my god. Shimmy, learn from the semifinals. You have to commit to the stick. And that's what happens here. Committing to that defuse, getting the 3rd round in the map.
Oh, it's tragic. The toughest part is that he actually did have 3 shots left in his clip.
But he thought
the kill was done. Oh, we've all been there, Moves. You gotta shake it off, buddy. But that's 3-0. What was I just saying, Beanies? What was I just saying about gun rounds against the bonus? I reverse cursed it. I spoke it into existence, Beanies. Oh,
that was a. That was a close one.
Yeah, he can't go anywhere here. Like, the Vandal comes out, the other top box position here from Witter. There are a couple of Spectres for Carlton. If they find good timing on a few of these swings, maybe they can get something done, but it's not going too well for them in the early round. An orb picked up at least, so Moobs is pretty close to that showstopper. Nice work from Danny. He actually expects the off angle on the bench there.
Yeah. That's a really wide swing, too. Danny was committed to the trade, win or lose.
When Moobs just picks up that other orb now, he's actually got the showstopper available. He's sending it.
Oh, he's not going to find any kills with that, but he's going to get an elimination off of the Spectre. Timmy, though, picking up the op and putting it to work here is going to get one. Might be Carlton. Yes, they do get the spike plant off. Sab's going to get a little bit of intel there. But really, the kills are going into Jello's hands on site in the middle of battle. Infantry unit. And Shimmy gets flashed. Shimmy has the Blade Storm. Can he get it? No! Shimmy getting a little too aggressive, moving a little too quick. And Riv was holding the site.
That's all thanks to that opening pick from Danny. The second Danny gets that opening pick, it allows for the TP to come over, then Moobs creates space with the showstopper. It doesn't matter that he whiffs the rocket here, right? This pick just completely opens up the map and allows them onto the A site. Worst case scenario, I mean, that was a light buy for Carlton. Worst case, they get the spike planted. Good. All right, pat on the back, move on to the next round. Instead, they pull off a economically excellent win. Force Alberta down onto just Sheriffs and a single Marshal.
Ooh, Shimmy gonna dodge out on the recon bolt. Sent down A short. Oh, but take a look at this Viper and Showers. Rubsky gonna be running into Nick. Oh, and actually Riv's gonna take the confrontation there, getting the kill onto Nick. And this is just gonna be pot shots in the shower for Shimmy. He's not going to find any in return. Does take quite a bit of their HP pool off of that one, and Carlton is just bullying their way onto the site. Not much Alberta is going to be able to do in this round.
And Carlton, even on a map that's just so deep in their pool comparatively, right? They still look like one of the best practice teams, the most rehearsed teams. Look at how they're alternating all of these trading angles. They've run this a billion times.
Yeah.
And they know exactly how to run out. Moves having a bit of fun at the end there, flying around with the right clicks. But a flawless round for Carlton. They've got economy to boot, right? And they're going to be buying for the foreseeable future. Alberta was just one more round to try and stabilize. And really, if they don't pull it off here, Carlton's going to start to run away with this. so many ults available for Carlton as well. This isn't an easy round for Alberta. Admittedly, Sabs has been pretty nice with the Hunter's Furies today, so if anybody can try and slow the roll here, it's him. But I'm wondering how he's going to set up to try and anticipate this Hunter's Fury, because I think it's better for him to use it proactively to stop a plant rather than well, actually, to stop and execute in general rather than just reactively against a plant, right? He's actually forced back here.
Yeah, he's going to have an opportunity if he heads back in the spawn, quite possibly, as the rest of the defense here on B is just going to give up the site, not looking to take a disadvantageous fight. And there you go, Paul. It's going to be an early Hunter's Fury coming out. The counter Hunter's Fury doesn't find any shots onto Sab, so neither Hunter's Fury getting much value, just zoning ultimates to say the least. And the Viper's Pit is giving a lot of control to Carlton as the spike's been planted.
This entrance is hard, but at least the dash is still up for Shimmy. He can try and get out of that. Nice snakebite too. Jello takes a nasty chunk. I mean, Rubsky has double smokes on this, right? He's used the poison orb to make a secondary wall to try and enter through. He'll hear them come up and over. Danny is exposed. He's still going to be able to at least stall some time. And meanwhile, the trades go well for Carlton.
Yeah, but Rubsky's really just hanging out here, playing a little bit of a hide and seek just to preserve the Viper's Pit. And I don't know if Rubsky's even going to get out of this in time. Maybe? Nope. No. But, you know, for the sake of the team, and as you mentioned, they're fitting pretty well with their credits. Yeah. Not going to be the end of the world.
Nah, Alberta do manage to save a couple rifles themselves, but it's just 2 guns. Nah, they can't even really buy for their buddies because they hadn't stacked up enough economy on top of that. Keep in mind, living but losing the round does not give you as much as just dying and losing the round. But, I mean, obviously the Vandals and the armor they were working with is worth the save regardless. There'll be 2 teeth for Alberta in this round and a Cosmic Divide if they find themselves in a position where it's viable to use it, but Shimmy already getting spotted on that contact. Actually, they've stacked both their Vandals on the same place, too. 4 players on this A site trying to stop a take from Carlton.
Ooh, a nice bird going the distance there. Just going to zone them off, force the idea that someone could be coming in through showers. And look at how much commitment there is to that showers. 3 line of sights, now 2 with Sova backing off. But still,
Jello's so dead here.
Jello is really stepping out into a No, don't turn into the flash. Nice. Oh, Jello gets an elimination at least. Almost turned into the flash. Ooh,
I mean, not bad from Jello. That's as much as you can expect from him there. The second shot obviously would have been amazing if he could hit it, but it's not easy to do. Especially when, you know, they know the timing on the swing and you don't necessarily know when they're swinging you. Jimmy does still have the dash. He can get out onto the site with his Vandal.
Oh, Shimmy,
just shuts him down.
Yeah, Moobs is going to find a nice elimination. The 2-piece, actually. Going to be looking for the 3rd. Does find that onto Nick. And Carlton, after going down 3-0, they're now up 4-3.
It was just light buy from Alberta, so nothing to read in too much there. But now we get down to the last chance for Alberta to make a decent half of their defense, right? And when you're running the Rays in particular, you really want a decent defense. Don't get me wrong, the Rays is still good on attack. Just as good, if anything. But the way that a Rays with proper utility usage between the Boombot and the Paint Shell can manipulate the attacking team is second to none. Shimmy and Witter actually playing together once again. Nice trade, and Shimmy's just out. Good work there from the duelist duo.
Oh, and then the grenade to pick off Jacklord, who followed up. And nice job there. Both of them getting their own share of the eliminations. And it's going to be a tough task to push onto this A site with 3 members left alive. Oh, very nice molly to force Danny out of that corner. And folks, keep your eye on the minimap. Watch that B short flank coming in from 2 members of Alberta. As 3 hold the site, and they're just waiting for this pincer to follow through.
Danny is watching it occasionally, right? So he's aware of the potential, especially with how much time this has taken. Carlton going for the fight. He spots one. Oh, out on the site. Danny's in such a rough spot, though, and he's the one holding the spike. Rocket flies forward, and Rubsky goes down. Riv, the last one standing for Carlton. Spotted by the Owl drone. Not tagged, though. He has a little bit of an opportunity. Low health members, too, for Alberta, but still it's a 3v1.
Yeah, Riv's gonna have to try and pull off a miracle and get to the spike or get 3 eliminations. Only finds 1. And that's Alberta finding their footing, getting back into this game, evening us up at 4 apiece.
Only 2 survive for Alberta, so this next buy is a little bit difficult, but still better to win a round than not to win a round with the situation that Alberta is in. Meanwhile, Carlton, they've got plenty of money, obviously, and Moob's even holding on to that showstopper. And while it was a very aggressive stack, that early advantage for Alberta was nice, but they're not going to go for it again, right? They can't just rely on the duelists to find a pick up short and give you an advantage in that round. Viper's Pit gonna go immediately into showers. I like this, but meanwhile, Moobs is flying onto the site.
Yeah, now Moobs is a bit vulnerable. Getting into a bad spot could lead to no success here, and the showstopper is going to just find its way to a wall. Not much value there, and the A site is going to be pushed onto with the Viper's Pit dropped by Alberta.
Alberta trying to retake lands. They do have 2 players here, one of which has a judge. Nice work from Witter, and he takes a lot out of Jacklorf too. Shimmy recovering a rifle.
That reload.
1 more, but he eventually does get shut down, Beanies.
The reload timing was so unfortunate there for Jacklorf, I believe, getting peaked right as the reload came in. But Moobs and Rubsky are going to have an opportunity to try and take this. They have the Cosmic Divide behind them. They are looking ahead to take the site. Oh, but Danny's the only one standing. Danny's the last one remaining up against a Viper and the Sova.
Enemy remaining.
Gonna find one. Nick's the last remaining. Is Danny gonna pull this off? Danny! Oh my lord, Danny! Didn't even need to see him. Close your eyes, fire the shots, take him down. Danny getting the 5th round.
Instincts taking over for Danny. The second he gets that kill, everyone is going to pull themselves off the spike in a 2v1 if their buddy dies and they're the one defusing. Everybody is going to pull themselves off the spike. So Danny expects the swing in that instant. Spamming through, he finds it blind. What a beautiful round from Danny.
A very nice job there by Danny, and now it's going to leave the U Alberta squad with another disadvantage they're gonna have to fight back from. Sab's fucking the little shoddy right here.
Control, right? If you're going to try and take a thrifty, maintaining hookah control between a Bucky and 2 sheriffs is about as good as you can hope for. There we go. I found the English eventually.
Yeah, the pause is what sealed it.
Jello hasn't been spotted here.
Very sneaky Jello moving up without anyone catching on, but I don't know how much it's going to give them with the line of sight being given up and actually move towards B long here with the map flipping on the defense with elbow control, spawn control almost for this offense on B site.
That was close.
Jacklorf able to finish the job off even though it was a tumultuous task at the least.
Nice swing too from Shimmy though, does pick up 1 more. Gotta be careful of these Seekers, however. Gets rid of both of them in the blink of an eye. The problem is his position is known, and that means that there's a lot of pressure Hookah right now. I mean, Riv is just playing with him. Sabs is gonna take him down with the Bucky and recover a rifle. It is 3v3, but still a heavy firepower advantage for the Carlton Ravens.
Ooh, watch out for this long. There's 2 members coming up from Alberta. They don't know about Danny hiding here. They're going to actually peek takedown moves. Danny's ready. Danny takes down 1. Danny's looking for the 2nd, but it's not going to be able to get the raid. Danny, before going down to the grenade, actually takes down 1, but not enough to get the job done. Alberta is going to survive this round and get the defuse off. And that's a 5-for-5.
If Witter is any other character in the entire game right there, I think Danny actually clutches that. But the paint shell just has such an explosive radius to it. Danny trying his hardest to come up with back-to-back clutches, but no dice. Instead, it'll be Alberta stabilizing their economy a bit. And Carlton, it's been touch and go these last few rounds. They're starting to run out of money, right? I mean, they will buy here, but it's this round or the next one should they lose. Carlton, both the Viper's Pit and the Hunter's Fury obviously have a very good attacking round ahead of them as long as they avoid Sab's Hunter's Fury. I like this aggressive control of B. It's just going to be hard toward it.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. They commit so much just to deal with that possible peek coming through. And then the recon into the Hunter's Fury. Not going to get any damage down onto Sabs, actually, but still, they do achieve just their goal, and that's getting onto B site.
Well, and it's trade 1-for-1, right? Carlton don't have to commit to this if they don't feel confident. The Owl Drone is going to give them that confidence, and even spot Shimmy. He's got to get out of there.
Yeah, that Viper's Pit seals the deal, too. Going to get on the site pretty easily. Danny spraying into the smoke, going to find a headshot on the Jello, and that's the Carlton Ravens up 4-3 with the spike planted.
And the Viper's Pit on site too. I mean, it's so difficult to clear this out. No paint shell for Witter, so you don't have utility you can just chuck into the Viper's Pit. You got to clear this dry.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, that's 1, 2, 3. One after another. The Carlton Ravens in succession are going to drop the Alberta defense and pick up their 6th round win as we head into the final round of the first half.
And I think that's a round where, in retrospect, Alberta would have really liked some flashes, right? To get out of elbow or get out of defender spawn, right? Those dry swings were rough. I mean, maybe, they didn't have much utility at all, so it's hard to say whether or not they would have actually had any flashes in this hypothetical scenario I've created. But regardless, right, not having the flashes to get out, or any utility, really, to just feel more confident about the corners you needed to clear, certainly made for a difficult round. And now it's a difficult buy. A 4-stack on B to try and slow Carlton's roll, but not much actual firepower within it.
Ooh, Riv dropping Shimmy early on, giving the offense a nice bit of lead.
Wait!
Oh, Sabs didn't get anybody! No luck with the buck. That's gonna be the Carlton squad. Again, taking control of Hookah, but they aren't committing to B site. And look at A site. This is perfect.
Look at
Rubsky is going to secure a transition kill. If you don't, Rubsky, we're gonna have a conversation after stream. Oh, Nick with the jiggle peek. There we go. Nicely done. Nicely done, Rubsky. Gonna be picking up that elimination. And again, to your point from earlier, talking about Molly usage. Look at this Molly. Look at Riv sneaking up the sky. It's her moment. It's her opportunity. But as he said, it won't even matter because Rubsky's the one who gets to feast on the Alberta squad. And Carlton ends their offense on bind at a score of 7-5.
Great adaptation there, too, from Carlton. Expecting a pretty heavy committal, especially considering that it was a low buy, right? In that round, I think if Alberta had more money, they would have gone for a more standard defense, but they recognized that Carlton had begun to bully the B site. They didn't have much. They had to try and trade as efficiently as possible. And Carlton, sensing that out after taking some rough contact over toward B, they just pivot. Excellent pivot. Great rotation there. And now Carlton, they have a lead going into the second half. Pistol is pretty important for Alberta. Admittedly, the game's not over if they lose it by any stretch of the imagination, but they definitely like to put some rounds on the board before Carlton have 9 under their belt.
Scanning ahead.
Oh, the nerdy arrow coming in. Gonna drop a recon. Ooh, and Wither's actually going to take on this Boombot. Sends his in, but just a little too overzealous there, tunneling in onto the 1v1. Danny is going to get themselves the first elimination of the second half, and Carlton's defense starting out pretty good.
Well, now you don't have the paint shell, right? So even if you clear this with like a gravity well on one side, okay, actually really nice contact there from Jello, and now you can swing as many players as you want over toward moves. TP and gravity well, actually just gonna get Alberta the heck out of there. They don't want to fight that. Good call from them.
Very good call. Jack Lorf actually going to be running into quite a few members. Oh, and Jack Lorf wins the lotto there, picking off the spike. Going to give a lot of necessary information, and the defense doesn't have to think twice about responding to this. That's going to be a spike. Actually, dashed into the teleporter. Shimmy's going to take the spike over the B site. Not going to guarantee a secured round, but hey, 400 credits is 400 credits, you know?
Yeah, it's at least a plant. And I mean, there is room for Shimmy to deal some damage. We have low health on both Jack Lorf and Rubsky, so depending on how Carlton is swinging this contact, it can get a little bit dicey. Some extra damage done. Rebski just flying forward, though. The right click completely taking out the high health member of Moves. And Shimmy with yet another right click,
oh
dude.
My God.
Oh, my word. They didn't nerf it enough.
Shimmy just built different like that. That was ridiculous right there. Alberta getting the much-needed pistol round to swing the momentum back into their favor. Keep them in this series. Shimmy getting the first one as they entry.
Right click lands, dude. Moves has full health. All 3 connect. One's a headshot. That's brutal. Especially on the new right click, right? Where the spread's been increased a little bit. Oh, so rough for Moves. I'd be cursing the Riot devs if I was him right now. Alberta, they get to buy up now. No worries for them. Carlton trying to go for a TP play, but with a recon dart not finding anything out the teleporter. They're going to stay here a bit. Unfortunately, there's a lot of guns heading this way, and not a lot of health for Carlton, or guns to fire back. As it turns out, that doesn't go well for them.
Yeah, but you love to see the ambitious holding that they had. It gave them an opportunity to maybe catch someone off guard. But now, you know, between util, between grenades, between specters.
Yeah, it's done.
It's going to be hard for Rebski there. Nick picks him up. Flawless going over to Alberta. And we have us a 7-7 ball game here.
All tied up. Oh, boy. Interesting. A very early timeout from Alberta. We're tied up. We're only 2 rounds into their attacking half, and they're using their 1 timeout of the map. I wonder what the reason for that is. Do they want to just try and snowball this, get a 3-0 lead like they did on the previous half, and then extend it? Are they really playing for this? They haven't gotten much information. They shouldn't know the standard setups for Carlton on their defensive side as of yet. So it's pretty ambitious to take your tack timeout right now.
And I gotta wonder if they want to get the most out of this bonus round. I mean, you talk about when you're in the bonus round, when you have these Spectre buys, you want to create the shortest possible gunfights you can to turn that Spectre into a pseudo Phantom almost. And so doing that, I guess, to perfection, they want to make sure that they can regroup, reconvene, and execute their game plan as intended. But we'll see what that timeout did for them as we're back in already. 60 seconds clock has counted down. And now we got ourselves round 15 on the horizon.
A pivot over toward A. And this is actually the correct decision for Alberta. If they go fast here, there's a good chance that Danny and Rebski will be overwhelmed. Now, it is Rebski. He's able to use those snake bites to stop pushes, and Jackalorf does have stars on short as well. So the second there is enough pressure, Rebski will call for those. Nice Poison Orb lineup, though, prevents Rebski from using his one-way, so there's at least a bit of ground gained and completely uncontested. Shower's control goes over to Alberta. They are ready for this hit. Riv has been pulled over, so 3 players now here, though, for Carlton.
Ooh, where they're going to be taken down as Rebski peeks the corner. That's Carlton's defense getting a much-needed swing into the numbers. And now it's going to really cause Alberta to take a step back. Paul, remember, Alberta called a timeout before this round, and they're a minute in and down the member already.
Yeah, I think they were really hoping to punish Rebski there, but with Riv coming over on the rotate so quickly, he was able to flash and deny any pinch out from Showers. So Danny and Rebski both feeling fine. They're re-hitting A, though, coming straight back to try and finish off what they got.
30 seconds left.
Ooh, gonna be charging onto site. It's Shimmy breaking it open, getting a kill onto Riv with a 4 versus 4 now. Alberta able to possibly stabilize alongside a Sab's arrow, evening us at 3 apiece. Spike has yet to be planted, actually in the wide open. Could be a tough task to make your way over to that spike at the entrance of Showers. Nobody picks up Danny here on the off angle. Danny, beautiful work there. Jackalorf as well. Carlton Ravens get themselves the lead again.
A good crossfire at the very end of the round there, but the fact of the matter is it did cost Carlton 3 guns. So this next buy is going to be a bit difficult, and Alberta, they're happy with that. Maybe not as happy as they were hoping for based on the fact that they used their tack timeout for that round, but you know, you have a whole minute on the tac timeout. I doubt all of it was talking about how they wanted to play the bonus. They were undoubtedly talking about future gun rounds, and that could just be a bit of conditioning to where, look, Rubsky's already making an adaptation. He's not actually holding that lamps control anymore. He's moving over into showers, and there's quite a bit coming this direction from Alberta. Oh no.
Oh my, look at this play coming in from the defense. It's going awful for the Carleton squad. They lose 2, they lose 3. Alberta 4-2 now after an incredibly aggressive TP from the B-side defense.
That has to be related to the tactical pause. Alberta looked like they were baiting that. They wanted Carleton to TP. And Carleton's a team that will often do that. We saw that yesterday when they played Bind versus SJSU. We've seen it today where they go for these aggressive teleport plays to try and catch players outside of showers. A fantastic read from Alberta to shut Carleton down completely. I mean, it's 2v4 now. This is a save.
Yeah, and it looks like the players are going to agree with that sentiment as well. Not going to even play with the fire of getting a pick or trying to find a cheeky kill. They're just going to head back to their spawn, maybe find an exit frag from an overzealous Alberta member, but for the most part, Alberta's going to walk out of this round tied up at 8 apiece with 4 members left standing. And this game is back and forth throughout the entirety of this map 4.
And at the very least, Carleton are never going to get the better of that showers control again with a teleport play, right? Carleton they just won't try that anymore. At the best Carleton can hope for in terms of showers control now is actually baiting Alberta players into showers and taking an aggressive fight. But you'd probably have to pull Riv over for that. Rubsky and Danny don't necessarily have the best utility to set those fights up. They can just control it, sure, between the owl drone, the snake bites, and the toxic screen, what have you, but it's not going to be nearly as confident as it would have been. A switch up now from Carleton entirely. This wall is certainly different from Rubsky. It's actually pivoting over toward B. 3 players on B. Carleton are just willing to play retake on A. They have that showstopper, and they're not afraid to use it if they need to. But, I mean, admittedly, it's just an eco for them, so.
We've seen stranger things on ecos. There's ultis are all bets off on an eco round. Sometimes you just gotta pull out the showstopper and catch them off guard, which, I mean...
Carleton do get a good bit of information out of this lurk, this push through A, but it's not any really actionable information. There's nobody over on that side of the map, and it's not like they can confidently take this flank up with only holding on to pistols.
Oh, Sab's gonna be dropping the rip right there. That's a big opening, and they push onto the side. It's gonna be a trade of blows here. Elbow given up. Gonna have to be retaken by the Carleton defense as Raze handles that responsibility. But meanwhile, Alberta is going to get themselves onto site and do so, taking down the defense. Jacklor following suit as well. It's a 2v4.
And Moobs is stuck in elbow. It's not really possible for him to save from this position, so he just has to try and take fights where he can.
Out of charges.
That's a nice couple of fights. Suddenly we're in a 2v2, and that didn't even cost Carleton very much help. Jimmy's gonna give away his position, and now there's only one standing. Jello swings out, but Rubsky's ready, and Carleton, they get themselves another thrifty.
That's insane. They were down 2-4. They did not have the numbers at all, but they had the teamwork, the coordination, the communication, and the mechanical skill to make it all come together in a nice wrap box.
And I mean, I guess technically it wasn't as thrifty, but most of the Carleton players weren't buying there, right? It was just the guns that they saved previously and whatever they could pick up from Alberta on the periphery. So a great round from Carleton. Wow, Moobs is even chucking. No, he's going to buy the op. Oh, boy. I mean, Moobs is generally a jet player. His op is fantastic, and now he's going to have solid control over B. This is going to allow Riv to rotate a lot of the time, too, as long as Moobs has that angle.
And I love this Viper's Pit taking up A short in its entirety. Think about the options that Alberta has. Viper's Pit up A short? No thank you. A sniper holding down B long? No thank you. So now you're limited to 2 of the 4 different avenues available to you. And which they choose is going to be incredibly risky regardless of their options.
I like this owl drone from Danny. It's going to get a lot of very usable intel. Nobody is up short right now. Nobody's positioning. Nobody's in that cubby. Although, Alberta doubling back. This can end up being misinformation for Carlton if they're not careful. Rubsky takes a lot of his health to get that jump peak, but at least he gets away.
Ooh, and that's going to give Shimmy an immaculate angle up here. Gonna take advantage of it as well. Jacklorf is going to go down, taking that trade. Danny trying to spray into the smoke, but Wither is a little bit better at it. Going to be taking down the Sova from the defense. And this offensive squad from Alberta is going to have quite the nice hold here on A site. You can see they're going to be forcing the defense to, if they even think about attempting, you know, not even worth it. They're not even looking at it.
Another save here.
Just another save.
Yeah, it's really difficult to retake on Bind in general, but especially when you're working at 2v5. So Moves and Riv, they've got Seekers, they've got important guns. There's no reason for them to just chuck their bodies at the site here. I really want to give credit to Alberta. I loved that rehit. That rehit on A, excellent work, because when they cut noise, Carlton Ravens used a lot of their utility that generally would either get them information or stall a push, right? Then they retook forward positions, and Alberta was able to sneak in very far forward, pin down Rubsky quickly, get onto the site without having to worry about any of that utility. A great fake there from Alberta.
The mind games coming to fruition right there, playing a big role. I mean, look at that scoreboard. Look at how many rounds have gone back and forth between these teams here, and I don't know if there'll be any sign of stopping that soon, as we're stuck at a 9-9 tie here going into round 19. But look at the options available to these, the Carlton squad. Look at the ultimates, Danny on the horizon. 4 in their back pocket they could start using.
Carlton need to win this, though. It's starting to feel dicey, especially considering that they're on their defense. I like that they use the recon dart early and then set moves up with that operator in B long. That gets the orb, that gets long control. Excellent work from the Ravens for a bit of early map control. Now the Owl Drone's even going to clear out sand too, so Moves can push that a bit further. And as long as Carlton can try and force members over... Oh, never mind. Yeah, that's going to be an easy shot. And now, I mean, Alberta, they should just commit A.
Yeah, they know that the op is B. They don't want to be wasting any time. Rubsky with a defensive molly going to come in. A nice flash, but Jacklorf getting a little too overzealous there in tandem with actually a Hunter's Fury from Danny on the Carlton side. Going to take out one where they're dropping Riv in response. The site's in their control, but these angles, the crossfires, it's so difficult with Rubsky just peeking out of nowhere. Lamps is really just a graveyard at this point with how many people have fallen in and around the area. And Sabs is going to follow suit. Moves with the grenade, and Carlton with the 10th round on the board.
Great round from Rubsky. Great round from Rubsky right there. The snake bite at the very beginning of that execute to stop anybody from pushing him. Then he doubles back. He knows that Witter is going to be holding that cubby. And if Witter is in cubby, that means there's going to be a player close to Lamps, especially considering that Alberta were unable to wrestle that control away. Just phenomenal from Rubsky. He has done so good in this Lamps position, just holding his ground, and at the very least being annoying for Alberta.
Shower's going to be cut off by that Viper wall, and
it's
actually
towards A here.
Yeah, intersecting the two Viper walls are they. A short's going to be a quick... Oh, look at this. Wither is going to be jumping into Lamps, using the jetpacks to take control. But Rubsky catching the lagging members as they try to follow up. But 1-for-1 trade after all is said and done. Jacklorf has got to be careful with this swing here. Oh, excuse me. Actually, Jacklorf was well prepared to take on that judge. And the spike goes down.
Welcome to my world.
Move seems to have info as to where one is. Jiggle Peak's going to deny him that first shot, but Riv over on the flank has locked down another. Shimmy got tagged by the Owl Drone, so he's got to be careful re-swinging this. Nick is just hoping to take the contact, but Danny getting rid of Stabs. Now there's too many angles to watch, and Nick doesn't have a chance. Shimmy revealed as the Viper's Pit falls, and 2 players ready to take him down. Carlton up to 11, just 2 rounds away from becoming your CF1 Fall 2021 champions.
They are on the cusp of doing so. Just need to secure these next 2 rounds. And I mean, if you look at what Alberta's going to be working with here, if they spend too much money this round, next round is it will be worse for wear, to say the least. So they're going to be going with a half-hearted buy. It seems like some people picking out Sheriffs. We got Shimmy pulling out the Phantom as well. No, never mind. Spoke too soon. But half-hearted buys nonetheless.
I mean, Alberta, they're going to spend whatever money they can as long as they have a full buy for the next round. They're expecting to lose this, expecting to put Carlton on tournament points. But they want to have as much of a threat in this round as possible, because if they could flip this on its head, that would be great for them. Another quick play here through showers. I mean, Carlton hasn't contested showers whatsoever, but it hasn't even mattered. Like, Carlton give up showers every time, and nothing actually gets done for Alberta. I mean, Jimmy's going to try and sneak through, but there's like 2 players watching that. Just hoping that someone would dry swing that. Rubsky from Lamps. Maybe overextending a bit, but it's not going to end up mattering. Nick is the last one alive, and with just 2 health, he'll only get 1 more. Carlton now on tournament points.
Carlton are looking poised to finish off this best-of-5 grand final. They have 1 single round standing in their way. And look at what we have from Alberta. That saving round, that pseudo-saving round they just pulled out, this is what they did it for. They forewent that previous round so they can make sure they have the best possible chance at match point. And if they want to succeed, if they want to make sure they pull off this comeback, you got to start here, and you got to get past Moves Operator.
Moves up, the Viper's pitch short. Danny's still hanging on to the Hunter's Fury, and look where he's playing in Vent. Even if the spike gets planted on B, Danny's going to have the Hunter's Fury to deny a spike plant.
Oh, Moves.
This is such a difficult round for Alberta. Moves actually has to get the heck out of there. That was a wallbang headshot. That took most of his health.
Very nice job by Jello there. Any little bit helps when you're trying to deal with the operator, but Rave is actually going to take down Wither. Danny providing a little bit of a harassment from that Hunter's Fury, just keeping them off bounds. Jello, look at that, taking down Moves. So we have us a 4 versus 4 with a minute remaining.
But the problem is that Alberta are effectively funneled toward B unless somebody wants to walk into the Viper's pit. So Danny's going to recover that operator.
Standing ahead.
Spots 1. He's going to use the recon dart to try and pick himself up a kill, but no. Switching back over to the Vandal. I like that. He's going to have to take a lot of fights here in a second.
Ooh, Riv is actually going to be taking down 1. Danny taking down another. Danny getting 2. Oh, Carlton. They have just 1 member they have to deal with. Shimmy with the knife. Oh, the disaster. And Carlton capitalize. Carlton take the series. And Carlton are going to be your fall split 2021 CF1 champions.
It feels like they are the team that was promised. Early on, they had such a great debut in collegiate Valorant this semester throughout a host of tournaments, but victory in so many of those has been denied to them. I can't think of a more legitimate win than the road that they had to walk to get here. They took down SJSU. They beat Alberta, who came out of a very stacked side of the bracket. You know, they ran through guys like Northwood, through UCI, and yet Carlton stand strong. 3 maps, 2-1, 13-9 on our final map of Bind. One more time, I just gotta give it up for Danny, dude. Danny had such an insane day. He's always a good player, don't get me wrong. He's arguably, I think, Moves, Danny, and I'm gonna throw Choi Boy in there, are the 3 best players in collegiate Valorant, and 2 of them are on Carlton Ravens. It almost feels unfair. A phenomenal showing from them, and they will walk away with $3,500 and that first place position.
Incredible performance by the Carlton Ravens. They had 1 fumble throughout this series, dropping a single map, but they picked it up. They secured this 3rd map here on Bind, which wasn't an easy task by any means. I mean, Alberta putting up a heck of a fight throughout the entire series, and honestly, kudos to the entire Carlton squad coming in here. They absolutely cemented themselves as a contender to be feared throughout the college ecosystem of Valorant, and going into the end of the fall semester, leading us into winter break, leading us into spring. I mean, people are going to be gunning to take down Carlton after this.
I think most collegiate teams had figured out that Carlton was certainly a contender, but now, I mean, the target is rightly pinned right on top of them. They are the team to beat, not just a good team to beat, but the team to take down in any series, in any tournament. And they've put up one hell of a fight. Congratulations to the Carlton Ravens. And honestly, I think Alberta really came out in surprise. I hope the Alberta guys aren't kicking themselves too much, because I think they had a great tournament for a team that really, in terms of like storylines, at the very least, didn't have much expectations coming into this weekend. They came in as, you know, one of the lower seeds, if I'm not mistaken. I've moved my bracket somewhere weird. Hold on. It's loading. Yeah, I mean, they came in as the 11th seed, right? They weren't even the first seed in the group that they came out of, and yet they made it all the way to finals. A fantastic push for them, too. But at the end of the day, it's Carleton University Ravens walking away with the win.
And we'll actually have a chance to talk to one of the winners of our Carleton Ravens University squad after we go to a very quick break. So don't go anywhere. We're going to be chatting with your Fall 2021 Immortal Radiant Group champions, finalists. You know, it's a mouthful and a half, but I'll see you after the break.
Cloud9, I mean, honestly,
Cloud9, North America's best international team, are headed back to Worlds.
the difference between the teams that actually win or lose are the teams that are going to actually have the stamina and still have like a sharp mind through that event. Prior to having Fit Gamers exercise routines that we've been doing, my players around Game 5 would get tired and lose. What's happened with the training we've been doing, we are now, when we get to this Game 5 situations, we're the team on stage that has energy, we're the team on stage actually is sharp, and we're the team that's raising the trophies. The Fit Gamer app helps you not only track on your everyday workouts, but we travel a lot. So while we're traveling, we can kind of pinpoint how our players are doing, how our managers are doing. They can report what their sleep is like, they can report the nutrition, and it gives us the ability to catch patterns that are not good early and address them and fix them. And our training routines, training upper one both, has resulted in us lifting trophies at the end of the day. And for me, that's what actually matters.
When I grow up, I want to be a nurse. But I want to be a policeman.
A lawyer.
I want to be an actress.
My dream is to be a vet. My dream is to be an engineer.
My dream is to be a Navy SEAL.
To be on Broadway.
I want to be an athletic trainer.
I want to work with Doctors Without Borders.
My dream is to cure cancer.
One day, I'd like to dance at my daughter's wedding.
Be a hero. Be a designated driver. Take the pledge today at herocampaign.org.
You know, you're really getting better. I'm like this newly made dude. Hey, even my USB port back there is brand new. Yay! You're amazing! Well, not like me amazing, but a pretty darn good amazing. Attaboy! Watch out for that! Ow! Anyway, you want to hear my alien story?
Yes.
So, aliens.
How has Fit Gamer changed and impacted Cloud9? I mean, honestly,
Cloud9, North America's best international team, are headed back to Worlds.
the difference between the teams that actually win or lose are the teams that are going to actually have the stamina and still have like a sharp mind through that event. Prior to having Fit Gamers exercise routines that we've been doing, my players around Game 5 would get tired and lose. What's happened with the training we've been doing, we are now, when we get to this Game 5 situations, we're the team on stage that has energy, we're the team on stage actually is sharp, and we're the team that's raising the trophies. The Fit Gamer app helps you not only track on your everyday workouts, but we travel a lot. So while we're traveling, we can kind of pinpoint how our players are doing, how our managers are doing. They can report what their sleep is like, they can report the nutrition, and it gives us the ability to catch patterns that are not good early and address them and fix them. And our training routines, training upper one both, has resulted in us lifting trophies at the end of the day. And for me, that's what actually matters.
When I grow up, I want to be a nurse. But I want to be a policeman.
A lawyer.
I want to be an actress.
My dream is to be a vet. My dream is to be an engineer.
My dream is to be a Navy SEAL.
To be on Broadway.
I want to be an athletic trainer.
I want to work with Doctors Without Borders.
Welcome back, everybody, on broadcast. Beanies and Paul here, joined by a victorious member of the Carleton Ravens squad, a CF1 winner. We got ourselves Moobs here. Moobs, I'm going to start this interview off. First things first, you just won CF1 after competition throughout the fall split. Talk to me. What's going through your head right now?
What did we tell you guys when we played on stream during group stage? We said we're not worried about anyone and that we're going to win the whole thing. And look where we are, boys. Look where we are, boys.
Can't argue with the results, dude. Cannot argue with the results. A 3-1 victory. But I want to talk about that one real quick. Because Split is generally a very strong map for you guys. But this weekend, it feels like it's maybe disappeared a little bit, you know. Lost it to SJSU. Overtime versus Western, and now you're dropping it 2 here. Don't give us too many of the inside strats here, but how are you guys feeling? Have your attitudes shifted away from Split in general?
We'll probably change a couple comps, but it's kind of like a mind game. We lost it on purpose, so they pick it first, and they're like, boys, we won on Split, you know, we got the ball rolling. And then what happened? 3 straight wins, come on. Can't argue with that.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
We're not
well,
changing.
I mean, go for it.
Well, maybe we'll change something, you know, we'll play in a tournament at some point, they'll see. Doesn't matter right now, we won. That's all that matters.
Okay, fair enough, right? And you guys are going to be walking away with that $3,500 first place prize, split nicely between all of you. And, you know, moving on, it felt like after Split, you guys really did have a firm handle on the series. Yesterday, when you came on, you were talking about how sometimes the communication could get a little bit sticky between you guys. Was it flowing better today? Were you guys more on the same page?
No, not at all. Not at all. If anything, it was worse today. But we made it work. On Split, we had a lot of problems. Like, a lot of problems. And then after the game, I was a little bit tilted. We talked it out. We're like, you know what? Whatever. We go next map. Then we won, like, what, 13-5 or whatever? We're like, yeah, that's a typical Carleton game. You know, now we're rolling.
There we go.
We're having fun. Danny kept clutching, and I kept calling him Hiko. You know, we're all having a good time. Like, it was a little bit better. But
I love it. I love it.
Yeah, honestly, it was good vibes all around there, especially since after Haven, you guys were pretty much just rolling on, keeping it going. You did a fantastic job, and I want to look even more to the future now, because now fall split for CF1 is over. So for Carleton, look, going into the winter and even to the spring split next year, what's it look like for the Carleton Ravens? Are you guys going to be able to keep this 5-person unit together going into next semester?
Oh yeah, we'll be back. Nobody's going anywhere, you know. We got a couple of guys in there last year, but they're all going to be here for the winter, so yeah, we'll be back. We'll be the same good old Carleton. And if not better, maybe if we, you know, put our 5 brain cells together, we will be better. But that's a big if.
Well, I'm glad you guys are sticking around. I didn't want to see you guys go anywhere. You've had such a good debut. It would be tragic if it was a one-hit wonder for you guys.
No, it's not going to be. We're rolling, boys.
Love it.
And rolling they shall do into first place. And so, Moves, before we end off our broadcast here for the evening, I want to give you the floor. Say your piece, say any shout outs you want, say your stream if you want to plug it. It's yours, my friend.
Oh, you can't give me all that. You know, I got the Twitch, I got the TikTok, I got the Twitter. It's all moves XD. But I do have one other shout out if you guys would let me do it.
Absolutely.
Go do it. Go for it.
You ever go on a date with a girl and you're like, I need to prepare? Well, Manscaped has you covered. Use code CF121 for 20% off at manscaped.com. Yeah!
Yeah,
we got the goods here. We ensure their product, their quality, absolute. What a gamer moves. Thank you so much for joining us, dude. It's been a pleasure watching you play. It's been a pleasure talking to you these last few days. You are something else, dude. I love it.
Thanks, guys. I love being here.
And we loved calling your match. But folks, I mean, this was the finals, so that means that this is the end of our CF1 broadcast. And that means we're going to have to take a little break from CF1 action. But if you want to stay up to date on everything happening with CF1, keep posted for when the next tournament's going to come out. Make sure you follow CF1 on Twitch right here. Maybe subscribe. And then follow us on our socials at CF1 on Twitter as well. Make sure you stay up to date on all the college Valorant action, because you want to make sure you're ready when these guys on Carleton come back around to defend this title. But that's all, folks. So let me send it off with one last goodbye for the CF1 split here. I've been Beanies. This has been Plausible. On behalf of everyone behind the scenes on CF1 helping put this together, Scotty, Lawrence, Juke, you guys are fantastic. Thank you for giving us such an amazing split, and we'll see you next time on this CF1 Esports channel.